Second part is here guys, like this video now for more parts. Chapter 81. I see. Send another drone to the Great Basin. Find Xiaolong and I'll talk to him. After the call ended, Deputy Director Yang put down the walkie-talkie with a serious face, feeling a little headache. Thinking back to the initial negotiations, the dragon's personality was really difficult to deal with. When faced with direct benefits, the other party was not so easy to convince. The dragon recovered so quickly and set its sights on the neighboring land so quickly. Fortunately, it did not attack the human city. However, as long as the dragon can still be harmed by the spiritual missile, they still have room for negotiation. Thinking of this, Deputy Director Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Kill the first level powerful tiger, evolution points plus 1336. Ding! Kill the first level transformation magic sound cat, evolution points plus 1685. Ding! Kill the mortal 9th level bison, evolution points plus 985. Ding! Kill the mortal level 10 mountain cat, evolution points plus 1093. Ding! Kill the second level transcendent thunderbird, evolution points plus 2543. The system prompts rang in his ears frantically, and the evolution points were constantly increasing. Listening to the system prompts in his ears, Xiao Teng's mouth corners kept rising. This talent is awesome. It gave me all the evolution points to break through to the awakening realm so quickly. Xiao Teng opened the system panel and looked at the series of numbers on it, and couldn't help but feel excited. System upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the first level of awakening. The next level is the second level of awakening, which requires 20 million evolution points. I've reached the awakening stage. I can evolve again. Sure enough, the next system prompt followed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an opportunity to evolve. Do you want to evolve immediately? No. With a ding sound, Xiao Teng's aura rose sharply, and after the evolution, he would get a greater improvement. And at the moment when Xiao Teng broke through to the awakening realm, a dark cloud suddenly gathered above his head in the sky, and lightning appeared from time to time, ready to move, but never fell. It seems that this evolution will encounter another thunder tribulation. Looking at the thunder calamity brewing above his head, Xiao Teng said with certainty. Now is not the time to evolve. Let's take over the Great Basin first. Not knowing how long this evolution would take, Xiao Teng planned to finish his work first before evolving. Moreover, he had a premonition that the commotion caused by his evolution this time would be even greater than the last time. Looking at the scale of the thunder tribulation in the sky, it was extremely terrifying. He has been targeted by humans now, and it is hard to say whether the other party will throw thousands of spiritual missiles at him at the critical moment of his tribulation. The last spiritual stone mine is with humans. Xiao Teng's eyes flashed, and he used his clairvoyance to find the location of the last spirit stone vein. In a large crack, spiritual wind continuously blew out from it, and the entity could almost be seen clearly. This was also the largest spiritual stone vein in the basin. Countless transport vehicles were lined up in a long line, with spirit stones piled high on the vehicles. Next to the transport vehicles were rows of armored vehicles escorting them, and helicopters were flying in the sky to provide escort. Above the big crack, thousands of human soldiers had grim faces, holding large caliber rifles with real bullets that could kill creatures in the transcendental stage, and wearing the latest mechas that used spiritual energy as energy. Resist the attacks of alien beasts in the transcendent stage. They guarded here, and the strange beasts around did not dare to approach. This spiritual stone vein had been occupied by them for a long time, and no strange beasts dared to covet it. However, everything changed when Xiao Teng came. FK. Lao Zhao. Why is the sky getting dark? Yet. Why does it feel like a storm is coming? Could it be that the dragon is coming? Before Xiao Teng arrived, the sky changed. It rained heavily, there were lightning and thunder, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. The sky was clear just now, but it suddenly turned into heavy rain. Everyone felt very strange as they watched the sky changing in an instant. An officer stared at the dark clouds in the sky with a serious expression. He pressed the earphone in his ear with one hand and nodded continuously. "Okay, I got it. I'll tell my brothers to retreat right away. Everyone, retreat, quickly. Get out of here immediately." As soon as this order was issued, the soldiers below began to whisper. "Why so suddenly? If we leave here, what will we do with the spiritual stone vein?" "Don't worry about it. We just follow the orders. Sure enough, that dragon is coming, otherwise why would it let us retreat without even having to fight?" At the commander's command, all the soldiers jumped onto the armored vehicles and left as quickly as possible. In order to protect the cargo, the transport trucks and armored vehicles all ran at full speed, making bursts of roars in the wilderness. Xiao Teng flew above the crowd, looking coldly at the humans on the ground who were running around like ants, and the transport trucks running at full speed, loaded with spirit stones. "Mortal, where do you want to take my spirit stone?" The moment Xiao Teng appeared, all the soldiers couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling and fear rushing to their heads. "He's here. We're dead." The soldiers looked up at the dragon above them, whose size was only a single scale away, and their faces turned pale. Death fog area. The moment the talent was activated, a huge black fog rose from the ground, screams were heard, flesh and blood disappeared, and all the living things present turned into dry bones. Unmanned vehicles also collided with each other and overturned to the ground, and helicopters in the sky also crashed one after another, turning into scrap metal. Ding! Kill Immortal Level 6 Human, Evolution Points plus 632. Ding! Kill Immortal Level 7 Human, Evolution Points plus 753. Ding! Kill Immortal Level 6 Human, Evolution Points plus 684. In an instant, more than 1 million evolution points were credited to his account. Xiao Teng was overjoyed. Those who were able to guard the spirit stone mines here were all elites among humans. Their levels were all above the 5th level of the mortal body, and they were given more evolution points than ordinary people. Xiao Teng continued to control his mental power, lifted the mind spirit stones from the transport vehicle, and put them into his mouth. Ding! Absorbing spiritual energy, evolution points plus 300,000. This spiritual stone vein belongs to me. Once here, all 4 spiritual stone veins in the Great Basin are in my hands. The Great Basin is basically taken over. This expansion operation was still very easy. No alien beast could fight against Xiao Teng. Moreover, after this battle, Xiao Teng could also be sure that his alien beast army had his halo blessing and could basically kill indiscriminately. Perhaps there are some forces, big or small, that Xiao Teng has not taken care of, but it doesn't matter. As long as the resources are in his own hands, it will be fine. As for the other strange beasts, they are just food. Xiao Teng looked carefully at the equipment on those humans. They were all metal armors and looked very high-tech. These were new equipment that he had never seen before. They have developed new equipment. Xiao Teng was not surprised. With the new energy of spiritual energy, many inventions that previously only existed in the imagination will soon be realized, and more new weapons will come out on the human side. Xiao Teng spit out a laser from his mouth, sweeping across and destroying all the equipment and weapons scattered on the ground. While Xiao Teng was carrying out the cleanup activities, a large number of drones suddenly began trying to approach Xiao Teng from all directions. Xiao Teng fired lasers to destroy dozens of drones, but these drones still persevered in trying to approach him. Xiao Teng instantly understood the intention of these drones. Looking at these drones, which were no more than mosquito-sized in his eyes, Xiao Teng sneered. "Why? You want to negotiate with me again?" Deputy Director Yang was operating the drone and saw the layers of corpses around him. He knew that Xiao Teng had already taken action. I'm late. Deputy Director Yang sighed inwardly. Her face looked very ugly, but she still tried to stay calm and talk to Xiao Teng. Respected Jiaolong King, I am honored to introduce myself to you. I am Deputy Director Yang of the Dragon State Spiritual Energy Bureau. I came here to discuss whether you can return the spiritual stone vein to us. Hearing the sound coming from the drone, Xiao Teng sneered. Return? You mean you want me to spit out the duck in my mouth? Do you think that's possible? Hearing this, Xiao Teng began to doubt whether the people in the Spiritual Energy Bureau were too naive or brainless. It was impossible to ask them to give up the spiritual stone mine they had obtained. Deputy Director Yang was not surprised by Xiao Teng's refusal, nor did she think that Xiao Teng could return the spiritual stone mine to them. Deputy Director Yang continued, her tone sincere and neither humble nor arrogant. In fact, we don't necessarily need this spiritual stone mine. If you want it, Dragon King, we will give it to you. It is our sincerity in wanting to cooperate with you. If you cooperate with us, we can provide you with the spiritual energy resources you need to upgrade, and we promise to help you with all our strength. Xiao Teng looked at the drone as if it were a fool and grabbed it in his claws. Cooperation? Are you kidding? This is impossible. Different races have different positions. Humans and alien beasts are naturally opposed to each other. After the spiritual energy was revived, you killed us in every possible way. To be honest, I don't trust you. I think you just want to. After you use me, find an opportunity to kill me. As a human in his previous life, Xiao Teng understood the nature of the human race best. Infighting, backstabbing, and post-event settlements were what they were best at. Even if Xiao Teng could cooperate with them for a while, after resolving the external threat, they would point their bayonets at Xiao Teng. They would never allow a powerful being beyond their control to live with them. Therefore, when facing the human race, Xiao Teng will never be able to let down his guard. He was once a human being and understands humans best. After being poked by Xiao Teng, Deputy Director Yang's face suddenly turned cold. Before, they used this set of rhetoric to win over some powerful alien beasts to work for them. The rhetoric that had always worked before didn't work on Xiao Teng. It turns out that the exotic animals in the wild are different. It is easier to win over the exotic animals that have lived with humans before. Deputy Director Yang sighed. But Xiao Teng is the strongest one on the alien beast ranking list, with the highest united front value, and she doesn't want to give up so quickly. When he spoke again, Deputy Director Yang's voice had regained its composure. Dragon King, don't jump to conclusions so early. If you can cooperate with us, we can give you 1/3 of the spiritual stone resources we obtain in the future. As for other natural treasures, as long as you tell us, we will also give them to you. We can even build the right equipment just for you. All you have to do is help us deal with the beast tide and prevent other alien beasts from invading our country. This suggestion is good for everyone. We don't have to hurt each other from now on. Deputy Director Yang said sincerely that these conditions were discussed between her and the old man above her, and that these words were also instructed by the senior family members above her. If killing the dragon would cost too many resources, then they might as well change their thinking and take the initiative to win over the dragon and let it fight for them. Hearing Deputy Director Yang's conditions, Xiao Teng snorted coldly. Doesn't this mean that he is to be a watchdog for Longyuan? It seems that a lot of resources have been given, but Xiao Teng can get these things by himself without them, and he is also very free and does not have to obey others. No need. I can go and grab what I want. Why should I ask you to give it to me? And you only dare to talk to me behind the machine. I don't see your sincerity at all. We are still different races, and there is nothing to talk about. They even refused to meet him in person, didn't want to take any risk, and tried to make promises for him based on just a few words. Robbing? This means we will go to war with them sooner or later. Deputy Director Yang's face darkened, and when he spoke again, his words were faintly threatening. Xiaolong King, do you really not want to cooperate with us? Don't forget that if we put all our efforts into it, you won't be able to withstand the power of thousands of spiritual missiles. Who said I can't resist it? You can come and try. Xiao Teng said lightly. But you have to think carefully about the consequences. If he was still in the extraordinary stage, he might not be able to resist, but he is now in the awakening stage, and his physical fitness has improved countless times. It's just a spiritual missile. Xiao Teng thought about it and felt that there was really no way to hurt him anymore. Before, his defense could be broken by spiritual power missiles, but now even his defense cannot be broken, and no amount of spiritual power missiles can kill him. Not to mention that Xiao Teng has many means of recovery and his speed has been greatly enhanced, so it is not certain whether these missiles can hit him. It can be said that Xiao Teng can now walk sideways on Blue Star and do whatever he wants. Xiao Teng spoke in a firm tone, and when he said this, Deputy Director Yang was shocked. Why is this dragon so confident now? Could it be that this dragon has become stronger again? It is not even afraid of spiritual missiles. A terrifying thought flashed through Deputy Director Yang's mind, who on this blue planet could stop this dragon? Let's stop here. You are not qualified to talk to me. I will go find your leader myself. Without giving Deputy Director Yang another chance to speak, Xiao Teng gently exerted force with his claws and directly crushed the drone in his claws. Chapter 82. After finishing the conversation, Xiao Teng stroked his chin and silently said in his heart, I have thought of the best place to survive the tribulation. At this point, the Great Basin is completely under Xiao Teng's control, and it is time to begin to transcend the tribulation and evolve. Xiao Teng closed his eyes, felt the pure dragon blood in his body, and said with certainty, I may very well turn into a dragon this time. Awakening means the awakening of the blood in the body. When it reaches this level, the blood in the body will be fully stimulated and it is very likely to evolve into a species in the blood, with greatly enhanced abilities. For example, if a turtle has Suanwu blood in its body and the blood is strong enough, then when it reaches the awakening state, it is very likely to evolve into the legendary Suanwu. This realm is also where many creatures begin to differ from each other, and the quality of their blood can be seen from this evolution. Those with powerful bloodline will take off in one step, while those with lousy bloodline will not see any improvement. Xiao Teng looked towards the east, the city that was the center of power, and then set off without hesitation, flying towards that direction at the fastest speed. Dragon Kingdom, Kyoto. At this time, in a building with the highest security level, the heads of the three major families gathered together. They were the first elder, the second elder, and the third elder, who were also the three most powerful people. There are thousands of masters above the second level of transcendental who are guarding the buildings here. They are the elite among the elites in the human race. They are all officers, equipped with the latest mechas and spiritual weapons. Transferred to the capital to protect those important figures. Outside the buildings, there are countless armored vehicles and tanks, providing 3 layers of protection inside and outside. The sky was also filled with helicopters, leaving no gaps. The reason for such a big fuss is because Deputy Director Yang just called. Xiaolong said I am not qualified to talk to him, and he wants to come to see our leader in person. A leader who is more powerful than Deputy Director Yang, it is self-evident who this leader is. The atmosphere in the conference hall was solemn. There were 3 elderly people sitting there, but judging from their faces alone, they could no longer be called elderly. The faces of these 3 elders looked much younger, and their levels had all reached above the 6th level of transcendental realm. After their bodies evolved once, their lifespans increased, and their faces became much younger, already looking like middle-aged people. After all, they control the resources of the entire country, so the spiritual resources must be fully utilized and used first for the promotion of family members. The ranks of other senior family members will not be too low. Now is the era of spiritual energy revival. If everyone had not yet grown to the point where they could resist modern weapons, I am afraid the situation would have changed long ago. It would be impossible for low-level people to sit in high positions. In the era of spiritual energy revival, strength will be respected and only the strong will have the right to speak. In order to maintain a high position, it is impossible to fall behind others in rank. According to Deputy Director Yang's report, the dragon's target is very likely us. We can first discuss why he came to us this time. The Great Elder spoke first. His purpose this time, at worst, is to kill us to vent his anger. After all, we bombarded him with spiritual missiles before, and he may very likely hold a grudge and want to retaliate against us. The second elder said, stroking his beard. Well, but I don't think Xiaolong is just doing this for such a simple purpose. If we die, there are others who can take our place. It won't be of any substantial help to him. He may also want us to provide him with resources. Help him practice. The third elder nodded heavily and agreed. This dragon has a high IQ. If he comes to our city to find us, we won't be able to easily launch spiritual missiles at him. Hundreds of thousands of people in the city will also be affected, unless we want to die with the dragon. The elder analyzed and pointed out a key problem. Especially if thousands of spiritual missiles are deployed, the affected area will cover several provinces and involve the lives of tens of millions of people. This is indeed a difficult problem. The second elder said with difficulty. We can only take it one step at a time. If this is really the case, he has been blocked at our doorstep and we have no choice but to give him the resources he wants. Sigh. The third elder sighed. All this is due to lack of strength. The growth rate of that dragon is simply against the sky. While others were still in mortal body and in the transcendental stage, he had already surpassed them by several realms, with a huge lead in strength. Even the nuclear weapons that they were so proud of had little effect. The situation is over. Alas! Why did it have to happen in our country? The second elder also sighed. He is definitely not satisfied with just one territory. His strength can already be said to be a world-class disaster. We can unite with other countries, said the great elder. That's indeed possible. The third elder agreed, however, after realizing the terrifying power of the dragon, they will retreat. No one wants to provoke such a strong man for no reason. Are we just going to wait for him to come to us? Asked the second elder, meaning that they should take the initiative. His speed has long exceeded the speed of sound. Ordinary missiles can't hit him at all. What can we do? We have already tried it, and it's impossible to hit him. It's impossible at all. The great elder was also very desperate. It was as if they knew that tomorrow would be the execution day, but they could only wait for death to come little by little, unable to resist, and had to watch the guillotine fall on their necks. The conference hall fell into silence for a long time, the atmosphere was depressing, and no one could think of a good solution to resolve this disaster. While the three elders were discussing heatedly, Xiao Teng flew in the air in a swaggering manner, crossing half the distance of Dragon Country and arrived in Kyoto. During this period, because he did not consider hiding his existence at all, Xiao Teng was witnessed by countless people, which caused an uproar. Many TV stations also rushed to report and track Xiao Teng's whereabouts. This must be the dragon in the news. It's so big, it's really shocking. This is too fast. He flew over our city and I couldn't even see his movements. Flying in the sky, I envy you so much. When can I fly? No. What realm has he reached? I am only at the 6th level of the mortal body. How can the gap be so big? We live on the same planet, right? I suspect this dragon is an alien creature. Otherwise, why is there such a big gap between us and it? It's simply a huge gap. Other strange beasts have never seen such a perverted one. Just ask this kind of monster, we take the head hit me. I'll be dead if he touches me. FK. When he passed through our city, it started to rain heavily. He can even control the weather. He must be a god. Shouldn't the dragon be the symbol of our dragon country? Why would he attack us? A dragon is just a wild beast, no different from other exotic animals. Because we are not pious enough, from today on I should believe in the dragon cult and worship the dragon every day. I believe he will be moved by my faith and will not attack me. +1 to the person above. I will also start worshipping the dragon. Lord Shenlong, I am your devout believer. You human traitors upstairs. Everyone is discussing how to get through this difficult time, and you're still believing in strange beasts. It's like this if you've never been beaten by a monster. This is also a way for us to get through this difficult time. We can't defeat them, so what's wrong with worshipping the strong? The dragon is also the spiritual totem of the dragon nation. You will not end well if you go against the dragon like this. There are so many people in Long Country, and there are all kinds of ideas on the internet. There are many different opinions and everyone is arguing. When Xiao Teng arrived over Kyoto, he was greeted by a large number of armored vehicles, tanks, and fighter jets, and he was surrounded by helicopters that seemed as small as mosquitoes to him. However, none of these war machines dared to open fire. They knew it was useless against Xiao Teng, and they were afraid of angering Xiao Teng. Xiao Teng was floating low in the sky above the center of Kyoto. Everyone could see Xiao Teng's figure. The giant beast, more than 100 meters tall, gave an extremely shocking visual impact. Just the sight of it quietly standing there was enough to make one's breath stop, not to mention that it was a living, moving behemoth. Almost everyone was subconsciously staring at Xiao Teng's every move, not daring to breathe, just like herbivores always keeping an eye out for the movements of predators. As Xiao Teng was about to arrive in Kyoto, the sky darkened, lightning flashed, heavy rain came, and everyone panicked. Many drones rushed to Xiao Teng one after another, wanting to talk to him. Dragon King, we can discuss this. If you want something, we will do our best to get it for you. Yes. There are still many rare treasures in our treasury. I guarantee there are some good things you have never seen. As long as you leave, we can give you whatever you want. Chirping. It's so noisy. Xiao Teng felt that these words were just noise and didn't want to pay attention to them. He opened his huge mouth, gathered the lightning element in his mouth, and a laser swept horizontally across a distance of 1,000 meters, shooting all the drones to pieces. Communication failed. Great Elder. The Dragon King refuses to communicate with us. What on earth is he doing here? Why do I feel like there is a terrifying force brewing in the sky? Everyone stared at Xiao Teng, and no one dared to act rashly. Here, their lives depended entirely on Xiao Teng's decision. Moreover, because Xiao Teng's speed was so fast, even if they got the news in advance, they would not have had time to evacuate Kyoto. After all, Xiao Teng said that he came to find their leader. If he couldn't see the leader, Xiao Teng would probably not give up, and even the three elders would not dare to leave. Faced with everyone's speculation, Xiao Teng ignored it and just stared silently at the increasingly terrifying thunder tribulation in the sky. There was no fear in his eyes. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Teng muttered to himself. System, start evolving. Boom. At this moment, Xiao Teng's spiritual energy fluctuations reached their peak, and all the spiritual energy stored in his body was released. With himself as the center, a spiritual energy tornado visible to the naked eye formed, destroying the surrounding buildings with overwhelming force. Boom! A thick purple lightning bolt came from the sky, carrying the momentum to destroy everything, and locked onto Xiao Teng. The first thunderbolt arrives. Purple. Xiao Teng muttered in his heart as he looked at the thunder tribulation. Sizzle. The purple lightning struck Xiao Teng's scales, and Xiao Teng was wrapped in lightning. Not only did it hit Xiao Teng, it also destroyed many surrounding buildings. At the same time, Xiao Teng's scales were emitting light, like a sponge, absorbing the power of the thunder tribulation. A-level talent, Thunder Storage. Thunder Storage, Level A. Your scales have acquired the ability to store lightning. You can store external lightning power in your body and use it for your own benefit. Be careful not to store more than your body's limit. After more than 10 seconds, the purple lightning disappeared. Xiao Teng felt that if this lightning tribulation had not been completely absorbed by him, it should have lasted longer. However, who can blame him for having a talent for storing thunder and being a thunder-attributed beast? He is simply a natural enemy of thunder. After the first thunder tribulation, Xiao Teng felt that his whole body was full of strength. The lightning element in his body increased a lot. The gaps between his scales were emitting blue light, reaching a new peak. This talent finally came in handy. Xiao Teng was delighted. The first thunderbolt not only did not harm Xiao Teng, but it replenished his energy. Xiao Teng was even more certain that he could survive this thunder tribulation safely. After Xiao Teng survived a thunderstorm, people finally knew what Xiao Teng was here for. With such a big commotion, the media also uploaded the live broadcast footage. FK. The Dragon King is going through a catastrophe. After he survives the catastrophe, he will turn into a dragon. Is that so outrageous? The first mythical creature appeared on Blue Star so soon. Who can beat him now? Damn it, this is too mean. Did he come all the way to Kyoto to survive the thunderstorm? Is he afraid that the destructive power of the thunderstorm won't be strong enough? Arrogant, too arrogant. He survived the thunder tribulation in the most central and eye-catching place of Dragon Country. He is so powerful. How confident he is in himself, so sure that he can survive the thunder tribulation. Kill him while he's sick. Where's the military? Take the opportunity to bomb him. If you want to kill the people of Kyoto, just say so. I'm still here. Do you want the whole of Kyoto to be buried with you? Since the dragon is here and Kyoto is already destroyed, why don't you launch spiritual missiles? Do you want to drag the whole country down with you? Chapter 83. When Xiao Teng survived the first thunder tribulation, all the senior officials of Long Kingdom were alarmed. Deputy Director Yang stood 10 kilometers away from Xiao Teng, looking at Xiao Teng who was wrapped in the thunder tribulation with stern eyes. And beside her are 3 powerful beasts in the extraordinary period. These are the beasts she persuaded to join the Dragon Kingdom and fight for the Dragon Kingdom. One of them is the national treasure of Dragon Country, the giant panda Yuan, whose level has reached the extraordinary level. She is round and chubby. She was loved before the revival of spiritual energy and has a good impression of humans. She just happened to awaken. He has a level of talent and decent talent, and has been vigorously cultivated by the Dragon Kingdom. Next to Yuan is a purple-striped Siberian tiger named Ahu, who is also at the extraordinary first level. He has awakened S-level talent and thunder element, and is very powerful. Originally, it was a strange animal in the zoo, mingling with humans every day, so it was easily persuaded to join the Dragon Kingdom camp. The last one is a brown bear named Fei Biao, which is 15 meters long. He is fat and strong, with just the right amount of 10-fold increase in physique, strength, and speed. He has awakened the ultimate enhancement of S-level talent and possesses simple and unpretentious strength. After the revival of spiritual energy, not all animals have been harmed by humans and choose to go against humans. There are also many people who keep pet cats, dogs, and birds at home and have established deep relationships with their owners. They are willing to stand on the side of humans and fight to protect their owners. In addition to pets, there are many animals in zoos that have been living with humans since birth, with no worries about food and drink every day. They have lost their wildness, and after awakening their wisdom, most of them have chosen to join the human camp and help humans suppress the wild. Strange beast. These 3 beasts are also the strongest 3 beasts that Dragon Country has currently attracted. They are also the most luxurious lineup that Dragon Country can pull out. 3 extraordinary beasts, and 2 S-level talents, are definitely a force to be reckoned with. Pick one existence. Extraordinary beasts are very rare nowadays and are the top combat force. The three of them have no rivals during training. Are you three sure you can defeat the dragon together? Deputy Director Yang turned around and asked the three strange beasts. Although she was not as tall as the legs of these strange beasts, she was not afraid of them at all. The three strange beasts were also shocked by Xiao Teng's momentum. They stared blankly at Xiao Teng, who was in the thunder tribulation. After hearing these words, they came to their senses and shook their heads at the same time. Deal with him? I'm more like being dealt with. Ahu muttered, looking at the dragon that was 10 times bigger than him, and couldn't help but take a step back. Yuan widened her eyes, looking at Deputy Director Yang with a look that said, "Are you kidding me?" She pointed at herself and said in disbelief, "Ah? Me? Go and take care of the Dragon King." Haha. I suddenly remembered that there seems to be some honey left at home. I have to go back to eat. Fei Biao got on all fours and turned around to leave. Even you have no way out. Looking at the three strange beasts with retreating eyes, Deputy Director Yang was completely desperate. Even the last hope was shattered. Even the strongest beasts they had recruited together were no match for Xiao Teng. Give the dragon some food, maybe it won't go against you. Yuan held the bamboo in her hand and took a bite. Her thoughts were very simple. It would be great if he could really be bribed by food. Looking at Yuan, who was so heartless and still thinking about eating, Deputy Director Yang's mouth twitched. This guy was bribed by a few bamboos in the beginning. He can be said to be the easiest to win over. Idiot, do you think everyone likes to eat as much as you do? Ahu couldn't help but sneer when he heard that, then turned to look at Deputy Director Yang. How did you get involved with this dragon? Ahu asked curiously. This dragon killed innocent people indiscriminately and massacred many of our fellow humans. It was a heinous crime. We bombarded it with spiritual missiles and it holds a grudge against us. Deputy Director Yang replied Ahu. This was indeed the case, but she just reversed the order in order to maintain their human image in front of these three strange beasts. Make them feel that they are on the side of justice. However, everyone is for their own standpoint, and there is no distinction between justice and injustice. It is enough to stand on the standpoint of one's own race. Oh, so that's how it is. Ahu lowered his head and responded thoughtfully. However, we really can't help you fight off this dragon. The gap in strength is too big. We would just be sending ourselves to die if we went there. Yuan said with a hint of apology. Yes. Yes. I estimate that he can crush me to death with just one finger. It's not that we don't want to help you, we just really are powerless. Fei Biao agreed, touching his round belly. The three strange beasts had been treated to good food and drink by humans since they were born. They had never experienced life and death battles and lacked bloodiness. Knowing that Xiao Teng was stronger than them, they did not want to fight him. It seems that we are really doomed this time. In the end, we can only see if we can bribe the Dragon King with benefits. I believe the elders think so too. Deputy Director Yang looked at the second thunder in the distance. Xiao Teng, who was robbed, said worriedly. Boom! The second thunder tribulation came, stronger than the first one, hitting Xiao Teng's scales, but in the end all of them were still absorbed. The thunder tribulation contains too much thunder element, and the thunder storage is almost reaching its limit. After the second thunder tribulation, Xiao Teng's aura became stronger, but the thunder element stored in his body was obviously reaching its absorption limit, so he had to use his body to withstand the next thunder tribulation. Come on! Hurry up! Xiao Teng said impatiently. He couldn't wait to see what he would look like after his evolution. Boom! 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 The third, fourth, and fifth thunder tribulations arrived with unstoppable momentum, each one more powerful than the last. These thunder tribulations are not only a test for Xiao Teng, but also a tempering of his will and body. The more powerful the thunder tribulation is, the more it can temper his body, Of course, after a series of enhancements to his talents, Xiao Teng only felt a slight pain when he endured the last thunder tribulation, which broke his scales. He did not feel anything for the rest of the thunder tribulations. After the tribulation, it means that Xiao Teng has successfully evolved, shed his snake skin, and become a new species. It is 200 meters long, with fluttering dragon whiskers, 4 forked dragon horns on its head, and a pair of vertical pupils that have turned into golden eyes, making it look even more majestic. The biggest change is that he grew 4 claws, each with 5 fingers, the mane on his back became more flowing, the patterns on his scales became clearer, ancient and mysterious, and his defense was amazing. Am I transforming into a dragon? Xiao Teng raised his paw, clenched it, and felt the surging power in his body, feeling extremely happy. Roar! Xiao Teng let out a long dragon roar that soared into the sky. The dragon roar was long and mighty, spreading throughout Kyoto and into the ears of everyone. When they heard the dragon's roar, all the creatures in Kyoto were affected and couldn't help but cover their ears, as if they saw the king coming. Some fainted directly, some were trembling and their pants were wet, and some were yelling and screaming, their minds were in chaos. Elder. Deputy Director Yang finally struggled out of Long Wei's influence, and then saw a scene that she would never forget in her life. Even the 3 elders had empty eyes and couldn't help but kneel on the ground in the direction of Xiao Teng. Dragon's might, grade A. The majesty of a true dragon is inviolable. All creatures that see or hear you will be affected by your dragon's might and fall into a negative state. You can activate this talent on your own, and creatures with higher levels than you will not be affected. Is this my new talent? Seeing the people in Kyoto fall into chaos, Xiao Teng couldn't help but be stunned. This dragon power was completely created unconsciously by him, and he didn't expect the effect to be so strong. The first use plunged the entire city into a state of fear, incontinence, and mental confusion. I like this effect. Looking at the many people and strange beasts in the city who were unable to even stand and kneeled down to him, Xiao Teng's eyes lit up, and he became more and more satisfied with this talent. It's useless in battle, but it's cool enough. He succeeded in overcoming the tribulation. The great elder finally woke up from his trance, and without caring that he had just bowed to Xiao Teng, he looked at Xiao Teng swimming in the sky and said in a lost voice. He has turned into a dragon. The legendary dragon has been born. The second elder got up from the ground and stared at Xiao Teng with a stern face. He saw Xiao Teng's appearance clearly and found that he was exactly the same as the legendary dragon. After he has passed the tribulation, can the spiritual missiles still hurt him? The third elder looked at Xiao Teng soaring in the sky, turned his head to look at Deputy Director Yang, and asked a key question. This, although I don't want to admit it, it is probably true. From the previous information, before the tribulation, the Jiaolong King could resist most of the damage from spiritual missiles. After the tribulation, his strength became even stronger. It is very likely that even spiritual missiles cannot harm him. Deputy Director Yang shook his head and expressed his opinion. Alas! In the current situation, if he wants any resources, just give them to him, as long as it can save our country. The third elder sighed heavily when he heard this. Before Xiao Teng passed the tribulation, they had no way to deal with Xiao Teng. Now that Xiao Teng has passed the tribulation successfully and transformed into a dragon, his strength has reached a new level, and there is even less chance of killing Xiao Teng. Force is no longer useful against Xiao Teng. Finally found you guys here. Xiao Teng Fi was in the air and spotted the traces of the 3 elders. He had often seen their appearance on TV in his previous life, so he recognized them easily. Xiao Teng descended his altitude, staring at the 3 elders motionlessly, getting very close. The 3 elders could almost feel Xiao Teng's breath. Being stared at by those majestic vertical pupils, the hairs on their bodies stood on end, and every cell in their body was screaming for escape. The 3 elders swallowed their saliva and withstood the pressure. The guards beside the 3 elders did not have such qualities. They were overwhelmed by fear and picked up their weapons and shouted at Xiao Teng, "Don't come over! Stop!" The elder was quick-witted and quickly stretched out his hand to block the guard who wanted to rush forward. Deputy Director Yang also reacted quickly and pulled the frightened guard away to reprimand him. This made the great elder break out in a cold sweat. It was too dangerous. Faced with Xiao Teng who had transformed into a dragon, they had absolutely no power to resist. The wisest thing to do was not to do anything that might anger Xiao Teng. Xiao Teng didn't take the guards around the three elders seriously at all. He didn't even move his eyes. He grinned, tilted his head, and pretended to think. "Now let's settle our old scores. You used spiritual missiles to bombard me. Let me think about what I should do with you. Xiao Teng wants to settle old scores." Hearing Xiao Teng's words, everyone's hearts were in their throats. The great elder stepped forward and quickly threw out the words he had prepared before. "Lord Shenlong, we apologize for what we did before. There are still many spiritual stones and natural treasures in our treasury. You can take whatever you want. We can also give 1/3 of the spiritual stones we get in the future to you. I just ask you not to attack our country. Only 1/3? It seems that it is not enough to buy your lives." Xiao Teng blinked and said jokingly. "You should think carefully. Are the lives of so many people in your dragon country worth only 1/3? 60%. 60% of the spirit stones we obtain in the future will be given to you," said the elder while gritting his teeth. 60%, seems to be quite sincere. Xiao Teng nodded and continued, "I give you 10 days to gather all the spiritual stones and natural treasures in your treasury and send them to the Qingfeng Mountains. If you exceed the time limit by 1 day, I will massacre your entire city. By the way, don't be clever. If the amount of spirit stones you send does not satisfy me, the content of our conversation will be invalid. You know the consequences, so don't make me angry. And the spiritual stones you get from now on must be handed in every month and sent to Qingfeng Mountain Range." After finishing speaking, Xiao Teng left the crowd, followed the fluctuations of spiritual power, found a cellar where they stored spirit stones, and with a single sweep he made a big hole in it, then used his telekinesis to control the spirit stones and send them into his mouth. Ding! Absorb spiritual energy, evolution points plus 10 million. There are only 10 million spirit stones, which is far from enough for my evolution points to level up. I hope the next blood rain will come sooner. Plundering a country's spiritual stones should give me a lot of evolution points. For the sake of sustainable development, Xiao Teng did not actually destroy a country, allowing them to continuously provide tributes and gather the whole country's strength to collect spirit stones for him. After Xiao Teng left, the three elders all breathed a sigh of relief and clenched their fists. Today was really too humiliating. They were attacked by a strange beast. They were usually high and mighty. They still had to. The strange beast smiled and even apologized. This kind of thing has never happened even when facing the leaders of other countries. However, as the saying goes, there is always a hope. Although a lot of resources have been lost and the cultivation progress of the Dragon Kingdom will be greatly slowed down, at least the Dragon Kingdom has not perished and a large number of people have not lost their lives. Chapter 84. The news that Dragon Country was beaten by Xiao Teng soon spread to the world, causing an uproar. Everyone knew that a powerful real dragon was born in Dragon Country, and even the most powerful weapon invented in human history could not do anything to it. In an instant, several other major countries also felt threatened, fearing that Xiao Teng had set his sights on their country's resources. After all, Long Country was one of the most powerful countries in the world. Even Longyuan was defeated by Xiao Teng, so there was no need to play with the other weaker countries. They even decided that as soon as Xiao Teng came, they would immediately welcome him as a distinguished guest and give him whatever he wanted. It was better than the destruction of the country. Good. The country that is most worried is the Bear Country. After hearing about this, several high-ranking officials were all frowning. After all, the Bear Country is the country closest to Xiao Teng besides the Dragon Country. As long as they cross the snow-capped mountains and reach the ice field, it is the territory of their Bear Country. Xiao Teng was completely unaware of the concerns of these senior national officials. He was completely immersed in the joy of turning into a dragon. This evolution made Xiao Teng's speed more than twice the speed of sound, and his strength was several times as much as before. With one swing of his tail, he could effortlessly destroy a mountain and change the terrain at will. Moreover, after experiencing the tempering of thunder tribulation, the upper limit of thunder element in his body has been raised, and the power of his thunder element talent has been further enhanced. Xiao Teng said in a low voice, feeling the pure thunder element in his body. I have mastered several new talents this time. Looking into the distance, Xiao Teng's eyes focused and he flew towards a towering snow-capped mountain. Snow-capped mountains, biting icy winds, fluttering snowflakes, and a climate around -20 degrees Celsius all year round, are home to countless cold-resistant creatures. Because of the geographical location, the creatures living here can easily master the talent of ice element, and most of them are also ice element behemoths. Xiao Teng came above a group of elks that were eating and stared coldly at the herd below. The elks looked up in confusion at the giant beast that was dozens of times larger than them. Sir, what can I do for you? An old elk raised its head and asked Xiao Teng. However, when it looked up, it saw a pair of terrifying golden vertical pupils. The old elk's heart tightened and its legs and feet suddenly became weak. As it looked at this, the elk herd suddenly fell into chaos, their breathing stopped, and they rushed directly towards Xiao Teng knelt down. This is the effect of Longwei. Without answering the old elk's words, Xiao Teng simply ignored them and shouted mercilessly. Thunder is coming! Xiao Teng raised his claws and waved them casually. A huge thunder responded, followed by an extremely thick purple lightning that fell from the sky, carrying the momentum to destroy everything and extremely destructive power. Looking closely, the aura of this thunder was surprisingly similar to the thunder tribulation Xiao Teng experienced when he was going through it. This lightning strike fell towards the herd of elk. The elk's eyes were filled with fear, but because of the effect of the dragon's might, their legs and feet became weak and they could not dodge. They did not even have time to scream before they turned into ashes. Ding! Kill the second level transformed snow deer, evolution points plus 2366. Ding! Kill the third level transformed ice deer, evolution points and 3217. Ding! Kill the first level transformed ice deer, evolution points plus 1852. A huge charred hole more than 100 meters deep was left on the ground. Tisk tisk, the effect of this talent is more awesome than I thought. Looking at the big hole on the ground, Xiao Teng sighed. Heavenly Punishment Thunder, S level. You have gained the recognition of the Thunder Tribulation, summoning a purple Thunder Tribulation to descend, a single target attack, extremely powerful. According to the talent introduction, this is an extremely powerful single target attack, but the power is so great that nearby creatures are also affected, and he turns the single target attack into a group attack. There is no creature now that can allow Xiao Teng to demonstrate how powerful this single attack is. After all, ordinary creatures couldn't even withstand his normal attacks and were killed instantly, so there was no need for such a powerful talent. An S-level single-target attack elemental talent that can summon thunder tribulations. This power can be considered my ultimate killer move. Although there is no living creature that can specifically reflect the power of this talent, just imagine directly summoning the lightning strike that occurred when transforming into a dragon. The power is definitely not to be underestimated. It was equivalent to enduring a thunder tribulation. Xiao Teng could release this kind of powerful talent 9 times. With the power of 9 thunder tribulations, he could only endure 5 thunder tribulations, which was more than the damage caused by the thunder tribulations he endured. To be big. It's a shame there's no one to let me test the limits of my talent. Alas, Woody is so lonely like snow. Looking at the herd of elk that had turned into ashes, Xiao Teng couldn't help but sigh, what rubbish, not a single one of them could fight. Since we are here, let's kill all the creatures in the snowy mountains. He came to the snow mountain originally to find a place nearby to test out his new talent, but when he saw the many exotic beasts living here, he didn't want to leave so easily. These are all evolution points. With just a thought from Xiao Teng, the creatures at the foot of the snow-capped mountains suffered a devastating disaster. Xiao Teng opened the field of death fog and killed as he walked. No creature could escape the pursuit of the death fog, no matter if they were hundreds of meters underground or thousands of meters in the air, without exception they were turned into dry bones. Ding! Kill the first level snow wolf, evolution points plus 1533. Ding! Kill the second level snow wolf king, evolution points plus 2367. Ding! Kill the third level snowball mouse, evolution points and 3214. The snow mountain is several times larger than the Qingfeng mountain range. It is a sparsely populated area with almost no human habitation. Xiao Teng stayed in the snow for a long time and did not feel cold. This degree of temperature difference could not affect him. Xiao Teng fought from the east to the west, passing through the snow mountain area. The system prompts kept ringing, and dozens of snow mountain tribes were wiped out by Xiao Teng, and Xiao Teng also deliberately left half of the snow mountain creatures and did not kill them all. After using the death mist field several times, Xiao Teng stopped using it because the density of creatures in the snow mountain was relatively small, and the death mist field also consumed the spiritual power in the body, so it was not cost-effective to use it. Moreover, the creatures killed in the death mist field could not be devour corpses. Afterwards, Xiao Teng switched to using the wild thunder field to kill, and the effect was similar, he could kill instantly anyway. He was not in a hurry for the time being. Xiao Teng did not eat all the corpses left behind by the killed creatures. With the nourishment of these corpses, the creatures that survived in the snow mountain would become stronger. This can also be considered a kind of cycle. Although Xiao Teng killed many creatures in order to obtain evolution points, he would not kill all the creatures in an area, focusing on sustainable development. Ding! Endless devouring is in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for swallowing the B-level talent Ice Armor. Ice Armor, Level B manipulates ice elements to form a layer of frost armor on the body surface, greatly enhancing defense. As soon as this talent came out, Xiao Teng immediately felt the ice elements constantly jumping in the snow-capped mountains. They were densely packed everywhere, like naughty elves. Yes, I have devoured another elemental talent. So now I have collected all 4 elements. Thunder, fire, darkness, ice. The main attribute is thunder. The other elements cannot compare to thunder in terms of strength or quantity. This is also the elemental power he is most proficient in. The talents that he evolved and awakened autonomously were all related to the element of thunder. The other elemental talents could only be obtained through devouring, which was more dependent on luck. And some talents that are more compatible with his own will be more easily swallowed up. After Xiao Teng awakened the ice attribute, he could see these ice elemental bodies that ordinary people could not see. On the top of the snow-capped mountain, strong winds blew and a blizzard fell. Among the snowflakes, a huge tornado stood quietly there. The blizzard in this area was obviously born because of it. Looking at the gathering of ice elements, for some reason, Xiao Teng had a premonition that the tornado standing on the top of the snow-capped mountain was alive. It is an elemental life form, condensed from ice elements. When an element gathers in large quantities, they are born. Interesting, go and take a look. Xiao Teng flew towards the top of the snow mountain. On the top of this snowy mountain, there are not only ice elemental life forms, but also a moose that is completely white but has colorful antlers. He's coming towards us. The colorful moose stared at the flying dragon in the sky with a serious expression, and said when he came to the ice elemental life form. The ice elemental life form flashed a few times, and the words entered the mind of the colorful moose. He saw me, and he also awakened his ice attribute. The colorful moose was shocked. How could it be? I have observed him for a long time, he should be a thunder attribute monster. Then, it asked worriedly, you won't betray me because of this, will you? The ice elemental life form flashed a few times and spoke again. No, although he has awakened the ice element, his main attribute is thunder, and the ice element in his body is not pure. The colorful moose breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, if he attacks me later, you have to help me. A strong air current blew, and Xiao Teng quickly flew to the top of the mountain. He stared at the ice elemental life form with interest and asked. As for the colorful moose next to it, Xiao Teng simply ignored it. What are you? Can you talk? I am a gathering of ice elements, the embodiment of disaster. I represent the blizzard, and wherever I go, there is a snow disaster. The words entered Xiao Teng's mind. He is quite obedient and answers whatever I ask. Blizzard? No wonder there's always a blizzard here. Xiao Teng exclaimed, isn't this a walking natural disaster? Xiao Teng looked towards the top of the ice elemental life form and discovered that this life form also had levels. Ice element life form, extraordinary level 4, talent, snow disaster, S level, natural blessing, S level. Wow, there are only 2 talents in total, both are S level, and the level is also very high, surpassing the frost whale. It is the highest level creature Xiao Teng has ever seen except him. Seeing such a strong attribute, Xiao Teng was excited and asked. I also have ice attributes. Can you be loyal to me? No, there are strange beasts that are more proficient in ice element than you. The ice element life form flashed twice and said. Xiao Teng turned his gaze to the colorful moose that was trying hard to reduce its presence. Colorful moose, extraordinary level 1, talents, ice element affinity, C level, ice blade, B level, frost armor, B level, hail, A level. Looking at the panel, the colorful moose has also awakened the ice element and has affinity with the ice element. Xiao Teng's eyes narrowed and he asked. Is that you? No, it's not me. The colorful moose quickly denied it, and then moved towards the ice elemental life form calmly. Xiao Teng opened his huge mouth and fired laser at it. At this critical moment, the ice elemental life form nearby suddenly dispersed, and the vast ice element filled this small piece of heaven and earth, and then these ice elements quickly approached the colorful moose. Boom! The laser hit the colorful moose, and it involuntarily retreated and spit out blood from its mouth. However, because of the ice element on the outer layer of its body, it did not die, but was seriously injured. You were able to block my attack. Not bad, not bad. It was obvious that it was the ice elemental life form that helped the colorful moose block the attack just now, otherwise even a creature in the extraordinary period would not be able to withstand Xiao Teng's attack. Are you determined to help him? Then you two should die together. What a pity. Xiao Teng shook his head and directly summoned the thunder to strike him. Boom! After a series of earthquakes, a piece of the snowy mountain top was blown off, causing an avalanche. Countless pieces of snow slid down the mountain, rolling down, and snow fog rose up. This time, all the colorful moose died even under the protection of the ice elemental life form. Ding! Kill the extraordinary first level colorful moose, evolution points plus 18690. However, there was no system prompt for killing the ice elemental life form. After the thunderstorm, the blizzard in the sky stopped, and the figure formed by the ice element also disappeared. They were just broken up by Xiao Teng and did not completely disappear. Xiao Teng could see that the density of the surrounding ice elements had increased a lot, and they were instinctively moving in one direction, trying to gather together again. But the speed of movement is very slow, and I don't know when it will be able to recover to its previous form. Not dying? Interesting. It was a pity that Xiao Teng didn't get the other party's loyalty. Blizzards could occur wherever he went. This kind of elemental life form was a walking disaster. If their level were higher, they might become world-class natural disasters in the future. I just killed so many creatures, it should be enough for me to level up. After the kill, Xiao Teng opened the panel and saw the series of numbers behind it. He couldn't help but express his joy. System upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the second level of awakening. The next level is the third level of awakening, which requires 30 million evolution points. 30 million. It seems that every level up will increase by 10 million evolution points. It's not easy to level up now. Once the dragon country sends me spiritual stones, I should be able to level up a few more times. After the upgrade, Xiao Teng's body length suddenly increased by 50 meters. After all, his race is now a dragon, and his growth curve is relatively high. Race, Juvenile Thunder Dragon, Awakening Stage 2. Chapter 85. The colorful moose and ice elemental life forms on the top of the mountain are the two strongest creatures in the snow mountain. After quickly passing through the snow mountain, Xiao Teng looked up at the sky and saw an endless view. At the same time, Xiao Teng's heart was pounding with excitement as he felt his physical fitness become several times stronger than before after transforming into a dragon. How can a dragon be bound by a small world? Go to the sky and have a look. The secret of the revival of spiritual energy is probably hidden in the starry sky. When he was a dragon, he couldn't fly very high, but after transforming into a dragon, he could fly to heights that he couldn't reach before. Roar! Xiao Teng roared with a surging heart, then swung his body, with the dragon head pointing straight to the sky, and his whole body swam in a wave-like shape, bringing with it a gust of strong wind, right up to the top of the snow-capped mountain, straight up into the sky, hitting a height of tens of millions meters. Xiao Teng's speed was getting faster and faster, and the air around him was becoming thinner and thinner. The wind blowing in his face made Xiao Teng's eyes hurt, but he still kept his eyes open. He wanted to see the blue star. What's beyond that? When he reached an altitude of 80,000 meters, Xiao Teng was about to reach his limit. His speed was now Mach 6, but he still could not escape the shackles of gravity. A layer of white fog appeared in front of Xiao Teng, blocking his sight. Feeling that his strength was about to run out, Xiao Teng opened his huge mouth and fired a laser at it, which pierced through the white mist and illuminated a scene beyond the mist. It was a blood-red color, and before Xiao Teng could react, blood rained down. And then an ethereal and vast sound came into Xiao Teng's ears, making people feel like screaming. What is that thing? Xiao Teng was so shocked hearing the ethereal echo from the universe that he didn't even pay attention to the third blood rain falling. Although Xiao Teng wanted to find out what was going on, his body had obviously reached its limit. Under the nourishment of the blood rain, Xiao Teng slowly fell back to the ground with endless regrets. The third bloody rain has arrived. Xiao Teng stretched out his claws, and blood, as sweet and fishy as rain, fell into his claws. Then it was quickly absorbed by his body, and the spiritual power in his body slowly increased. I don't know how long this will last. Xiao Teng hopes that the blood rain will last as long as possible, so that all creatures on Blue Star can be promoted to a higher realm, and he will gain more evolution points by killing creatures. We will not kill any living things during this period. We will give the creatures on Blue Star some time to grow. Xiao Teng felt that his clone had arrived at a new sea area. There were more sea beasts here, and even the shallow sea was bustling, unlike the dead silence of the South Daxia Sea. This sea area is the East Daxia Sea. After flying high in the sky and checking the nearby islands and terrain, Xiao Teng recognized where this place was. And far away from him there was an island country, the Sakura country. They had no idea that Xiao Teng had arrived in the waters near them. Looking at the bustling human city, Xiao Teng calmed down and said, "Wait until the bloody rain is over, then go and ask for some spirit stones. Now that we are here, it would be a waste if we don't go and rob a little." After transforming into a dragon, even his clone's strength was greatly enhanced. Even a single clone was not afraid of nuclear weapons, let alone a small country like Sakura that didn't even have nuclear weapons. It would be easier to rob them than the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Teng's clone dived into the deep sea, then found a sea stone pillar, and silently coiled around it to sleep. As for the main body, it will set off first and fly back to Qingfeng Mountains to thoroughly devour the spirit stone vein that has been expanded and developed today. Chapter 86. After the third bloody rain, Xiao Teng calmed down temporarily. This long-lasting rain lasted for half a month, which raised the average level of creatures on Blue Star by 1 level. After all, except for Xiao Teng, the levels of other creatures on Blue Star are very low. The lower the level, the less spiritual energy is needed to advance, and the greater the improvement. The ones who benefited the most were the creatures that were originally in the mortal stage. Because of their low level, less spiritual energy was needed to upgrade, so they were all upgraded to the transmortal stage. There were no more creatures below the mortal stage on Blue Planet. Of course, during this period, Longyuan did not delay the delivery progress because of the bloody rain. Even at such a critical moment, it still worked overtime and sent people to Qingfeng Mountains. The trucks transporting spiritual stones were so numerous that the entire foot of the mountain was filled with them. The Dragon State attached great importance to this transportation and directly sent Deputy Director Yang to escort it, as well as several thousand supernatural beings above the transcendent stage and 3 supernatural guardian beasts, Yuan, Ahu, and Fei Biao. Oh, I really don't want to see that terrifying Dragon King again. Yuan shook her head. If it weren't for the fact that his food would be withheld if he didn't come, he would never want to experience the fear of facing death again. Who said that the 3 of us are the strongest? If we don't come, then other beasts have no right to come. But I have to correct you. The Jiaolong King has already transformed into a dragon. He is only stronger now than before. Ahu also sighed. Fortunately, Xiao Teng did not go on a killing spree in Kyoto at that time, and the 3 of them had a narrow escape from the hands of the devil. How did it become so strong? I can't figure it out. Could it be that its talent level is even higher than the number 1 person in Dragon Country? Ever since Fei Biao met Xiao Teng that day, he couldn't sleep all night and even couldn't enjoy his meals. He was originally thought to be a genius among the exotic beasts, but it seemed that genius was just the threshold to meeting Xiao Teng. Here I come. Xiao Teng saw the transport team from afar and waited in the sky. After seeing them arrive, he descended. He did not use his might during this meeting. After all, the other party came to give him a gift, and one should not hit someone who smiles at him. Master Shenlong, we have brought the things, please check them. Deputy Director Yang saluted respectfully, which formed a sharp contrast with the expression on Xiao Teng's face when he threatened him in the drone. Greetings, Lord Shenlong. The other 3 beasts that followed also lowered their heads and shouted respectfully. Before coming, officers from the Spiritual Energy Bureau trained them to prevent them from angering Xiao Teng. Very good, put your things down and you can go now. Xiao Teng didn't even bother to look at them. He glanced at the spirit stones on the truck and felt that this was about the number, so he drove the passengers away. Yes, then we are leaving. I hope the peace between us and Lord Shenlong will last forever. Deputy Director Yang bowed one last time and did not stay any longer. They had come here after a long journey. Deputy Director Yang sighed silently in his heart and had to leave without even drinking a sip of water. The peace between us depends on whether you know what's best for us. After all, as long as you offer the spirit stones properly, I won't touch you. Xiao Teng said calmly. After they left, Xiao Teng looked at the piles of spirit stones, and a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. The spiritual stones of the entire national treasury are all here. Chapter 87. Xiao Teng flew above the transport vehicle and used his mental power to control 90% of the spirit stones to float up into the sky. Suddenly the entire sky was filled with spirit stones, densely packed and extremely spectacular. There is still 10% of the spirit stones left untouched. Even the strange beasts under Xiao Teng were stunned. They had never seen so many spirit stones before. The concentration of spiritual energy in this area increased by several levels. Xiao Teng said, "You can divide the remaining spirit stones among you." "Thank you, boss." When all the strange beasts heard Xiao Teng speak, they shouted in unison from the bottom of their hearts. Then he ran over with a look of joy to share the remaining 10% of the spirit stones. Even the newcomer Xiao He was very surprised to see this situation. He didn't expect that Xiao Teng would be willing to share spirit stones with them. After all, these spirit stones were all obtained by Xiao Teng when he robbed the Dragon Kingdom and had nothing to do with them. Even if they only got 10% of the spirit stones, it was still a huge number for them. Their levels are not as high as Xiao Teng's, and they don't need as many spirit stones to upgrade. These spirit stones are enough to greatly improve their strength. Xiao Teng nodded and said, "Well, you should seize the opportunity during this bloody reign. Many powerful creatures will be born. Don't miss out." "Don't worry, boss. We will do our best." Xiao Teng didn't say anything more. He put the spirit stone into his mouth and swallowed it all. Ding! Absorbing spiritual energy, evolution points plus 150 million. Xiao Teng was shocked. More than 100 million evolution points. I'm richer than ever before. Ha ha ha. Looking at the long string of numbers on the panel, Xiao Teng's face showed an ecstatic look. I can level up happily this time. After appreciating the numbers on the panel, Xiao Teng shouted without hesitation, "System, upgrade." Suddenly, a series of system prompts sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 3rd level of awakening. The next level is the 4th level of awakening, which requires 40 million evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 4th level of awakening. The next level is the 5th level of awakening, which requires 50 million evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 5th level of awakening. The next level is the 6th level of awakening, which requires 60 million evolution points. After absorbing the spirit stone, Xiao Teng instantly ascended to the 3rd level. Cool! This is the 3rd level of awakening realm. Each level requires more than 10 million evolution points and Xiao Teng is very satisfied that he can upgrade so many levels continuously. It only took him half a month to upgrade from the 1st level to the 5th level. This upgrade speed is faster than other something that beasts dare not even think about. Directly from the early stage of awakening to the middle stage, the strength is further enhanced. After this upgrade, Xiao Teng's body grew another 150 meters, and his entire body length reached 400 meters. The 400-meter tall beast was overwhelming just by standing there quietly. And his speed reached Mach 9, 9 times the speed of sound. He could come and go freely in the whole world, and there was no place that Xiao Teng could not reach, whether in the sky or in the sea. I am only a juvenile thunder dragon in my current state. I have no idea how strong an adult thunder dragon would be. It has to be the bloodline of a true dragon. The juvenile form alone is already superior to all living beings. Xiao Teng guessed that if it reaches adulthood, there would be no problem even if it breaks out of the blue star and lives in the starry sky. Of course, everything in the starry sky is unknown. Before confirming the situation, Xiao Teng would not just run out and seek death. Seeing Xiao Teng's body grow rapidly again, the monsters under his command seemed to be very used to it. Only the newcomer Xiao He looked confused. Has the boss's upgrade speed always been so terrifying? He has become so big in an instant. Xiao He opened his lower jaw and drew an arc in the air with his 2 front paws. Just be patient, the boss is just like that, you'll get used to it. Ah Huang said with the tone of an experienced person. The boss is not someone that ordinary beasts like us can compare to. If we just follow the boss and drink some soup, it will be enough to dominate an area. Hu Yuming said calmly, looking as if he was used to it. No? This is too fast. Xiao He looked left and right and found that they all looked accepting, which was a bit unbelievable, and he murmured in a low voice. No wonder he was able to subdue so many strong men. The boss is the boss. After the strange beasts shared the spirit stones, their strength was greatly enhanced, and the bloody rain that fell in the past half-month also allowed them to absorb a lot of spiritual energy. The three people at the front, Huang, Hu Yuming, and Cai Shang, have all reached the 9th level of extraordinary and are about to reach the extraordinary realm. The extraordinary realm is a major watershed for creatures. After reaching the extraordinary realm, their strength will be greatly improved. A qualitative leap. Shuelian, Beiji, King Kong, Liashi, Xiao Teng, and others have also reached the extraordinary 8th level, and even Xiao He, who joined last, has reached the extraordinary 6th level. Any one of them could become the overlord of a region, and it was even the king of beasts that needed the army and high destructive missiles to be eliminated. Not to mention that with the blessing of Xiao Teng's halo, their actual combat power is even more terrifying, and even missiles cannot easily destroy them. There are also some of their own kind that they have conquered, whose average level has been raised by several levels, and they have also been blessed by Xiao Teng's halo. They can be regarded as super elite monsters in any way. Boss, I want to tell you something. After seeing that Xiao Teng had eaten and drunk his fill, Huang crawled to Xiao Teng's side and whispered. Xiao Teng asked, "What's the matter? I seem to have grown dragon scales. Is it related to the boss?" As he spoke, Huang twisted his body and showed the tip of his tail to Xiao Teng. Xiao Teng took a closer look and found that there was indeed a scale that was different from the others. It looked bigger and harder than the other scales, and there were also small, blurry mysterious patterns on it. Xiao Teng's pupil shrank. This does seem to be related to me. Xiao Teng thought of his true dragon bloodline talent. After the talent was activated, if he did not have other bloodline talents to resist, he could radiate to the surrounding exotic beasts and change their evolutionary direction. This means that if Xiao Teng's subordinates stay with him for a long time, they will be infected with the aura of a real dragon, and the direction of their evolution will change, and they may evolve into dragons. I'm afraid that except for Kai Chang, who is evolving into a fire phoenix, other exotic beasts will be affected to some extent. This should be considered a good thing. Xiao Teng thought. True dragon blood is S level. Any blood that has anything to do with dragons can't be weak. Well, you might evolve towards the direction of a dragon like me in the future. Xiao Teng told truthfully. But I can't control this. If you don't want to evolve into this, you have to keep your distance from me in the future. It can evolve towards the direction of a dragon. After hearing Xiao Teng's explanation, Huang immediately exclaimed, with an excited expression on his face. Boss! Can I really evolve into you? Huang's eyes were full of stars. He had been envious of Boss's bloodline for a long time. When the boss was at its same level, he had already transformed into a dragon, but it was still in the form of a giant python, which meant that its bloodline was not as good as the boss's, and no other powerful bloodline of mythical creatures had been found in its body for the time being. Therefore, Huang felt a little regretful in his heart, and he could only comfort himself by saying that the boss was not comparable to ordinary beasts like us. Xiao Teng paused for a moment and replied, "Become like me? I can't guarantee it, but your evolutionary path will definitely change in the future." After thinking about it, Xiao Teng felt that it was not possible to allow the radiated creatures to evolve directly into real dragons. If it was possible, real dragons would be available in bulk, and his talent would be more than S level. It would only be reasonable to add some dragon bloodline on the basis of the original race. An ordinary turtle would become a dragon turtle, and an ordinary horse would become a dragon horse. The purity would definitely not be as pure as his. Being able to radiate surrounding creatures is also a characteristic of true dragon blood. Xiao Teng checked other S-level blood type talents and found that none of them had this effect. It is unique to the Dragon Clan. As for the radiation range, Xiao Teng doesn't know it yet. It is not described in the system introduction and it will take time to verify. If it is very big, all the creatures in the Qingfeng Mountains might be affected. The creatures in the place where he has been staying for many years have some dragon blood, and the strength of the creatures is much higher than that in other places. For example, if the challenge level in other places is level 20, then the challenge level in this place is level 40, and even ordinary beasts will become extremely dangerous. Being able to transform the ecological environment of an area without being noticed can only be said to be worthy of being the true dragon bloodline. Other mythical creatures are focused on strengthening themselves, and only the Dragon Clan possesses this domineering talent. Xiao Teng's conversation with Huang also attracted the attention of several other exotic beasts, who learned that their evolutionary path might be disrupted and evolve towards the direction of the Dragon Clan. That's how it is. I can't control this. If you don't want to evolve into the Dragon Clan, you can leave me now. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. After all, we've fought for a while, so I won't attack you. This kind of thing that affects the future is also a big deal, and Xiao Teng gave them ample rights to choose. If they don't want to be influenced by Xiao Teng in their evolutionary direction, they can choose to leave Xiao Teng now. They have also fought for Xiao Teng's territory, so from now on they are even. After saying this, Xiao Teng looked at them quietly, not waiting for a reply in a hurry, giving them plenty of time to think. This is also a way for Xiao Teng to select loyal subordinates. There is still a long way to go in the future. If you are not a like-minded beast, it is better for you to leave early. As soon as the words fell, a sonorous voice came. I won't leave. Boss helped me get rid of my enemies and saved my life. My life will belong to Boss from now on. I, Hu Yuming, only recognize one boss in this life. Hu Yuming was the first to express his opinion that if Xiao Teng had not rescued it from humans at that time, it would have died from human bullets. Not to mention that it has now become the majestic Storm Tiger King, and everyone who sees it has to show it some respect. Well, if you want to stay, then stay. Xiao Teng nodded, and then looked at the other beasts. What about you? My king, the Wolf Clan, and I will follow you till death. Shuelian lowered his head to the ground, and the wolves behind him followed his lead, lowering their heads, expressing submission and respect. Xiao Teng was not surprised about Shuelian, because Shuelian came to him on his own initiative and had always been very convinced and respectful of him. Haha! I don't think it will affect me, but the atmosphere has come to this point, so I should express my opinion as well. Cai Chong flew in front of Xiao Teng, opened her wings and revealed a fiery red egg. This is a treasure that is more important than my life. I can hand it over to you for safekeeping at any time. Well, I understand your determination. There's no need for this. I don't want to be a father yet. Xiao Teng's face was dark and he pushed the egg back. At that time, in order to protect the egg, Cai Chong dared to fight with the human helicopter regardless of danger, and handed the egg to Xiao Teng, which also showed that she trusted Xiao Teng very much. Although I was forced to join the gang in the first place, the boss has always been very good to me, so I am willing to stay, said Beiji. Me too. Li Shi also raised his paw to vote. I'm willing to stay with the boss. King Kong said. For the future of the Monkey Clan, there is nothing wrong with following Xiao Teng. On the contrary, the future is very bright. Although I just joined not long ago, I received such a big gift right after joining. I will not leave. I am willing to fight for the boss. Xiao He licked his paw and said. The gift it was referring to was the 10% of spirit stones that Xiao Teng had just left for them. To Xiao Teng's surprise, none of his men wanted to leave. You have to know that many of them joined him only when their lives were threatened. Now that Xiao Teng took the initiative to give them a chance to leave, they don't want to leave either. Looking at his subordinates expressing their determination in front of him one by one, Xiao Teng felt a little touched in his heart. This was the trust and warmth that he had never felt in his previous life. These animals have never experienced the intrigues of human society. They are very pure at heart and speak their mind directly. From their simple words, Xiao Teng can feel that these are their simple and true thoughts. Unlike some people who pretend to be brothers and say they will stick up for them, but when things get bad they stab them in the back. Thinking of this, Xiao Teng couldn't help but laugh at himself. It seemed that he had been a human being for too long and had no hope for this kind of superficial relationship. He felt the long-lost simple emotions here with the strange beast, and now it seems that he can safely give his true heart to others. Okay. From now on, we will be companions fighting side by side. As long as I, Xiao Teng, exist, I can give you protection. Xiao Teng made the bold statement with passion. He. We can have the strength we have today, thanks to your cultivation. We should be the ones saying thank you. Huang said with a silly smile. Yes. And now we have the ability to stand on our own. Now that the bloody reign is over, we will expand the territory for the boss as soon as possible and gain control of more resources. Cai Chong also said on the side. Chapter 88. After the bloody reign, the strength of Xiao Teng's men increased significantly. After easily taking over the large basin, they became restless again. Boss, now that we're stronger, we should get a bigger territory. Let's continue to expand. Beiji requested. I heard that there seem to be a lot of mineral veins in the desert, and the resources are very rich. We can grab them. Xiao He said with a sharp look in his eyes. Xiao Teng agreed, okay. If you want to expand, go ahead. Leave the beasts with powerful talents to me to kill, and you can handle the rest on your own. Now their strength on Blue Star is second only to Xiao Teng, so Xiao Teng is very confident in letting them go out to fight on their own. His main body only needs to stay in the rear and focus on his clone's journey across the sea, and only take action when he encounters a powerful force that he cannot deal with. Expansion. After hearing Xiao Teng's agreement, the beasts were excited and shouted in unison, then quickly returned to the territory to gather people and march towards the desert. Thousands of beasts, like a tide, moved towards one direction. Xiao Teng flew to the river where the crocodiles were. On the bank were piles of spiritual stones that looked like small hills. There were also a large number of woodland rats around them, diligently collecting more of the mined spiritual stones. Moved here. These are all specially for Xiao Teng's use. After seeing Xiao Teng coming, they all bowed their heads and greeted him, greetings, Lord Shenlong. Ignoring them, Xiao Teng dived into the river, splashing huge waves that knocked some woodchucks to the ground. After returning, Xiao Teng built his new home on this river. He also expanded the river several times its original size, and then heavy rain fell, restoring the water level. Now it is very easy for Xiao Teng to change the terrain casually. A head emerged from the river. Xiao Teng used his telekinesis to control the spirit stone and swallow it into his stomach. Then his eyes gradually became empty and his consciousness shifted to his clone. In the East Daxia Sea, on a 1,000-meter-high sea stone pillar, a black dragon entwined on it slowly opened its dragon eyes and spoke slowly. After this bloody reign, hundreds of powerful people above the extraordinary stage were born in the East Daxia Sea. Without rushing to act, Xiao Teng used his clairvoyance and superb hearing to observe the situation in the East Daxia Sea. The East Daxia Sea at this time was very lively, with the roars of various sea beasts ringing in the ears, as if they were all showing off their presence. He discovered that a large number of sea beasts were heading in the same direction. Xiao Teng continued to zoom out and saw that the end of this direction would be Sakura Island. Beast tide? Xiao Teng understood clearly that a beast tide was brewing in the East Daxia Sea. And it's heading towards the land. Leading the beast tide this time were the hundreds of sea beasts in the East Daxia Sea that had recently advanced to the extraordinary stage. They led the charge, followed by hundreds of thousands of sea beasts in the metamorphosis stage. Obviously, the Sakura country has discovered this situation and sent a large number of warships to the East Daxia Sea to intercept. The warships were like beasts made of steel. Countless shells and missiles poured out from the decks and plunged into the beast tide. Countless torpedoes attacked the beast tide from the bottom of the sea. The blood instantly dyed the sea red, and the screams of sea beasts echoed in the sea. However, soon, a 300-meter-long whale with a huge horn on its head appeared. It was covered in blood and hit a warship with force, directly overturning it, breaking a large hole in the warship and sinking it. Deep sea. This is obviously a whale that has reached the extraordinary stage. It is very powerful and has thick blood. Even if it is hit by a missile, it will not die and still has combat effectiveness. Whales were the strongest creatures on Blue Star before the revival of spiritual energy. After the revival of spiritual energy, they were also the top creatures in the same level. With the concerted efforts of hundreds of extraordinary sea beasts, the warships sent by the Sakura country were almost completely destroyed, and the sea beast tide was replenished by tens of thousands as it continued to advance, and then continued to advance towards the land with an indomitable momentum. Seeing this, Xiao Teng, who had originally planned to slaughter marine creatures to gain a wave of evolution points, was no longer in a hurry. It's going to be a good show. Coming down from the sea stone pillar, Xiao Teng kept his breath contained and followed the tide of sea beasts from a distance. Chapter 89. All warships destroyed. The first line of defense has been breached. A trembling voice was heard from a certain base. Looking at the huge waves caused by the surging tide in the picture, and the giant beasts that occasionally jump out of the water and are hundreds of meters long. The roars of countless sea beasts intertwined and echoed from the depths of the sea, mournful and vast, shaking the sky in unison. Various energy beams were fired from the bottom of the sea, piercing through the large warships that were about to sink. Each warship was attacked from the bottom of the sea, hundreds of them, riddled with holes, and they were scrapped after just a few rounds of firing. The officers of Sakura country all showed expressions of horror on their faces. Too scary. How many strange beasts are there? God is going to destroy our Sakura country. Hurry up and report to the commander. We need to prepare to activate the second line of defense. To be honest, this is the first time there has been such a large-scale beast tide. According to the radar, this beast tide will be the largest since the revival of spiritual energy, and the number of strong ones will be the largest. There are hundreds of exotic beasts in the extraordinary period alone. Otherwise, their fleet would not have been completely sunk so quickly. In the capital, the leader of the Sakura country was playing with a colorful giant egg with his hands, whispering to himself. He, from now on you will belong to my Sakura country. You must serve the emperor well. Commander. The first line of defense has been breached. Their current wave of beasts is probably to get these eggs back. After hearing the news reported by his subordinates, the leader of Sakura country stopped what he was doing and started cursing. Baga Yalu. They really don't know what's good for them. We just stole a few of their eggs, yet they dared to come towards us. Fire! Fire! Kill them all! Defend the coastline! Don't let them land! Also, these eggs may hatch extremely talented beasts. They will all serve the emperor in the future, so we can't let them take them back. Speaking of this, the head of the Sakura country couldn't help but have a flicker in his eyes, recalling how difficult it was to get these eggs. Before the third bloody rain, they were watched over by hundreds of late-stage metamorphosis beasts, who never left their side. The eggs looked extraordinary, emitting a faint multicolored glow. It is very likely that it was born from these eggs. Some experts even estimated that there was a high possibility that a beast with SS-level talent would be born among them. Therefore, after detecting the existence of these eggs, the Sakura country immediately sent submarines and a large number of water-attributed psychics to snatch them. It took the loss of many high-level psychics to snatch the egg, and because of this they were hated by the sea beasts in the East Daxia Sea. After the third bloody rain, their strength increased significantly, and the strange beasts in the East Daxia Sea immediately formed a beast tide to attack the Sakura country. Of course, the Sakura country is not just sitting there to steal other people's eggs, they have a big plan. After the eggs hatch, if they can all be trained to become the guardian beasts of Sakura country, when the spiritual energy is in the later stage of recovery, modern weapons are ineffective, and the era of total competition of individual strength is coming, they will have a few beasts with terrifying strength as secret weapons. The country will take off. You should know that even in Dragon Country, there is only one psychic who has awakened SS level talent, which shows how rare SS level is. The reason why their Sakura country is always looked down upon is because they don't have an SS level strongman in charge, and even their say in the world is small. After all, everyone can predict that as spiritual energy gradually recovers, the future will be an era of competing in personal strength, and the country with more powerful people will have greater say. Yes. Several men dressed as ninjas responded and immediately disappeared into the darkness. Ninja, originally a special organization that existed in ancient times, was further developed after the revival of spiritual energy. They learned ancient methods and established the ninja department as the highest level combat force in the Sakura country. They usually do some intelligence gathering, stealing, and secret operations. Dealing with hostile elements. On the coastline, all the crowds were dispersed. Rows of tanks had received orders long ago and had been stationed here, ready to go. There are countless fighter jets and bombers circling in the sky and on standby. As long as the order is given, all kinds of shells will fly towards the enemy. Everything is ready, just waiting for the sea monsters from the East Daxia Sea to land. Meanwhile, East Daxia Sea. Xiao Teng swam behind the beast tide and watched them sink the warship, which confirmed his guess. This is a large army of beasts heading towards the Sakura country. At this time, the giant narwhal swimming in the front suddenly discovered such a guy following the beast tide team from a distance. After saying a few words to his companions, he swam towards Xiao Teng. Xiao Teng stopped where he was and looked quietly at the giant narwhal that swam in front of him. This is an extraordinary third-level sea beast, which is in the first tier. With the size and talent of a giant whale, its combat power is first-rate. Even after being hit by a torpedo, it was able to stand firm, and the wounds on its body were half-healed with the help of other sea beasts with healing talents. The narwhal sent a message to Xiao Teng. "You are so big, go to the front and push forward, don't hide in the back." The giant narwhal suddenly discovered Xiao Teng, who was following the team. After a quick glance, he was shocked by his extraordinary appearance and body shape. Xiao Teng had been keeping a low profile, not wanting to scare away the beasts. Only from his size of over 400 meters could one tell that Xiao Teng might be a powerful monster. It's just a pity that the other party seems to be very timid. They only dare to hide at the back of the beast tide and don't even dare to go to the front line. The narwhal felt pity. "Don't worry about me, I'm here to see the fun, you guys continue," Xiao Teng said calmly, and then teleport to a place 1,000 meters away, putting some distance between him and the giant narwhal. Being rejected coldly, the unicorn felt a little offended, but he didn't say much and looked at Xiao Teng carefully. The opponent's body is longer than it, but it is a blue whale, while the opponent is a python-like giant beast, there is no comparison at all. It should be the evolution of the conger eel, but the strange thing is that it has 4 more claws, a mane on its body, and a majestic body. He looks very handsome, but it's a pity that he is so timid. The narwhal couldn't help but say, "You are so timid, I wonder how you grew up like this." Xiao Teng ignored it and teleported again to a distance of tens of thousands of meters, directly out of the sight of the narwhal. "Coward!" The unicorn murmured in a low voice, not caring at all, and just treating Xiao Teng as a strange beast. Then he returned to the front line and continued to command the army of sea beasts forward. Chapter 90. Xiao Teng didn't take the words of the narwhal to heart, just like a lion would not pay attention to the barking of a hyena, and he would not explain the misunderstanding of an ant. He looked at other creatures as if they were mayflies. The levels of life are different. Xiao Teng was clearly aware of this change in mentality, which became increasingly arrogant and indifferent. He seemed to be subtly influenced by the dragon bloodline. However, Xiao Teng did not mind this harmless change. The strong should ruthlessly crush the weak. Boom boom. Hundreds of powerful sea beasts in the extraordinary period took the lead and came on the huge waves, which created a 1,000-meter-high wave, washing away the tanks waiting on the coastline and sweeping the army into the sea. The second line of defense that the Sakura country had painstakingly set up was like a joke. Facing the attack from the ocean, it was powerless. Soon after, all kinds of sea beasts as tall as 100 meters landed on land. Some were amphibious, like turtles, which crawled directly onto the shore and could even live on land for a long time, roaring with their huge mouths open. Others who have not evolved limbs suitable for walking use the power of elements to wrap themselves in a water ball and move around, or simply summon huge waves and walk on them. In short, all kinds of extraordinary means were used, and the army of the Sakura country was caught off guard when they first met. Don't be afraid. These strange beasts are no match for us. They can't possibly defeat our artillery shells. Keep mobilizing the troops. We can't let them advance any further. After suffering a loss, the army of Sakura country reacted quickly and regrouped. The horn of counterattack sounded, bombers circled overhead, and high-powered shells fell like fireworks, specifically targeting the sea monsters that had landed on land. The scene was extremely tragic. In less than 10 minutes, many powerful sea beasts in the extraordinary period died, collapsed with a loud bang, and turned into a huge corpse. The sea beasts behind them moved forward by stepping on their corpses. No matter how powerful a monster is, it will be killed by its huge numbers before it becomes completely immune to human missiles. Roar! The roars of giant beasts echoed along the coast, accompanied by the roar of cannon fodder. Countless buildings were destroyed and coastal cities suffered a devastating disaster. Dozens of coastal cities in the Sakura country were occupied by sea beasts. Give the eggs back, you despicable human! The giant narwhal floated in the air, opened its huge mouth, and fired a water column several dozen meters thick from its mouth. The powerful impact force collapsed more than a dozen high-rise buildings. Otherwise I will destroy all the people here. Baga! This is impossible. Your descendants are destined to serve our emperor. You said you would hand it over? You really don't take our great Sakura country seriously. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too weak. You can't even protect your own offspring. Several ninjas suddenly appeared on the rooftops of several buildings, with their arms folded across their chests, sneering at the narwhal. Then I will let you taste our wrath. The narwhal narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened his huge mouth like a black hole. Brush! Dozens more water jets shot out, aiming at the directions of several ninjas. A black shadow flashed, and several water jets all missed their target. We are the elite of Sakura country, unlike these untalented commoners. Don't underestimate us. This is the biggest one. Let's go together and take it down. Good. His hands moved quickly, and dozens of darts flew out from his hands, carrying green poisonous gas, flying towards the narwhal. However, the narwhal was so huge that it was difficult to dodge all the darts. The darts penetrated deeply into its body, emitting green smoke. The sound of flesh being corroded was heard along with the whale's screams. Poisonous! Insidious! The narwhal looked at the wound on his body and said with gritted teeth. These poisons were extremely toxic, and it had no natural resistance to them. It could feel its strength slowly slipping away, and could only secretly curse humans for being despicable and shameless. Baga! This is a fight where it's either you or me, so of course I have to use any means necessary. Ga 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 ga! Several ninjas let out strange cries, taking advantage of the fact that the unicorn whale's attention was attracted by the darts. With one kick, another group of ninjas flew out like cannonballs and stepped directly onto the huge body of the narwhal. His hands flew rapidly, combining ancient ninjutsu with extraordinary strength, making the next attack even more powerful. Boom! Fiery red flames spewed out of the ninja's mouth, burning the narwhal's body black. However, these attacks were not enough for the huge body of the narwhal. Roar! Enduring the severe pain, the narwhal roared in anger. Feeling very aggrieved, he burst out with all his strength, gathered the water elements in the air, and summoned water tornadoes that appeared out of thin air in the city. The water tornado aimed at the tall building where the ninjas were standing and scattered in all directions, while another tornado washed over itself, extinguishing the flames on its body. As expected of the largest creature in the world, it can withstand the attacks of so many of us. Several ninjas standing on the giant narwhal moved their feet and easily avoided the attack of the water tornado. Ha 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 ha! Big idiot! What's the use? You can't hit us at all. You beasts have evolved to such a large size that you can only be used as living targets for us to shoot at. As he spoke, another fireball flew towards the narwhal, and blood flowed out. Look at me, I'm going to kill the dragon. Others took out long swords and slashed wildly below, standing directly on the narwhal's body to attack. Roar! The narwhal roared angrily, feeling extremely aggrieved. Its eggs were stolen, and when it went to get them back, it was beaten violently by humans. Give me back the egg, or I'll raze this place to the ground. Unable to do anything to the humans standing on it, the narwhal could only shift its attention to urban destruction. The waterspout wantonly destroyed urban buildings and crazily slaughtered the Sakura people in the city. As the fight progressed, the narwhal felt its strength gradually draining away, and the wounds on its body made its movements increasingly slow, so it couldn't hold on for much longer. It's almost gone, let's give it a try. Great! This is the first time I've killed such a big monster. The Emperor will definitely reward me. Seeing the unicorn gradually becoming weaker, several ninjas were very excited. They used all kinds of moves to hit the unicorn, leaving it covered with wounds. The battle has been decided. At this moment, an extremely majestic and somewhat playful voice came from the sky. Interesting. Chapter 91. So they stole the eggs. No wonder so many sea beasts risked their lives to come ashore. Needless to say, we know how valuable these eggs are. The new generation of exotic beasts born in the era of spiritual energy revival begin to be immersed in spiritual energy inside the eggs, and they will inevitably be stronger than the old generation of exotic beasts at the starting point of cultivation. Taking SS level talent as an example, there are no more than 5 people on Blue Star who have awakened SS level talent. No one except Xiao Teng has awakened the legendary SSS level talent. However, this new generation was born in the blood rain and is an extraordinary creature from birth. Logically speaking, the probability of awakening advanced talents will be higher than that of creatures of the old era. Except that their level cannot catch up with the old guys, their average level of talent and qualifications is stronger. Seeing Xiao Teng suddenly appear in the sky, the narwhal was stunned. It didn't expect that the cowardly guy it had previously thought of would suddenly appear on the battlefield on the front line. And it happened at such a critical moment, when it was about to fall. After a moment of daze, the unicorn whale quickly came to his senses. He felt inexplicably moved in his heart, his eyes flickered, as if he had made some kind of decision, and turned his head and roared at Xiao Teng. We made a mistake. Humans are more powerful than we thought. I am almost dying. Run! Then, the narwhal shouted loudly to the ninja members who were still in a daze. I'm going to fight you. It used the huge waves to lift itself up and flew towards a missile, intending to perish together with the humans on it. The narwhal was ready to sacrifice itself, but before it could get close, a bolt of lightning struck directly and detonated the missile in front of it. A flash of blue lightning illuminated the faces of several people, showing astonishment, disbelief, and wonder. What's going on? The narwhal was stunned. Not only the unicorn was stunned, the other ninjas were also terrified, as if they were struck by lightning, and a chill went from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. That form, that thunderous force, there is no doubt about it. Isn't this the dragon that successfully survived the tribulation that appeared in Dragon Country half a month ago? The faces of several ninjas looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit. Their faces turned green, and the arrogance they had just shown in defeating the narwhal disappeared completely, leaving only fear. The news that Xiao Teng made the Dragon Kingdom bow its head has spread internationally. In the era of spiritual energy revival, it is the undisputed #1 exotic beast, leaving other exotic beasts far behind. Even nuclear weapons can't do anything to him. Several ninjas were suddenly thrown into confusion. Isn't he in Dragon Country? Why is he here? Why would he come to Sakura Country? Damn Dragon Country! They must have sent dragons to attack our country. What is he here for? Is he here to attack us? Wait a minute, his attack on Dragon Country doesn't mean he is hostile to our Sakura Country. Maybe we can cooperate with Shenlong. After hearing this, several ninjas calmed down and a glimmer of hope appeared in their hearts. Yes. So far, Xiao Teng doesn't seem to have shown any hostility towards attacking, maybe they can cooperate with Shenlong. Xiao Teng didn't care what they were thinking. He just wanted to take advantage of the situation to rob them. Although Sakura Country was a small place and might not have that many resources, since they were already here, how could he not make some money? Call your leader over, I want to see him. Xiao Teng said indifferently to the astonished crowd. Then he no longer concealed his aura, and the momentum of the 5th level awakening came over like a tidal wave, making them feel a huge pressure and almost unable to breathe. Go find the leader quickly. Several ninjas looked at each other, jumped a few times, and ran away as if escaping. As Xiao Teng's aura was released, the narwhal's expression changed from confusion to horror. It looked at Xiao Teng with a constipated expression, feeling very embarrassed. This feeling of oppression, there is no doubt that the opponent is a crushing level for it. And it had previously called this kind of existence a coward. The narwhal felt extremely regretful at this moment, and wished he could travel back in time and give himself 2 big sinuses to stop him from talking nonsense. The scene fell silent. The fighting in the devastated city suddenly stopped, the sound of gunfire ceased, and even helicopters did not dare to fly over here. After hesitating for a long time, the narwhal saw that the atmosphere was very awkward, and uttered a sentence nervously. So you are so strong. Xiao Teng turned his head and looked at the narwhal and asked. Why did you attack here? And what is the current situation in your East Daxia Sea? Although he knew the answer, Xiao Teng still asked, perhaps he could find out more. Aren't you a strange beast from our East Sea? After hearing Xiao Teng's question, the giant narwhal instantly realized that Xiao Teng was not a strange beast from the East Daxia Sea at all. Yes, it has been in the East Daxia Sea for so long, but has never heard of a person like Xiao Teng. Otherwise, it would not have spoken so harshly to Xiao Teng before. No. Before humans attacked us, the East Daxia Sea was also a bloody mess. After humans came, our East Daxia Sea has been harassed by humans. In order to fight against foreign enemies and protect future generations, hundreds of strong men in our East Daxia Sea formed an alliance and stopped killing each other. Let's work together to protect future generations with great potential. What a pity! Before the blood rain came, our offspring were still stolen by the damned humans. Xiao Teng nodded. No wonder the East Daxia Sea was able to form such a huge beast tide, allowing hundreds of extraordinary beasts to unite as one. This is the first time I heard that the alien beasts could unite to form an organization. He is very interested in the East Daxia Sea alliance, Xiao Teng continued to ask. You don't have a king or a leader? The giant narwhal shook his head. No, the hundreds of us East Sea warriors are all evenly matched, and no one has emerged who can surpass all the other beasts. Of course, if you are willing to be our leader, I think everyone will agree. With the strength that Xiao Teng has just demonstrated, he will definitely be able to convince everyone. With Xiao Teng's protection, the exotic beasts in the East Daxia Sea will never be harmed by humans again. And under the leadership of Xiao Teng, the future of their East Daxia Sea alliance will be brighter. Xiao Teng was a little tempted to have hundreds of extraordinary sea beasts obey his orders, and they were a marine force that he didn't have. He really needed a group of sea beasts as his subordinates to collect resources from the ocean for him. Xiao Teng said to the narwhal, "After this battle, take me to meet everyone. Does this mean you agree?" "Good." The unicorn whale was immediately delighted and agreed immediately. Chapter 92. In the capital of Sakura country, members of the ninja club came to report. "Chief, something terrible has happened. The world-famous dragon that appeared in Dragon Country half a month ago has suddenly come to our Sakura country along with the beast tide." The leader of the Sakura country was still playing with the colorful giant egg in his hand. When he heard the news, he almost dropped it. "What? What is he doing here? We don't think we have ever offended him. The Sakura country has always been strong and domineering. They know that powerful people should not be provoked and they all flatter them." Therefore, after learning the news of Xiao Teng's arrival, the leader also had an attitude in his mind. "I don't know, he just said he wanted to see you." The ninja member shook his head. "After he came, our war with the sea beasts almost ended. We didn't dare to enter his city, and it became a resting place for many seriously injured sea beasts. The game that was originally in our advantage was dragged into a stalemate. There was nothing they could do about it. Xiao Teng was still there. They didn't know Xiao Teng's attitude, and they didn't dare to kill the seriously injured sea beast in front of Xiao Teng, for fear of angering Xiao Teng." At this time, a minister next to the chief heard this and couldn't help but whisper in the chief's ear. "Commander, should we send fighter jets to stop them?" The leader of Sakura country looked at him as if he was an idiot and cursed at him. "Stop him? Can you stop him? Welcome him as a distinguished guest immediately. Do not show any intention of attacking him. If we can make him our guardian beast, we will be safe. Take me to see him right now. The future of our Sakura country depends on this moment." The leader of the Sakura country immediately stood up, boarded a helicopter, and came to the area where Xiao Teng was. The helicopter landed on the roof of a building. The chief came out escorted by the members of the ninja club. When he saw Xiao Teng, he was shocked at first. He felt extremely shocked to face such a strong aura and pressure in person. Then, a smile spread across his face, and an immediately flattering look appeared, as if he was meeting his reborn parents, showing extreme respect and humility. "Lord Shenlong, we in Sakura country have heard of your great name a long time ago. We are so lucky to have you here today." This kind of servile attitude made Xiao Teng sigh, "What a good dog." However, Xiao Teng knew that the Sakura nation was definitely not sincere and was just acting to get benefits from him. If Xiao Teng ever fell into a low point, they would definitely be the first to turn against him. Xiao Teng nodded slightly, his tone was calm, but the content was full of murderous intent. "Well, don't be happy yet, I'm here to rob. Hand over all the spiritual stones in your treasury, or I will sink you to the island." He had already made a name for himself, so he didn't need to use his momentum or show his strength. Just a few simple words made the leader of the Sakura country sweat profusely. "Finished. He who comes has bad intentions." The leader of the Sakura country wailed in his heart and almost cried. Even the Dragon country, which had nuclear weapons reserves, could not stop Xiao Teng, and they, the Sakura country, had no power to fight back at all. Xiao Teng said that he could make them sink the island, and that really meant that he could sink the island. Although he was very reluctant in his heart, he had to appear happy on the surface in an attempt to establish a good relationship with Xiao Teng. "Haha! Lord Shenlong! You are too polite. Our spirit stones are your spirit stones. Whatever you want, as long as we have it, we will definitely get it for you. Watching the superb acting skills of the leader of the Sakura country, Xiao Teng admired his kneeling and licking skills very much. He looked very happy even after being robbed, and it didn't look like he was robbing at all. In this case, since the other party is like this, we must make sure that the other party gets what they want. Xiao Teng was also very rude. Take me to where your spirit stones are stored first. No problem. The leader of Sakura country agreed decisively. Also, tell your army to stop attacking the beast tide. Return the beast eggs. This. The head of the Sakura country gnashed his teeth in his heart. Not only did he ask for the spirit stones, but he even asked for the eggs. He was really rude to eat and take them at the same time. Why, can't I do that? Xiao Teng narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Of course. Respected Lord Shenlong. The leader of the Sakura country had no choice but to agree. Even if he didn't agree, Xiao Teng could get it on his own. It would be better to behave more obediently and reduce casualties. The leader of the Sakura country looked like a servile idiot, and the narwhal who was watching the whole process was stunned. Grandma, big boss. It realized that it might have found a super big brother this time. Even with hundreds of powerful extraordinary warriors attacking together, they were unable to get their offspring back. However, Xiao Teng made the humans hand over the eggs obediently with just a few words, and they didn't dare to complain at all. This is the difference caused by strength. Although he had not experienced it personally, the narwhal had already realized that the gap in strength between him and Xiao Teng was even greater than he had imagined. Boss, can you tell me what realm you are in now? On the way to the spirit stone storage area, the unicorn whale couldn't help but whisper a message to Xiao Teng out of curiosity. Xiao Teng glanced at the information panel above the unicorn's head. Unicorn giant whale, extraordinary level 3, talents, waterspout, B-level, water jet, B-level, water element affinity, C-level, super impact, C-level, advanced self-healing, B-level. Then he said calmly, not much, just 2 realms higher than you. 2 realms. The narwhal was shocked again. Isn't this the difference between it and a creature in the mortal stage? At its current state, it looks at mortal creatures like ants. I'm sure the big guys also look at it like an ant. The narwhal stood in awe. No wonder the king of a country has such an attitude. With the strength of this big man, it is easy for him to destroy a force. Even if the East Daxia Sea Alliance were added together, it would not be enough for this big guy to kill. The narwhal was even more thankful that he did not do anything out of line when he did not know Xiao Teng. In the end, his attempt to sacrifice himself to help Xiao Teng escape also won him a wave of favor. We're here. This is where we store our spirit stones. Please enjoy them, Master Shenlong. On the helicopter, the leader of Sakura country stuck his head out and ordered the staff to open the cellar. As the cellar opened, a strong aura emanated from underground, and the narwhal could not help but shout. So many spiritual stones! I've never seen so many spiritual stones before. Of course a country has a lot of spiritual stone reserves. This is a servile expression from the head of Sakura country. Master Shenlong, wait a moment. I'll have someone bring it out for you right away. Need not. Xiao Teng used his mental power to make all the spirit stones float up to the sky. The entire sky was filled with spirit stones. Chapter 93. Telekinesis. The leader of the Sakura country was staring at the scene in amazement. It was extremely spectacular, with all the spirit stones floating in the sky. His heart is bleeding. These are the spiritual stones that the Sakura country has collected from all over the country since the revival of spiritual energy as reserve supplies. Now all of them will belong to Xiao Teng. Ding! Absorbing spiritual energy, evolution points plus 60 million. Sure enough, there are not as many spirit stones as in Dragon Country. Only 60 million is enough for me to upgrade to the next level. System, upgrade. At the command, the system prompt came. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 6th level of awakening. The next level is the 7th level of awakening, which requires 70 million evolution points. After rising one level, Xiao Teng's body grew another 50 meters longer, reaching 450 meters, and the strength in his body also increased accordingly. Cool! After plundering a country's spirit stones, one can directly upgrade to a higher level. The leader of the Sakura country felt heartbroken when he saw Xiao Teng's body suddenly swelled after he ate the spirit stone. Lord Shenlong, can you be our guardian beast? If you become our guardian beast, we in Sakura will obey you from now on. After seeing Xiao Teng finish eating, the leader of Sakura country also spoke hesitantly. Let's talk about it later. Don't you have some beast eggs? Bring them here quickly. I want some too. Turn off the panel. Without an immediate response, Xiao Teng ordered casually. Go get the beast eggs. The leader of the Sakura country gritted his teeth. Although he didn't want to take the beast eggs again, Xiao Teng had already eaten up all the spirit stones in the national treasury. The sunk cost was there, and he really didn't want to give up and turn against Xiao Teng now. If they fell out with Xiao Teng now, it would mean that they would have wasted the spiritual stones from the national treasury and would not get any favor from Xiao Teng. After a while, several ninjas carefully held out several giant eggs that were emitting colorful light. Each egg was nearly half a meter in size, and it was not yet clear what species the eggs were. Is it okay with you to let me keep these eggs? After getting the egg, Xiao Teng turned and asked the narwhal. No problem. The narwhal shook his head. How could he dare to have any problem? Lord Shenlong, can you be our guardian beast now? The leader of Sakura country rubbed his hands and asked impatiently. But Xiao Teng grinned. When did I ever say I wanted to be your guardian beast? What? But we even gave you the spiritual stones and beast eggs from the national treasury. Hearing what Xiao Teng said, the leader of Sakura country was so shocked that his jaw dropped. He was holding back his anger but didn't dare to show it. So what if I ate it? Didn't I tell you I was here to rob? Have you ever seen a robber who leaves someone to work after robbing someone? Xiao Teng said nonchalantly. This is also. If you dare to complain again, the island will sink. Also, you must hand over 60% of the spiritual stones you mine to me once a month. If you fail to hand it over, it will be the day of your Sakura country's demise. The leader of the Sakura country was extremely angry. He was angry for a while and wanted to refute a few words, but then he heard Xiao Teng say that if he dared to talk again, his island would be sunk, and then he closed his mouth silently. Feeling humiliated, the Sakura country leader finally dropped his submissive disguise and started cursing in the capital. This is too much. This is absolutely too much. He got the spirit stones and the beast protein for free. Is he still a human being? I should have fought him if I had known this earlier. Commander, he really doesn't seem to be a human being. Baikelu. Shut up. After the robbery, the narwhal took Xiao Teng back to meet the people from the East Daxia Sea Alliance. On the way, the narwhal was full of admiration for Xiao Teng's performance just now. He convinced Sakura Kuniji so much that he asked them to deliver the resources personally. He was convinced wholeheartedly. Boss, domineering. Chapter 94. The coastline of Sakura country was devastated, with scrapped metal wreckage and corpses of sea beasts everywhere. Although it did not last long, this first large-scale beast tide in history still brought heavy damage to the cities of Sakura country. When Xiao Teng returned, he saw many fighter jets flying in the air to bomb the sea beasts. These sea beasts were extremely huge and their levels had reached the extraordinary stage, so they were specifically targeted. When the unicorn whale saw this scene, he quickly spoke to Xiao Teng. Boss, those are all beasts from our East Sea Alliance, they are all our own beasts. I see. Xiao Teng narrowed his eyes and raised his paw. Boom boom. He summoned a wild thunder field to strike them all down. Blue lightning flashed across the sky, directly destroying all the fighter planes. The army that was still fighting the beast tide was also wiped out by Xiao Teng using the death fog field. After killing a group of troops, Xiao Teng spewed out flames again, turning an area into a sea of fire, blocking the subsequent troops that wanted to provide support. If Xiao Teng had not intervened, the brutality of this battle would have been doubled. Now that the beast eggs were returned, the conflict between the sea beasts and humans in the East Daxia Sea was temporarily stopped. The number of sea beasts in the extraordinary period was sharply reduced to only about 100, most of which were seriously injured. Dozens of cities along the coast of Sakura country there were heavy casualties and the population decreased significantly. The surviving sea beasts dragged their seriously injured bodies back to the ocean. After all, land was not their home. Others, with tears in their eyes, carried the bodies of their friends and dragged them into the ocean, or took the opportunity to devour the corpses of sea beasts in large quantities to strengthen themselves. Boss. So handsome. The narwhal had no role in the killing and was only responsible for praising from the sidelines, becoming Xiao Teng's fanatical fan. This time, the army of Sakura country was defeated and several million evolution points were gained. Of course, he also did not let go of some corpses on the battlefield. They were all potential targets for devouring talents, and he used his telekinesis to move them in front of him and took a few bites of them. Ding! Endless devouring is in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for swallowing the B-level talent Water Jet. Water Jet, level B. Gather water elements and spray out powerful water jets from the mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the B-level talent Water Flow Control. Water Flow Control, level A. You can control the natural waters according to your own wishes. You have gained the power to overturn rivers and seas. Water Element Talent. Xiao Teng was delighted when he heard the system prompt. This time he swallowed the fifth elemental talent, the water element, and swallowed 2 in a row, which also meant that he mastered the water element. Water Jet, which means I can spray water now. Xiao Teng opened his mouth, and water elements gathered in his mouth. A thick column of water emerged from Xiao Teng's mouth out of thin air and shot out. The powerful impact force directly washed out a gully more than 20 meters deep on the ground, and a small river was born. Damn! The boss is awesome! The narwhal was amazed by the power. It also had this talent. Compared with Xiao Teng's water jet, the difference was like that between a small loach and a giant python. Combined with a strong impact force, even soft water can exert great power. Xiao Teng was also very satisfied. He now had another means of attack. There was also a restraint relationship between the elements. For example, the water element restrained the fire element. Now that he had mastered the water element, he could use special attacks when fighting monsters with the fire element in the future. This time, I gained more than just this one talent, I also gained an A-level talent, Water Flow Control. According to the system introduction, this talent allows Xiao Teng to directly control the flow of water and has the ability to overturn rivers and seas, which is very consistent with his identity as a dragon. Perhaps in addition to the element of lightning, his second affinity element is water. Of course, this talent must be tried in the sea. Chapter 95. Therefore, for the purpose of experiment and in order to formally incorporate the East Daxia Sea Alliance, Xiao Teng returned to the ocean with the giant narwhal. In the ocean, all kinds of huge sea beasts gathered together, holding several corpses and swallowing them in big gulps. Although they were comrades in arms and life, the beasts did not care about this. They are all pragmatists. The dead are gone and can never come back to life. In this case, it is better to turn grief into appetite, strengthen themselves, and avoid the same fate. In the deep sea, with so many sea beasts gathered together, it was unusually quiet. Everyone ate silently, the atmosphere was depressing and everyone was in low spirits. Although they got the beast eggs back in this battle, they suffered heavy losses. Their East Daxia Sea alliance was seriously damaged, with half of their sea beasts gone and the other half also seriously injured. It would be even more difficult for them to resist harassment from humans in the future. And in the midst of this depressing atmosphere, a huge figure descended from above, attracting the attention of all the sea beasts, and they immediately widened their eyes. This is the strange beast that even humans cannot resist. Xiao Teng's performance just now, which made the leader of Sakura country lick his boots, was witnessed by the witnesses and spread by word of mouth. It quickly spread. It was obviously known to the sea beasts of the East Daxia Sea Alliance, and it left a deep impression in their hearts. When all the sea beasts were in a state of despair, Xiao Teng's appearance was like a god descending from heaven, turning the tide and ending the battle. Otherwise, the East Daxia Sea Alliance would have been doomed to not be able to get back their offspring today, and might even be wiped out here. Then came a pair of majestic golden eyes, as if sizing him up. At this time, Xiao Teng no longer concealed his breath. The sea beasts that were stared at in this way suddenly had the illusion that they were being targeted by a terrible predator, and they felt a strong sense of oppression. Xiao Teng was also very mysterious to many sea beasts. No one in the East Daxia Sea had heard of such a powerful beast before. Xiao Teng appeared suddenly. Although everyone was very grateful to Xiao Teng for defeating the Sakura country, they were not familiar with Xiao Teng and did not know what his next move would be. They were both wary and confused. The unicorn was floating next to Xiao Teng. Seeing everyone like this, the unicorn coughed a few times and said quickly, "Boss Xiao has decided to join us. He will be the leader of our East Daxia Sea Alliance in the future. I believe that the East Daxia Sea Alliance will go further under the leadership of Boss. Is everyone okay with that?" On the way, Xiao Teng decided to let the narwhal join his team, and it changed its name to Boss. As soon as the giant narwhal said this, dozens of sea beasts from the East Daxia Sea Alliance showed surprise on their faces, and they were obviously very happy. We certainly have no objection to having such a powerful beast leading us. We also saw what Boss Xiao did just now. If he becomes the leader, humans will never dare to attack us again. What do you mean by resisting humans? Let's take a long-term view. The entire ocean belongs to us. In the East Daxia Sea, the depressing atmosphere was swept away and everyone was very excited. With Xiao Teng's leadership, even if the East Daxia Sea Alliance is seriously injured, it will recover sooner or later and aim to dominate the entire ocean. Very good, everyone seems to be in high spirits. Since we are all family, and humans dare to kill so many of our sea beasts, I will definitely make them pay the price, and I will definitely not let it go like this. Xiao Teng's gaze swept towards the sea beast tide. The originally huge beast tide had shrunk more than 10 times in size, and most of them had died on the coastline. Even hundreds of sea beasts in the extraordinary stage died, and even more died in the metamorphosis stage. Before reaching the extraordinary realm, human weapons will always have the advantage. Pay the price. Boss, you mean we should launch a counterattack? The narwhal was shocked and felt his blood boiling. It's not you, it's me. I just got a new ability and want to test it out. You guys just watch from the side. Xiao Teng closed his eyes. At this moment, the flow of the sea water was extremely clear in his perception. As soon as he thought about it, the sea water followed the rhythm and waves surged. This ability. Xiao Teng opened his eyes and looked at the increasingly violent ocean current in surprise. Xiao Teng felt that now, with just a thought, he could change the direction of the sea water and cause it to create huge waves. This ability is better displayed on the sea. No longer hiding in the deep sea, Xiao Teng swam to the surface of the sea with his tail swinging, looking down like a king at the waves gradually rising below, one after another, getting bigger and higher. This scale is no less than the huge waves caused by the sea beast tide just now. Rise up! Xiao Teng slowly waved his claws upwards, and the waves instantly became even bigger, almost 1,000 meters high. 1,000-meter-high waves. The sound of the sea water drowned out all other sounds, and any living creature seemed so weak in the face of such huge waves. Just an A-level talent can produce such an effect, all thanks to the fact that Xiao Teng has already awakened to the 6th level. The effects of these talents also increase with the level. The same level of talent has a completely different effect in Xiao Teng's hands than in other people's hands. Walking on the 1,000-meter-high waves, Xiao Teng narrowed his eyes and looked towards the island country not far away. Chapter 96. How could he just let it go after killing so many of his strange beasts? At least he had to let the Sakura Kingdom cede some territory. Since you have invincible strength, if you pretend to be a pig, you will really become a pig. When Xiao Teng reached the awakening state, he turned on the I don't eat beef mode, and the entire blue star did whatever he wanted. The huge waves rolled into the sky and roared like a giant beast. A Sakura Kingdom warship was swept into the sea water and disappeared in an instant without even turning up the waves. People on the coastline saw a white line rapidly advancing on the distant sea level. This white line lengthened and became taller, eventually forming a 1,000-meter-high water wall. Then, this high wall slapped over without mercy, and both buildings and people were swept into the huge ocean current. At the same time, with the continuous impact of waves, the land area of Sakura country is also rapidly being eroded by the ocean, and half of the tall buildings are immersed in the sea water. This time, it's for the orcs. Xiao Teng stared indifferently at the land that was gradually being submerged by the sea. Capital City. Before the leader of the Sakura Kingdom could sit down on his stool, his subordinates sent another notice that a huge wave of 1,000 meters would hit the coastal city. Moreover, a dragon-shaped figure was found in the huge waves. It is currently the only dragon on the entire blue star. Needless to say, everyone knows who it is. This huge wave is probably caused by Xiao Teng. The leader of Sakura Kingdom was numb. Why is he here again? Didn't I give him all the spiritual stones? Get me a machine right away and I'll go take a look. The leader of Sakura country came to the coast and was shocked by this apocalyptic scene. He wanted to communicate with Xiao Teng, but Xiao Teng did not give him this opportunity. Their helicopter couldn't even get close to Xiao Teng, who was above the waves. If he wasn't careful, he would be swept into the irreversible water. Xiao Teng also saw their helicopter, but he didn't pay attention to it. For Xiao Teng, he can do whatever he wants. He is so strong that there is no need to listen to the voice of ants. Destroying you has nothing to do with you. Sakura country had killed so many of his men, so it was normal for him to teach them a lesson. Human life is life, isn't the life of alien animals not life? If you dare to hunt and kill the sea beasts of the East Daxia Sea Alliance again, your entire island will be killed next time. Looking at the sea water submerging 1/3 of the island from a distance, Xiao Teng turned around and left without saying a word. Only the shivering figures of everyone in Sakura country were left. Gudong. The leader of Sakura country swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and now he heard the sound of his heart beating faster. The leader of Sakura Kingdom almost thought that they were going to destroy the country just now. To be honest, even if Xiao Teng wanted to destroy the country, they had no power to resist. The only thing that the leader of Sakura Kingdom was lucky about was that he promised Xiao Teng that he would provide him with spiritual stones every month. Otherwise, there is no interest relationship, and I am afraid that they will really perish today. Boss, have you flooded the human territory? Boss is too strong. Boss, we in the East Daxia Sea Alliance will obey your orders from now on. We will never go east if the boss says to go west. More than 100 giant beasts in the extraordinary stage surrounded Xiao Teng, jumping for joy and feeling a breath of bad breath. After so many brothers died, the great revenge was finally avenged. You guys need to rest for a while first. After you have rested, go and help me find the spiritual stones and heavenly materials and treasures on the seabed. The more, the better. Xiao Teng gave the order to the sea beasts. Yes. All the sea beasts took the order and left. Chapter 97. The news that Xiao Teng flooded 1/3 of the area of Sakura Island quickly spread throughout the world. Such a big thing is impossible to conceal, especially since the neighboring dragon country was one of the first countries to know about it. In order to seek international support, the Sakura country also intends to ferment this matter internationally, attempting to seek cooperation from other countries and let more countries know the danger of strange beasts. Morning news reported that Sakura country was attacked by the dragon that appeared in Kyoto before. The dragon caused a tsunami that submerged 1/3 of Sakura country's land area. The Sakura country is unable to resist, and the leader of the Sakura country is calling on humans to unite and fight against the monsters together. News report: the first large-scale sea beast tide in human history occurred in Sakura country. The Sakura country's defense line collapsed, and the sea beast tide successfully entered the city, causing heavy casualties. Why did the sea beast tide appear? The specific reason is unknown. Resources are limited. Facing increasingly powerful alien beasts, I think we humans should unite and destroy the powerful alien beasts together. The leader of Sakura country said this in an interview. He hopes that humans will unite and fight against the monsters together. What happened in Sakura country today will also happen in other countries. There is also a lot of ridicule on the internet about the situation in the land of Sakura. Ha ha ha. Great job. Why didn't the dragon flood the entire island of Sakura country, but left 2/3 of it? He's really too kind. Although the Sakura country is miserable, I don't want to sympathize with them at all. Why didn't he say this when our dragon country was in danger before? That's right. Before the dragon came to Kyoto, the dragon nation sent out a distress signal to other countries, but few countries were willing to come to support. Now it's the turn of the Sakura nation to be attacked. Why do I feel a little gloating in my heart? You don't feel pain unless the knife hits you. This is the bad nature of human beings. Although I don't want to sympathize with the Sakura country, it seems that more and more people are dying in the world. This is ultimately a global disaster. Rationally speaking, all of us humans should unite and put aside our past grudges. Although the dragon country was gloating over what happened to the Sakura country, with the arrival of the third blood rain, the alien beasts showed signs of rising and the death toll continued to rise, so the countries had to hold meetings to discuss the matter together. An international conference on the future of mankind hosted by the world's top 5 countries is about to be held in Eagle Country. This conference invited the world's top powerhouses, all of whom were the top psychics in their respective countries and at the forefront of spiritual energy revival. In the era of spiritual energy revival, they are the flag bearers of the future of mankind. The Eagle Country, the Dragon Country, the country on which the sun never sets, the Bear Country, and the Gallic Rooster Country all sent their respective countries' top warriors to attend the meeting. Just as Xiao Teng's clone conquered the East Daxia Sea, the strange beasts under his command were also advancing towards the desert in a mighty manner. Rustle. Hot and dry. When they stepped into the desert, all the animals felt that the temperature here was unusual, obviously much hotter than the outside world. Even those who have already entered the extraordinary realm find it a little unbearable. I know the desert is a little hotter than other places, but the temperature here is too high. Xiao He stuck out his tongue to dissipate heat. He had some understanding of the desert adjacent to the Great Basin, but now that he had actually entered the desert, he felt that it seemed something different. The fire elements here are very active. Kai Shang looked around and could see many scattered fire elements in the air, like jumping elves. As a fire elemental beast, it is not afraid of the heat in this high-temperature environment, but feels very comfortable. Ho ho! No wonder it's so hot here. King Kong roared unbearably and tore off the animal skirt on his body. He had been influenced by human culture before and had specially made a set of clothes for himself. In fact, he asked the enslaved humans in Qingcheng to sew it with animal skins. Grass skirt. Their monkey tribe has been learning from humans, but after all, they are strange beasts whose wisdom has just awakened, and they cannot absorb thousands of years of human accumulation in one go. Therefore, when it comes to some technological challenges that cannot be overcome, they just learn them and use them directly. For example, the two macaques behind King Kong, Blackface and Jinrui, are carrying rocket launchers. Sister Kaya Chang, what do you think is going on? Huang turned his head and looked at Kaya Chang in the sky. There may be an extremely powerful fire elemental beast here, affecting the temperature of this area. As a fire elemental beast, Cai Chang expressed her guess. An eternal flame burns on its body for a long time, so the temperature in the surrounding area of Kaya Chang is always several degrees higher. And it only affects the surrounding area within 1,000 kilometers. If it could radiate the entire desert area and raise its overall temperature, then the power of this strange beast would likely be beyond their imagination. Brother Huang, should we go deeper right away? After hearing Cai Chang's speculation, Hu Yuming turned to look at Huang and asked for his opinion. When Xiao Teng was away, Huang became the big brother of their group of beasts. After all, Huang was the beast that had followed Xiao Teng the longest and had the most seniority. He was also the strongest among them in terms of combat power. It feels strange. Why don't you let the birds and beasts detect the situation and see what's going on? You can fly, so your vision is better than ours. Huang spoke cautiously and said that after experiencing so many battles, it has become much more stable, growing from a confused little snake to a giant beast that can take on important responsibilities. Okay. I'll listen to you. Cai Chang nodded in agreement, and then called a few high-level birds and beasts evolved from peregrine falcons to go for reconnaissance. Please, help us find out if there are any forces or powerful beasts worth paying attention to in the desert. No problem, Sister Kay Shang. Several peregrine falcons were flattered and stared at Kay Chang's beautiful figure with their eyes fixed on her. They had never expected that one day they would receive a personal commission from Kay Chang, so they quickly agreed. The peregrine falcon has an extremely fast flying speed, reaching the speed of sound during the transcendental stage, and is an expert at detection. They are speed special creatures and are the fastest among birds and beasts. Even Kay Chang's flying speed cannot compare with theirs. Several peregrine falcons flapped their wings and flew out at an astonishing speed. Chapter 98. 3 figures flashed by, and 3 peregrine falcons flew across the desert like meteors, their sharp eyes not missing any abnormalities. It is not as desolate as imagined. There are still many biological communities. The desert is not just sand, there are also gobi deserts and oases. Most creatures live in gobi deserts and oases. It is also the place with the most spiritual stone veins and natural treasures. There. As if it had discovered something, a peregrine falcon of the highest rank hovered in the air and suddenly shouted to its companion beside it. The other 2 peregrine falcons also stopped and looked in the direction of its gaze, their pupils suddenly widening. It was a canyon in the Gobi Desert. The Gobi Desert was full of rocks, which was a very common sight. However, at the bottom of the valley there was a slightly abrupt magma pool the size of 10 football fields, bubbling gurglingly. The temperature around suddenly rose, and occasionally a little bit of magma splashed onto a blade of grass, which instantly turned black and turned into ashes. And in such a place emitting extremely high temperatures, thousands of exotic beasts gathered there, and even more exotic beasts were rushing towards this area from all directions. The faces of these strange beasts showed great respect, with their limbs lying on the ground with their heads buried low, a gesture of submission and worship. Moreover, the scene was unusually quiet, no animal dared to make a sound, and the atmosphere was weird. It's so strange. I feel like it's very dangerous there. The 3 peregrine falcons were very curious about what kind of existence could make so many exotic beasts kneel down in respect. Let's go over there and take a look. That should be the big force that Sister Kay Shang told us to detect. Although they had a premonition that there was danger there, in order to complete the task assigned by Cai Chang, they decided to go and investigate without hesitation. This is also their responsibility. They looked at each other, then turned in the air and flew towards the magma pool together. Around the lava pool, you can see a human wearing an animal bone mask, with dark skin, a cloak, and holding a scepter, standing in front of many strange beasts. That's right, it's human, and the level is not low, having reached the extraordinary third level. He was still shouting with great confidence. The great king is about to awaken. Present the gifts you brought to the king, and he will grant you power after he awakens. The cloaked man finished his lines. Roar! Thousands of beasts let out deafening roars, as if in response. Bring it on! The cloaked man nodded toward a sand fox at the front of the herd. The sand fox made 2 yo-yo sounds, then held a spirit stone in its mouth and threw it into the lava pool. The rest of the strange beasts followed suit, stood up, and walked towards the lava pool. These strange beasts held various things in their mouths, some were their corpses, some were huge spirit stones, and some were natural treasures. Thump! The strange beast opened its mouth and threw them into the magma pool, watching them slowly sink. The amazing thing is that no matter whether it is the corpse of a strange beast, natural treasures, or spiritual stones, there is no sign of melting when thrown into the high-temperature magma pool, and they slowly sink to deeper depths intact. The cloaked man smiled with satisfaction and said to the strange beasts, "Very good, you are all the king's loyal subordinates. When the king wakes up, you will be rewarded. Priest, our Sand Fox clan has emptied out its wealth. When the king wakes up in the future, can our Sand Fox clan become the first clan?" The leader of the Sand Fox clan asked the cloaked man. The cloaked man laughed, then said with certainty, "Haha! Of course you can. The king has seen everything you have done. He will never forget you in the future." That's good. The Sand Fox leader breathed a sigh of relief. The object of their worship is actually a human being. As a few peregrine falcons approached, they finally saw clearly what all the animals were worshipping. It was actually humans. What are they doing? I don't understand why they would throw away such good spiritual stones. Maybe it's because of different customs. It could be a disease. The 3 peregrine falcons could not understand what these strange beasts were doing. Why would they throw away the good spirit stones? Couldn't they just eat them themselves? After they stared for a while, a peregrine falcon suddenly spoke seriously. "No, there is an extremely strong aura here. Although it is very weak, the aura it exudes is very strong." A peregrine falcon discovered this problem. It has a perceptual talent and is more sensitive than other exotic beasts. This must be the powerful beast that Sister Kei Shang mentioned that affects the temperature of the desert. We must tell them immediately. But we haven't even seen the face of the strange beast. We have too little information. We can't help Sister Kei Shang and the others like this. That's right, let's keep watching for a while and see if we can see that powerful beast. 3 peregrine falcons were chattering in the sky. And just at this moment, as if he had sensed something, a sharp light flashed in the eyes under the animal bone mask, and the cloaked man suddenly looked up at the sky. "Little mice, do you think I can't find you?" The cloaked man waved the scepter in his hand and shouted. "Those 3 birds in the sky, stop sneaking around and come down." The 3 peregrine falcons were startled. "Oh no! We've been discovered. Run away!" Then, he flapped his wings quickly, turned around and ran away as fast as he could. "Outsiders are not welcome here, kill them!" The cloaked man ordered to a group of vultures. "Gah! As you command." The vultures flapped their wings, soared into the sky, and chased after the 3 peregrine falcons. "Eat ashes!" 3 peregrine falcons were walking in the sky, and the vultures couldn't catch up with them even though their wings were flapping. Peregrine falcons are one of the fastest birds and are not at all a match for vultures. Not to mention, the 3 peregrine falcons are carrying Xiao Teng's strengthening aura, which has tripled their physical fitness. Flying at full speed, the 3 of them have already exceeded the speed of sound. The vultures could only watch the 3 peregrine falcons fly away until they could no longer be seen. Priest, they have escaped. The flock of vultures returned in disgrace, apparently having failed to catch up with the peregrine falcon. It's okay, they are just 3 little birds, they won't cause much trouble. Believe in our king, he will have the whole world in his hands in the future. The cloaked man didn't care. At this stage, he was only afraid of humans. Only human nuclear weapons could kill the king. As for the other strange beasts, they will all be food for the king in the future. Chapter 99. The 3 peregrine falcons returned to their base camp, looking back from time to time. What a pity that I didn't catch up. Otherwise, those vultures will definitely have a taste of being beaten up. Seeing the peregrine falcon coming back, Cai Chong asked hurriedly. What's the situation inside the desert? Are there any powerful forces or strange beasts? The 3 peregrine falcons immediately spoke out what they had just seen and heard. Cai Chang nodded. I see. Thank you for your hard work. It sounds like there is something strange over there. There is a very powerful beast lurking in the depths of the desert, and this beast has subjugated many tribes in the desert. It's going to be the focus of our offense this time. But what I don't understand is why there is a human among them. You may not know this, but there are also different races among humans. King Kong walked over. It was not in vain that it had been studying human culture these days. The desert area has left the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Another kind of human civilization lives here. The human civilization in this area is relatively backward, and they don't have advanced weapons to resist the attacks of the alien beasts. It seems that they have completely fallen, and even joined the alien beasts. I've learned something new. You know more. Cai Chang praised. There are actually such stupid humans. If only we could have been born in this area in the first place. My family wouldn't have died then. Hu Yuming sighed. My condolences, brother Hu. But if we were born here, we wouldn't have met the boss. Ah Huang put his tail on Hu Yuming's back and comforted him. That's true. When you gain something, you will lose something. I'm lucky enough to meet the boss. Hu Yuming was deeply touched. Let's first defeat those tribes in the desert one by one and plunder their resources, and then see what happens. If that powerful beast appears and we can't defeat it, we can call the boss. After being under the boss's protection for so long, we should also hone ourselves. After making the plan, Ah Huang roared with great momentum. For the boss, take over the desert. Let's go. For the boss. Roar. Ah Huang, Hu Yuming, Cai Chong, Shuelian, King Kong, Beiji, Xiao He, and Lai Shi led their respective tribes towards the tribes in the desert. Among them, Lai Shi did not go to subdue the strong ones in the tribe and went alone with the wolf pack. King Kong and Beiji formed a team together to clean up some small tribes. Ah Huang, Hu Yuming, and Cai Chong became the main attacking team, leading the strongest force, shouldering the heavy responsibility of sweeping away large herds of beasts. East Daxia Sea. The sea beasts of the East Daxia Sea Alliance were in high spirits after their great revenge, except for some that were too seriously injured to move. Even though some of the other sea beasts were seriously injured, they were actively helping Xiao Teng find the spirit stone veins on the seabed. It's not quite right to say that they are looking for it, because most of the spiritual stone veins on the seabed have been discovered long ago and occupied by various tribes or sea beasts. Normally, they often improve their strength by eating spiritual stones. Now the ownership of these spirit stone mines has simply been transferred to Xiao Teng. In addition, some spirit stone mines are occupied by other forces and need to be snatched away. There are spiritual stone veins on land, and there are even more on the seabed. 70% of the blue planet is water, and the East Daxia Sea is larger than most countries in the world, so it is normal for there to be more resources in the water. Boss, this is our food reserve. We are giving it to you to thank you. Some sea beasts took out the mined spirit stones from their nests and presented them to Xiao Teng. Yes, very sensible. Xiao Teng was not polite and accepted the order. The evolution points he needs to upgrade now are massive, so he needs to eat more. Ding! Swallow spiritual stones, evolution points plus 10 million. There are still a lot of resources at the bottom of the sea. Just take out a few possessions and get 10 million evolution points. Are there any hostile forces in your East Daxia Sea alliance? Xiao Teng asked after eating the spirit stones. Xiao Teng discovered a tide of beasts in the East Daxia Sea just after he woke up, and went to the theater with him. He hasn't had time to prey on the creatures in the East Daxia Sea yet, but it's not too late. If he kills the creatures now, he can get more evolution points. Not only does he eat spirit stones, he can also gain evolution points by killing creatures, which is more efficient. Moreover, you can also devour talents and further enhance your strength. In the final analysis, this system does not encourage Xiao Teng to be a law-abiding beast, but encourages killing and growing in blood. If it weren't for raising pigs, Donghai would have been washed away by Xiao Teng half a month ago. The only thing that can stop Xiao Teng from killing is that other levels of creatures in the world can no longer keep up with Xiao Teng's killing needs. The East Daxia Sea is the largest in our East Daxia Sea alliance. Let's talk about other forces. Narwhal thought for a while and said, Boss, in addition to our East Daxia Sea alliance, there is actually a powerful force in the East Daxia Sea, and that is the Shark Gang, which is composed of various species of sharks. They also occupy several spiritual stone veins, and they usually hunt without restraint. They like to destroy groups. It is simply a heinous crime. There is no restraint in hunting, he likes to destroy groups, and he is a heinous sin. Xiao Teng's face changed slightly, feeling that he was being connoted. Their strength is not as strong as ours. If our East Daxia Sea alliance hadn't been too loose, they wouldn't have been able to occupy several spirit stone veins. Xiao Teng's expression turned serious and he said solemnly, Okay. Then I'm going to kill the Shark Gang. Where are they? The Narwhal asked, Boss, don't you need us to go with you? No, just go and help me guard the resources. Don't come here to steal people. Xiao Teng shook his head and looked at the remaining sea beasts in the East Daxia Sea alliance. They were all injured and disabled. It was better to let them recover from their injuries first. Boss, come with me and I will take you to find them. Soon, the Narwhal brought Xiao Teng to the territory of the Shark Gang. There are more than a dozen hammerhead sharks patrolling the territory, wandering around the edge of the territory. The leading hammerhead shark said fiercely, Go away if you have nothing to do, we are here. Before the hammerhead shark could finish speaking, a laser beam shot out from Xiao Teng's mouth. With a sting, the hammerhead shark, which had been so powerful just now, turned into a ball of minced meat. Ding! Kill the extraordinary first-level black-backed shark, evolution points plus 18663. This is too strong. The other hammerhead sharks looked at each other, and they all saw fear in each other's eyes. When did such a terrifying monster appear in the East Daxia Sea? A strong man in the extraordinary stage can kill at will, or kill instantly with one blow. Sir, it just said the wrong thing, it's none of our business. Please let us go. Xiao Teng did not hold back, the laser beam swept across, the lightning was dazzling, turning all the hammerhead sharks present into minced meat. Ding! Kill the 9th level ink shark, evolution point plus 9632. These are just a few guard sharks, there will be more sharks in the territory. Continue. Chapter 100. Xiao Teng continued to move deeper into the Shark Gang's territory. There are very few other creatures in the territory. They must have been eaten by the sharks. This territory is simply a resting place for the sharks. To prevent the shark from running away as soon as it sensed his scent, Xiao Teng even deliberately turned on the breath-concealing technique because he hated chasing prey the most. By activating the breath-concealing technique, the sharks could misjudge his strength. It would be best if I could deliver myself to him to be killed. Soon he encountered more sharks. Sharks are very sensitive to the smell of blood. The dozen or so hammerhead sharks that Xiao Teng had just killed attracted more sharks to rush in this direction. The water was rippling, and hundreds of sharks appeared in front of Xiao Teng with great momentum. Ignoring the strange beast Xiao Teng, the first thing they noticed was the giant narwhal next to Xiao Teng. The leading shark first looked at the dead sharks around it, then looked at the narwhal, narrowed his eyes, and spoke with murderous intent. I know you. You are from the East Daxia Sea Alliance. Are you here on behalf of the East Daxia Sea Alliance? Or are you here on your own? By killing our brothers, do you want to start a war with us? The narwhal was too lazy to waste energy answering it and just rolled its eyes. With the boss here, they would be like a group of dead fish. Xiao Teng looked around and saw some sharks approaching nearby. You two are really tired of living. How dare you ignore me? The leading sharks were surprised to see that Xiao Teng and the giant narwhal were only two beasts, yet they dared to intrude into their territory. Ignoring them after killing them, I suddenly felt very embarrassed. I'm so angry that I'm about to explode. It was just about to call on its brothers to gang up on these two ignorant guys and beat them up. At this moment, Xiao Teng, who had been looking around, suddenly turned around and spoke. Are all of you here? The leading shark was stunned, feeling that Xiao Teng was very arrogant, and said with disdain. We have hundreds of brothers who are enough to deal with you two beasts. Xiao Teng said calmly, well, then you can go die first. What? The thunder field. The leading shark's eyes widened. Before the sharks could react, a dazzling blue light suddenly flashed in the pitch-black seabed. It was as if daylight had come for a moment. A violent electric current whipped over. They first felt a tingling sensation and electric currents running through their bodies, and then came unbearable pain. Ah! All of a sudden, the seabed was filled with the screams of sharks. Their first reaction is to flee from the electric current-filled waters. However, their bodies had been paralyzed and they could not move at all. A few seconds later, hundreds of sharks of different species were dead with their stomachs turned upside down. There was also a burnt smell in the water. In the last moments before death, endless regret filled the shark's heart. It will never understand it. Why did such a powerful beast suddenly appear in the East Daxia Sea? Where did it come from? No one can answer its questions. As the sharks died, in an instant, system prompts rang wildly in Xiao Teng's ears, and his evolution points continued to increase. Ding! Kill the 8th level green-eyed shark, evolution points plus 8663. Ding! Kill the extraordinary 2nd level sharp-toothed shark, evolution points 23957. Ding! Kill the 9th level bloodthirsty black shark, evolution points plus 9771. After opening the system panel and checking the evolution points, Xiao Teng was delighted. Great! 5 million evolution points in this wave. This was the first large-scale killing after the third blood rain. It can be seen from the system prompts that the levels of other creatures in the world have been greatly improved, and creatures in the extraordinary period can also be seen frequently. This also greatly increased Xiao Teng's efficiency in obtaining evolution points. According to this calculation, it won't be long before I break through to the next realm. Boss, you're too strong. The narwhal let out a cheer. It knew that the boss was very strong, but what it didn't expect was that these sharks died too quickly. It only took a few seconds from the time the boss made his move to the time the shark died. In the blink of an eye, there were corpses all over the ground. Thinking of this, the narwhal couldn't help but have a terrifying idea. From the moment it saw the boss, it seemed like the boss always killed it instantly. And even after killing so many sharks, the boss looked very relaxed. It is as easy for the boss to kill a beast in the extraordinary period as it is to kill an ant. I have never seen the boss use his full strength. After closing the panel, Xiao Teng looked at the shark carcasses on the ground and was not in a hurry to devour them. Because he wants to use these corpses to fish. Take advantage of sharks' sensitivity to the smell of blood to attract them. The ocean is not like the land. The seabed has a lot of space, so you can get twice the result with half the effort if you gather the prey together and kill them. Xiao Teng raised his head and looked upward. Go up and ambush first. Good. The two animals swam stealthily away from the crime scene. After a while. It smells so good I can smell blood. There's a big meal ahead, hurry up, brothers. It's so tempting, it's the smell of blood. To sharks, the smell of blood equals food. Following the smell of blood to find food, this is how they have always survived. As for how this blood came from, it was either from a wounded sea beast or a corpse. For injured sea beasts, they are the most terrifying predators. As for the corpses, the sharks can also take them away by force by relying on their numbers and strength. Overwhelmed by the smell of blood, thousands of sharks swarmed in from all directions. Why are there so many dead bodies of brothers here? But they smell really good. Never mind, let's take a bite first. When the sharks saw so many corpses of their own kind, they were confused at first and were shocked for a moment. Then I couldn't help my instinctive reaction. So many corpses were really tempting. And if you don't eat it, other sharks will eat it, and you won't be at a loss if you don't get it. It's like the mentality of an old lady scrambling for free eggs. Even though they know there may be danger nearby, sharks still flock to the area for fear that they will not be able to grab food. As expected. Looking at thousands of sharks, Xiao Teng curled up a smile. They are all evolution points. And just when the sharks arrived, a blue light flashed and thunder struck. Sizzle. Water can conduct electricity, expanding the range of the thunderbolt field by more than 10 times, bringing all sharks into the attack range at once. This time, it was a real total annihilation. The system prompts were enough to numb Xiao Teng. Ding! Kill the extraordinary first level 2-headed shark, evolution points plus 1 2 3 6 4. Ding! Kill the 6th level tiger patterned wood shark, evolution points plus 63 69. Ding! Kill the 7th level spotted dogfish, evolution points plus 74 78. The system prompt sound stopped. Xiao Teng couldn't wait to open the panel, looked at the string of numbers on it, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but speak out. There are quite a lot of evolution points this time. Chapter 101. There are actually 30 million evolution points. Xiao Teng was surprised. After the third bloody rain, the efficiency of obtaining evolution points has indeed increased. Destroying a force would directly earn you tens of millions of evolution points. The Shark Gang is just one of the forces in the East Daxia Sea, which has tens of thousands of creatures. If he goes on to kill other creatures, Xiao Teng will be able to level up again soon. Let's swallow it first and see if we can swallow the talent. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Xiao Teng's eyes lit up. He should be able to devour several talents this time. Using his telekinesis, he made the shark's corpse fly to his front automatically. Take a bite of each corpse. Soon, the system came. Ding! Endless devouring is in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the B-level talent spirit enhancement. Mental enhancement, level B. Your mental strength has become stronger, increasing by 300% based on basic attributes. Xiao Teng was delighted. What a good start! I got a talent in the first bite, and it's a spiritual talent that strengthens my spiritual power. Psychic talents are very rare. When Xiao Teng absorbed this talent, he instantly felt that his entire mind became much clearer and he felt refreshed. This talent is still very useful to Xiao Teng. Many of his talents require the consumption of mental energy, and this talent just fills the gap for him. Things like mental control and clones require the consumption of mental energy to control. Now, it doesn't matter if I don't sleep all the time. Xiao Teng felt the vast spiritual sea in his mind, and suddenly looked up as if he had discovered something. Shit! I seem to be able to control my clone without affecting my original body's actions now. This is the invisible benefit of improving mental power. It has become a dual-threaded operation, just like the original single-core processor has become a dual-core processor. While he is controlling his original body, he can also distract himself to control the actions of his clone. When the fight breaks out, both the original body and the clone will attack together, causing double the damage. Unlike before, only one of the original body and the clone can be controlled at the same time, otherwise the other one will crash. This is awesome. My fighting ability has increased significantly. Although mental enhancement is only a B-level talent, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. When the basic attributes are improved, many operations that were previously impossible to complete can now be completed. Keep swallowing. Xiao Teng looked at the corpse in front of him, opened his huge mouth and kept biting it, and soon a new system prompt appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the sea-level talent Water Element Affinity. Water Element Affinity, Level C. You have gained the favor of the Water Element. It will be easier for you to master the Water Element talent. The power of Water Element attacks has increased, and the physical strength consumed in releasing them has decreased. Another water-related talent, and one with elemental affinity. Sure enough, besides the lightning element, the element that suits me best is the water element. All I can say is that it fits the description of dragons in myths and legends. Control thunder and lightning, and manipulate wind and rain. It would be unreasonable if this didn't absorb a water elemental talent. With this water element affinity talent, it will be easier for him to absorb water element talents. After all, what talents can be devoured depends on what talents the corpse had when it was alive. The second thing to look at is how well these talents fit Xiao Teng himself. If it is a matching talent, it will be easier to devour. Looking at the corpses on the ground in front of him, there are still more corpses that can be devoured by talent, and he continues to devour. Chapter 102. Ding! Congratulations to the host for swallowing the A-level talent Deep Sea Grip. Grip of the Deep Sea, Level A. By manipulating the water pressure and gravity of the deep sea, it exerts tremendous pressure on the enemy, making it slow down or even unable to move. It can even directly cause the enemy to explode and die. Another water elemental talent. By manipulating the water pressure, the enemy is put under tremendous pressure. After reading the system introduction, this talent is very suitable for use in the sea. Not only can it restrict the enemy's actions, but when the pressure is great enough, it can even kill people. I've almost finished devouring the corpse. Let's go and look for other creatures in the East Daxia Sea. Xiao Teng looked around and realized that he had almost finished eating, so he said to the narwhal. You can ask other beasts from the East Sea Alliance to eat these corpses and improve their strength. Hearing this, the narwhal's face lit up with joy. With so many corpses, he could enjoy a good meal this time. Thank you, boss. You are awesome. These corpses are better than nothing for Xiao Teng, but they are a huge sum of money for the people in the East Daxia Sea Alliance. The narwhal turned and left happily. I felt more and more that I had followed the right beast. Just by picking up the leftovers behind the boss, they are making a lot of money. With today's wave alone, the average level of the sea beasts in the East Daxia Sea Alliance will increase by 1 or 2 levels. After all, their levels are far behind Xiao Teng, and the spiritual energy they need to upgrade is not as terrifying as Xiao Teng's. The spiritual energy they need to upgrade is just a drop in the bucket compared to Xiao Teng. Watching the unicorn whale go away, Xiao Teng also swayed his body and headed for other areas. There are far more than just sharks in the East Daxia Sea, there are also various small fish. Xiao Teng kept his breath contained and swam aimlessly in the deep sea. Came to a coral reef. The colorful coral reefs, after the spiritual energy was revived, the corals grew to more than 100 meters in length. It is like being in an underwater forest, home to countless marine creatures. You can see many small fish swimming around, hiding themselves in the coral reefs to avoid predators. Just as the small fish were leisurely playing among the corals, a huge shadow suddenly fell from above. They looked up, and although they could not sense much of the other party's presence, they became inexplicably nervous in their hearts. Finally, they were frightened by the opponent's huge size and decided to be cautious. Countless small fish swam around, trying to stay away from the huge figure. And just at this moment, the seawater pressure in the entire coral forest suddenly changed, and the surrounding seawater seemed like a wall constantly squeezing in. It seemed as if a tremendous force was pressing down on them from all directions at 360 degrees. The creatures in the coral reef were instantly unable to move, trapped in place, unable to move even a step further. What's going on? Why can't I move? Weevu, don't kill me. It's so heavy. I feel like I'm going to be crushed. For a moment, the corals were filled with wailing. There was fear in their eyes and they had no idea what was happening. The effect seems to be quite good. Looking at the coral reefs that seemed to be stopped in time, Xiao Teng was very satisfied. Even if it could not kill people immediately, it could be used to restrict the enemy's actions. He has only slightly increased the pressure on the seabed, but this is not the limit of this talent. Xiao Teng clenched his claws, and the pressure on the seabed changed again. The creatures in the coral reefs were like balloons squeezed by external force and exploded with a bang. This time, Xiao Teng did not hold back. In an instant, the coral reefs that were filled with wailing sounds suddenly became dead silent. All living things exploded and died due to the unbearable pressure. Blood dyed the world red, and system prompts rang frantically in my ears. Ding! Kill the 5th level deep sea fish, evolution points plus 5699. Ding! Kill the 6th level transcendent glazed fish, evolution points plus 6852. Ding! Kill the 8th level poisonous stinger fish, evolution points plus 8410. More than 10 million evolution points, not bad. The fish here are obviously not as high level as those in the shark gang, and the evolutionary points given are not as many as those obtained by killing sharks. Now that we're done, let's go find the next place where fish gather. Leaving behind the coral reef covered in blood, Xiao Teng turned away indifferently. And these corals will grow bigger with the nourishment of the corpses of sea animals. In the East Daxia Sea, Xiao Teng continued to hunt creatures day and night, turning the East Daxia Sea into hell. No prey that Xiao Teng targeted could survive. Ding! Kill the 2nd level transformed lantern fish, evolution points plus 2566. Ding! Kill the 5th level transformation jab shrimp, evolution points plus 5399. Ding! Kill the 3rd level rockfish, evolution points 3941. After a few days of hunting, the East Daxia Sea became much emptier and Xiao Teng also stopped. Even if you cut leeks, you cannot pull out the roots. He did not kill all the creatures in the East Daxia Sea, and Xiao Teng did not waste the corpses left behind. He let the beasts of the East Daxia Sea Alliance devour them all. The total amount of spiritual energy will not change. Some creatures will die, and the surviving creatures will become more powerful. After such a massive devouring, the average level of sea beasts in the East Daxia Sea Alliance has been raised to the extraordinary 7th level, and the highest has reached the extraordinary 9th level. Perhaps in the near future, a sea beast of extraordinary realm will be born in the East Daxia Sea Alliance. It's not good to finish killing them. It's time to change places. Looking at the empty seabed, Xiao Teng felt that it was time to leave the East Daxia Sea. I have stored a lot of evolution points. Let's see how many levels I can reach. Looking at the long string of numbers on the panel, Xiao Teng was overjoyed. He was one step closer to the next evolution. System, upgrade. Following Xiao Teng's order, the system's voices rang out one after another. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 7th level of awakening. The next level is the 8th level of awakening, which requires 80 million evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 8th level of awakening. The next level is the 9th level of awakening, which requires 90 million evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 9th level of awakening. The next level is the 10th level of awakening, which requires 100 million evolution points. With one order, Xiao Teng was promoted to the 3rd level. Cool! Xiao Teng let out a refreshing dragon roar. After the upgrade, his body grew significantly longer, reaching a length of 600 meters. Whether it is strength, speed, or physical fitness, they all increase. Apart from becoming longer, the dragon's entire body doesn't seem to have changed. Perhaps it will take until his next evolution for there to be any noticeable changes. His current species is a juvenile thunder dragon, just a young dragon, and there is still a lot of room for growth. However, shortly after he was upgraded, there was a sudden movement from his main body. Chapter 103. While Xiao Teng's clone was killing people in the East Daxia Sea, the strange beasts under his command also entered the desert area in a mighty manner. In order to occupy territory, Xiao Teng's men fought a fierce battle with the strange beasts in the desert. The desert beasts fought desperately and the battle was very tragic. The main attack team led by Huang, Hu Yuming, and Cai Chong specifically launched attacks on large tribes with thousands of members in the desert. A 20-meter-long camel king, emitting high temperature all over its body. Its 2 humps were wrapped in fire elements, like 2 small volcanoes, with magma constantly spewing out of them. Its level had reached the extraordinary 4th level. Behind it are thousands of desert camels, whose average level is at the 7th level of Transcendental Realm. They are the elite troops in the desert and can be ranked among the top 3. It stared ferociously at the giant python in front of it, which was covered with armor and about 70 meters long, and its body seemed to be made of rocks. Its eyes were a little fierce. But behind us is the territory on which we depend for survival, and we cannot retreat. This is our territory, go back. This giant python is none other than a Huang. It has already reached the 9th level of the extraordinary realm and is only 1 step away from being promoted to the transcendent level. It didn't waste time talking to the Camel King. It raised its huge head and shouted, "Go!" As soon as the words fell. In an instant, hundreds of giant pythons behind it opened their bloody mouths and roared, standing their bodies high, swinging their tails, and rushed towards the camels. By consuming a large amount of spiritual stone resources, most of these giant pythons have reached the extraordinary stage and are blessed with halos. A giant python can deal with more than a dozen desert camels alone. The battlefield is full of the screams of camels and the situation is one-sided. Seeing his men being slaughtered by the giant pythons, the Camel King became anxious and moved his huge body to provide support. And then, boom! A 10-meter-high earth spike suddenly shot out from under the Camel King's feet and directly pierced one of its front legs. A Huang blocked its way, king versus king. Get lost! The Camel King had a ferocious look in his eyes and was extremely anxious. He fought and retreated at the same time and was completely suppressed. The Camel King knew that Huang was obviously much stronger than him, so he wanted to get his men to gang up on him and didn't want to fight Huang one-on-one at all. It kicked Huang, then was knocked back, letting out a scream. Its front paw was already covered in blood. The Camel King turned and ran away. However, when it wanted to retreat, 4 earth walls over 100 meters high suddenly rose up around it, forcibly encircling the 2 beasts together, forcing a one-on-one fight. This is also Huang's talent, but it is rarely used. In addition to earth spikes, it can also summon earth walls. The earth walls have no attack power, only blocking effect. It is slow and cannot catch up, but it can directly trap the enemy, lock him up in a small dark room and beat him up. Now we can focus. The Camel King looked up at the sky, and there was only one way out. While the Camel King was distracted, a huge snake tail slapped over and hit him directly against the wall, causing a vibration. The earth wall shook, and Huang calmly thickened it again. The Camel King spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes turned red. It was the first time that he was beaten so violently. He felt humiliated and extremely angry. The two small volcanoes on its back suddenly erupted, the surrounding temperature rose sharply, a large amount of magma brewed in the body, and finally gushed out from the camel's hump. Huang rushed to the Camel King in the face of the lava rain, and directly got close to him and strangled him. The Camel King was extremely frightened and felt his body being tightened, but he bit Huang regardless. With wounds all over his body, the Camel King was bruised and exhausted. No matter how he attacked the opponent, he was always the one who was more seriously injured in the end. The Camel King was already in a state of collapse. The scorching fire element wrapped around his entire body, forming a layer of flame barrier to help him withstand the pressure of being strangled. Huang lacks attack power, but as long as it does not take the initiative to attack, it can still hold on for a while. The Camel King struggled to hold on. Why hasn't the support arrived yet? Chirp. Suddenly, a very penetrating bird cry was heard in the sky, followed by a heat wave. With a bang, a tattered Corsac fox was thrown to the ground. Cai Chong asked, "Is this the support you're talking about?" The Camel King was instantly disheartened. Even the strongest sand fox clan in the desert was wiped out. His last hope was shattered. He asked unwillingly, "Who are you?" "The other party is too strong, it is a complete crushing situation. Didn't the priest say that the strange beasts outside are suppressed by humans? Why are the alien beasts from the outside world that it encounters so powerful?" Huang turned his head away. "Why should I tell you?" Then he said to Kai Chang, "There's no need to keep this Camel King. I just fought with it and it doesn't have any special talents, it's just at a higher level." "Okay." Cai Chong nodded, then grabbed the Camel King's head with one claw and broke it into pieces. Huang got down from the Camel King's body and raised his head high. "Listen, your leader is dead, give up resistance immediately. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy." The earth wall was lowered, revealing the situation inside. The camels turned around and saw that their leader had become a headless corpse. They immediately realized that the game was over and fell to their knees. The giant pythons stepped forward and instead of killing them, they broke their legs so that they could no longer resist. The boss had previously reminded him that it would be best if these strange beasts were left to him to kill, as long as they were deprived of their ability to escape. Huang asked, "How are you doing?" Cai Chong shook her head, "Not very good, I wiped out the Sand Fox tribe, but suddenly a lot of human troops appeared. I have several human cities there, and they are in the same group with the strange beasts here. I came here to find you go and provide support. Didn't King Kong say that human civilization here is very backward? They are not as powerful as the Dragon Nation. They don't even have any powerful shells, let alone the spiritual missiles that emitted such a terrifying aura before. But they fought with the whole country, spent all their resources, and still had strong fighting power. Kai Chang was responsible for eliminating the strongest force in the desert, the Sand Fox clan, and the elimination of the Sand Foxes was very smooth. But not long after, they encountered human armies, who bombarded them with rockets, killing many birds and beasts. Having already lost some birds and beasts in the battle with the Sand Fox, they didn't want any more to die. Therefore, Kai Chang hurriedly came to seek support from Huang, as it would be difficult to wipe out the humans in several cities relying on the strength of only one tribe. "Well, I'm almost there. Call Brother Tiger along, and we'll go together. Humans should not be underestimated." After thinking for a while, and considering that he was shocked by the humans from Dragon Country before, Huang decided to be cautious. We have to consider everything when dealing with humans. Chapter 104. Desert Interior. Under the blazing light, there was a group of birds and beasts that were not afraid of the scorching heat. They blocked out the sun and covered a part of the sky. Not far away was an even larger human army, numbering hundreds of thousands, and their artillery fire was coming like meteors. Boom boom! The sound of cannons rumbled, blood and flesh splattered, and the air was filled with smoke. Retreat! With a shout, many birds and beasts changed direction and left the bombardment area. Only the corpses of the Sand Fox clan were left on the ground. The Sand Fox clan had been destroyed. The foreign invaders were like a meat grinder, wiping out the strongest tribe in the desert in a flash. Not even half an hour. The Sand Fox clan was slaughtered one-sidedly. There were even numerous corpses of human soldiers on the ground. If it weren't for their large numbers, they wouldn't have been able to do anything to the birds and beasts. After the birds and beasts left, a black-skinned man wearing a cloak appeared, with hundreds of thousands of human troops behind him. Surrounded by the crowd, he picked up a Corsac fox skull from the ground. An obscure light flashed in his eyes. They originally thought that they were just some strange beasts whose habitats were occupied and they were forced to move, but once they came into contact with them, they realized that their strength was beyond their imagination. It's more like a strange beast that actively attacks. A sturdy man next to the cloaked man spoke to him respectfully. "Priest, they seem to be beasts from the Dragon Kingdom." "I know. I just didn't expect them to be so powerful. I thought they were just some weak exotic beasts." The priest sighed and shook his head. "If it is really a beast from the Dragon Kingdom, then we have to mention that person. The most famous one is also the strongest beast in the world. A dragon that makes great nations bow their heads and is famous throughout the world. With such strong strength, could it be that he is a subordinate of the dragon?" Looking at the skull in his hand with his eyes lost in thought, the priest couldn't help but fall into memories. The Kingdom of Sand, the kingdom in the desert. It is a small and inconspicuous country among the more than 100 countries on the blue planet. When the spiritual energy began to revive, their country was attacked fiercely by strange beasts. Without advanced weapons to eliminate the monsters, they could only rely on the limited munitions and the lives of the soldiers to barely resist. When the arms are used up, the strength of the alien beasts continues to increase, and finally the small countries are occupied by the alien beasts and turned into ghost towns. This is the fate of many small countries. This is also the original destiny of the Kingdom of Sand. But one day, an extremely powerful beast rose from the desert. In a very short time, it made many beast tribes in the desert surrender and unified the desert. Finally, this strange beast led many tribes in the desert to the Kingdom of Sand. The Kingdom of Sand treated the situation as a formidable enemy and dispatched a human army of 100,000 to meet them. However, what they didn't expect was that the powerful beast had no intention of going to war with them. The strange beast moved its huge body and came before the king of the Sand Kingdom. In the king's astonished eyes, it whispered, "Humanity, we unite. The desert is too small for our territory. Let's unite and expand outward together." From then on, the king of the Sand Kingdom became a priest, and the real king behind the Sand Kingdom was a strange beast. All the desert people practiced diligently. Humans and strange beasts no longer attacked each other. They sharpened their claws and weapons, and when the time was right, they extended their tentacles outward together. As the recollection ended, the priest's eyes gradually became firm. The king will evolve successfully soon. We cannot let them disturb the king at this time. Notify all the desert people and prepare for the battle. The priest held his staff high. We fight to the death. Chapter 105. The desert was unified by an extremely powerful monster, and the internal structure had long been united as one. Both the human and beast tribes had a common goal, and now they were working together to fight against the foreign enemies. After repelling Kai Chang's army, a strange beast with a wingspan of 20 meters appeared in the sky, evolving from a hunting falcon. Their population is declining and they are unable to muster much combat power. They run around the battlefield and are responsible for delivering intelligence to various war zones. Before, Xiao Chang's army was fighting with the human race here, and it didn't dare to show up until they retreated. When the priest saw them, he shouted, "Come down, they are gone." The falcon flapped its wings, stirred up dust, and landed next to the priest. Without even having time to exchange greetings, it immediately told the priest what it had seen and heard. The Camel King is dead, and the Camel tribe has no fighting ability. Also, the second largest tribe in the desert, the Ostrich tribe, has also been strangled by the tigers and is about to be defeated. Then, Falcon expressed his thoughts. They are too strong. If we don't unite in this battle, we will lose. In this way, the three major ethnic groups in the desert were destroyed. If the king woke up and learned the news, he would definitely be furious. The priest felt very sad, but he had no time to grieve. The situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly. If they did not cheer up, they would be the next group to be destroyed. This time it was too sudden. If we hadn't been attacked in a scattered manner, perhaps we wouldn't have suffered such a heavy blow at the beginning. Let the remaining tribes retreat to our side, and try not to fight alone. Delay time until the king's promotion is completed. The king said that his evolution will be greatly improved this time, otherwise he would not have been asleep for so long. Falcon nodded. When the king wakes up, these invaders will die. I will notify other tribes immediately. Without saying anything extra, the falcon immediately flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Looking at the falcon flying away in the distance, the priest sighed, then looked back at the army of birds and beasts that had turned into black dots, with no intention of pursuing them. I'm already scared of being beaten. In a short period of time, except for humans, the three major ethnic groups in the desert were wiped out. The speed was so fast that it was unimaginable and so terrifying that he had no idea of fighting back. The current situation is to try to preserve the existing troops, wait until Wang wakes up, and then blow the clarion call for a counterattack against the invaders. The priest also had a general understanding of the strength of these invaders. They were all extraordinary beasts and were no match for the king. Once the king completed his evolution, he could eliminate their leaders. Now that the leader is dead, there is nothing to be afraid of with the remaining beasts. We can just slowly eliminate them. On the other side of the desert, there lives a group of strange beasts that evolved from ostriches, occupying a large oasis which is very rare in the desert. There are spiritual stone veins, many plants and various natural treasures in the oasis. They cannot fly, but they are one of the kings of birds on land and the second largest group in the desert, and they are extremely proud. But today, they have encountered an opponent that is difficult to match. A group of tiger beasts suddenly appeared at the edge of the oasis, led by a beast that was 20 meters tall, with blue and white skin, and strong muscles. Without saying a word, it rushed over majestically. The ostriches could hardly see each other's movements. In the blink of an eye, a green wind blade flew by, blood splattered, and a row of ostriches lost their heads. Enemy attack! The ostriches were so frightened that they kept turning their heads to look left and right. They didn't even see the enemy clearly, and so many of their companions died. So fast! Where is he? Seeing that everyone was panicking, a particularly tall ostrich king immediately stretched his neck and shouted. Everyone calm down. There are only a few of them. We have so many beasts. Don't be afraid of them. Don't panic. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge force came, and Hu Yuming instantly moved to the side of the ostrich king, who had not yet reacted. Hu Yuming grabbed the ostrich king's neck and shot out his sharp tiger claws, beheading it. It happened so fast that even the ostrich next to it didn't react to what happened. Then he roared loudly, and the sound waves along with sand and stones hit the group of ostriches in front, causing them to fly backwards, bleeding profusely, and soon there was no movement. He's so strong. The leader was killed in an instant, and the ostriches became chaotic and ran around in the territory, trying to avoid Hu Yuming's attack. A group of ostriches ran in the opposite direction where their companion had fallen, but before they had run far, they were blocked by a group of tiger beasts that had also evolved from tigers. There are tigers here. The ostriches were almost in despair. They had just escaped from the tiger's mouth and fell into the tiger's den again. Boss Wuming is so powerful, we can't lose face. Brothers, let's go and kill him. The tiger roared and rushed forward. Although there are only a few tigers, each one is the best among the elite and blessed with the halo, making them stronger than the average group leader. The tigers fought 1 against 100 and soon defeated the herd of ostriches without any chance of fighting back. A large number of ostriches were crippled, dying, and hanging on to their lives, waiting for Xiao Teng's final harvest. This was the scene that Huang and Cai Chong saw when they arrived, mountains of corpses and a sea of blood. It was no exaggeration. Huang and Cai Chong felt nothing in their hearts. They were exotic animals living in the wild and were used to fighting. To them, this was just a pile of delicious food. Huang said, "Brother Hu, is it over?" Hu Yuming nodded, a little confused. "Well, everything is done, why are you here?" Logically speaking, after killing the enemies in their respective areas, the next step would be to stay and divide the territory and deal with the aftermath. "Have you met an opponent?" Ke Shang explained. "You guessed it right. The humans in the desert are actually in league with the alien beasts. Humans are helping the alien beasts here resist us." Hu Yuming was surprised and said, "This is rare. Humans can actually live in peace with strange beasts." Huang spoke up, "The number of humans is huge, and the internal situation is complicated. There are always different situations. We are here to find you to join us in attacking the humans here." Hu Yuming was silent for a moment before he spoke. "Although I agree with beating humans, humans are not easy to beat." Huang shook his head. "They are not as strong as the humans we encountered before. They don't have powerful weapons, so they should be easy to defeat. We can give it a try." Hearing what Huang said, Hu Yuming breathed a sigh of relief, then grinned, "In that case, I must go." Chapter 106. Huang, Hu Yuming, and Cai Shang ate some ostrich meat and, after a brief rest, continued to lead the army of alien beasts towards the human city. On the way, several peregrine falcons under Cai Chang's command went and returned, contacted Beiji, King Kong, and Shuilian, and brought back information. Sister Ke Shang, Beiji, Shuilian, and King Kong all said that many enemies over there are retreating. From what we can see, they are all heading in the same direction and gathering at the same place. Hu Yuming quickly guessed what was going on. They should have received the news as well. They may be on their way to the human city. Huang said, "It seems that they also want to gather their strength together." After receiving this information, Cai Chong turned to the 3 peregrine falcons and instructed, "If you 3 see something wrong, go inform the boss." The 3 peregrine falcons nodded quickly, "Yes. The boss is now controlling the clone." If the situation was not critical, Cai Chong would not want to disturb Xiao Teng, but everything must be fully prepared. They now have the most powerful background on Blue Star. The Kingdom of Sand is just a small country with a small population and only a few cities. At this time, there were not only humans in several cities of the Kingdom of Sand, but also a large number of desert native beasts stationed there. Many injured beasts came to the human cities for treatment. Humans and animals live in harmony and help each other. The soldiers of the Sand Country were on high alert. Their country had a limited number of missiles, and the weapons in their hands were one level behind those of the big countries. The top powers have now developed many spiritual weapons, but they do not have this technology and can only use ordinary firearms from the last era. Their lethality is limited to the current monsters. The monsters in the extraordinary period are no longer afraid of ordinary bullets, which can't break their defense at all. Only rockets can cause damage to them. As for fighting with their physical bodies, most humans missed the first bloody rain, and their levels were completely behind those of the monsters. If they only relied on their own combat power, they would be beaten so badly that they wouldn't even recognize their mothers in minutes. Not long after, Xiao Teng's army of alien beasts arrived at the city. Compared with the native creatures of the desert, their numbers are small, only a few thousand animals. These beasts all had a red halo on their heads, which was a sign that they had been strengthened by Xiao Teng. There were not many of them, but they were all elite. Many of them were in the early stage of extraordinary. Their average level crushed the beasts in the desert. For the motherland! For the family! Charge! A general shouted. Faced with the attacking army of alien beasts, the soldiers clenched their guns tightly. Although they were timid in their hearts, the alien beasts were already in front of them, and behind them was their homeland. The soldiers were charging in the front, and behind them were continuous rockets and missiles, constantly bombarding the oncoming army of alien beasts. The beasts in the extraordinary period took the lead. Bullets hitting the beasts were of no use at all. Only the occasional rockets could kill some of the beasts. The war was raging. Looking at the oncoming artillery fire, King Kong waved his hand towards the back with disdain. Cannonballs? We have them too. Black face, Jinrui, get ready. As soon as King Kong finished speaking, the monkey tribe stood up. Almost every one of them was carrying a rocket launcher on their shoulders, which were all confiscated from the military base in Qingcheng. Following King Kong's order, all of them fired at once, bombarding the rockets fired by the Sand Country. The rockets collided and exploded in the air, while some flew directly into the city and directly killed the logistics troops. Hymian and Jinrui put their hands on their foreheads and looked into the distance, grinning. Human stuff is pretty useful. The rockets exploded into the crowd, killing thousands of people at once. The soldiers of the Sand Country were stunned when they saw the artillery shells flying in the distance. What? How come they have weapons too? This is impossible. Could it be that they were actually sent by the Dragon Kingdom? This is incredible. Who would have thought that the alien beast would use human weapons to fight against humans? Even though the other party was a monkey, this was too horrifying. They are no different from humans. They can even use weapons. The soldiers of the Sand Country feel that their worldview has collapsed. The only advantage humans have at present is the ability to use weapons. But now the facts tell them that they have lost their only advantage. The strange beasts have actually learned to use weapons. They might not even be able to defeat these strange beasts in a battle of arms. Their country of sand is just a small country with very limited military power. After being hit, many soldiers simply threw away their guns, as they were of no use anyway, and took out their swords to fight the charging monsters. The soldiers fought with the wolves, but soon they found that when their swords hit the wolves were not afraid, but looked very excited. Every blood-refined wolf grows up bathed in blood and thrives on the battlefield. Ouch! A wolf howl was heard, and the appearance of the wolves changed instantly. Their bodies swelled to twice their original size, and their claws became sharper. With one claw, the soldier was smashed into meat paste. Not only are there monkey tribes, there are also blood-refined wolves on the battlefield. With the blessing of Xiao Teng's halo and the blood-refined wild talent, they are also blessed. With the dual blessing, he was extremely brave, and became more courageous as the battle went on, slaying countless enemies under his claws. As the battle went on, the soldiers soon discovered that the bodies of their teammates were everywhere, and the place was bloody. Their numbers were decreasing rapidly. The desert beasts in the city saw that the situation was not right. There were more and more enemy beasts, and there were endless streams of beasts coming. Moreover, the human army was being slaughtered one-sidedly. They were about to collapse, so they stood up immediately. Priests, we serve one Lord, and we will fight with you. Many leaders of desert monster tribes came to the priest and expressed their intention to send troops to stop Xiao Teng's monster army. They didn't want to cause more casualties, but the enemy was too fierce and they could not hold on any longer. Okay. Just drag it out. Wait for Wang to wake up. The priest did not refuse. At this point, if the kingdom of sand was destroyed, the native beasts here would not be much better off. Originally they thought that they could at least delay the other side for a while relying on the human race alone, but they didn't expect that the opponents were all strong, and even a small soldier had almost the strength of a leader. Could this really be the subordinate of the dragon? The priest had a bad feeling, but he also felt it was a little impossible. Didn't the news say that the dragon was in the Sakura country? The dragon has fled to the East Daxia Sea, how could it come to the desert again? Chapter 107. A large number of desert native beasts joined the war, and the sky and the land were filled with the deafening roars of the beasts. They fought with Xiao Teng's troops, and were then crushed mercilessly, and beaten so badly that they had almost no power to fight back. The desert beasts were inferior to the enemy in terms of level and attributes. The fight went on, and they became more and more desperate. Often, more than a dozen beasts would besiege one beast, but would still be killed in return, unable to defeat it. However, leader-level beasts like Huang, Hu Yuming, Cai Chong, etc. were like gods of death in the world, fighting against 100 at a time, with blood flowing like a river. The battlefield was littered with corpses, most of which were desert beasts. There were very few corpses of the beasts under Xiao Teng's command. Wave after wave, the later beasts stepped on the corpses of their teammates and moved forward, with fear in their eyes. The leader of the desert beasts encouraged the tribe and roared loudly. Hold on! Wait until the king wakes up. That's when they die. The battlefield was filled with roars and gunfire, and the monsters under Xiao Teng were not to be outdone. Roar! For the boss! Crush them! Kai Chang flew in the sky, releasing a tornado of fire that burned half of the sky red, and countless birds and beasts turned into charcoal and fell down. It spanned half of the battlefield, and the sound came from the sky and spread far away. I advise you to surrender obediently and not to put up a meaningless resistance. Those who surrender have a chance of survival, otherwise we will kill them all. Cai Chong and the others' goal is to conquer the desert area, not to kill all the beasts here. These beasts can be handed over to Xiao Teng to kill, and whether to recruit them is up to Xiao Teng. But unfortunately, the desert beasts all believed that the king's awakening could bring a reversal to the battle situation, and scoffed at Cai Chang's attempts to surrender. The desert beasts roared. You are too arrogant. It's not certain who will die in the end. I will never retreat. The priest of the Kingdom of Sand was extremely anxious as he watched the desert beasts and citizens being slaughtered one-sidedly. Why hasn't the king woken up yet? Please don't let anything unexpected happen. At that moment, the ground in the distance suddenly shook violently, and spider web-like cracks spread outward from the magma pool. The magma in the canyon was bubbling and gurgling, and a column of magma shot up into the sky, with a circular black shadow 30 meters high above it. With a bang, the black shadow fell to the ground, bringing with it a destructive force that directly created a big hole in the ground. A turtle-shaped beast with a shell covered with red magma lines and a head like a dragon's head stretched its head out from its shell. It radiated extremely high temperatures all over its body, distorting the surrounding air. It opened its huge mouth and roared, making a sound like a dragon's roar. Carefree. This king has finally advanced to a higher rank. The lava dragon turtle felt its power expand more than 10 times, and was extremely delighted. It feels that it has been greatly improved this time. Except for human nuclear weapons, other weapons will hardly kill it. It can't wait to test its new power. The lava dragon turtle took a step forward, looking at the empty and deserted canyon with confusion in its heart. Where are my men? Why don't they come out to greet me? Then it climbed out of the canyon and looked at the battlefield in the distance. It understood everything in an instant. Its pupils suddenly widened and it shouted, "Not good." The lava dragon turtle moved quickly, carrying its shell at a fast speed, and rushed straight to the battlefield in the distance, carrying hot wind. When it approached, it raised the temperature of the surrounding area by several degrees. I am already far ahead. All the strange beasts in the desert, stand up. As the deafening dragon roar resounded throughout the battlefield, all eyes were drawn to the giant turtle-shaped beast. Its body is as majestic as a mountain, and the magma patterns on its shell are like flowing flames, emitting a hot breath. The dragon-like head was held high, with majesty and anger flashing in the eyes. The king! The king has awakened! The desert beasts roared excitedly. Their originally desperate emotions were instantly ignited and their morale was greatly boosted. The priest of the kingdom of sand fell to his knees, his eyes filled with tears, and murmured, "The king has finally woken up. We are saved." The strange beasts under Xiao Teng stopped their attacks and looked at the huge turtle-shaped beast vigilantly. Kai Chang circled in the air, the tornado of fire gradually dissipated, its eyes were solemn, and it whispered to Huang and Hu Yuming beside it, "This guy is not simple." The turtle-shaped beast, the king of the desert, took a slow step forward, and the ground shook. Its voice rolled in like thunder, "Who dares to invade my territory?" The desert beasts all stepped aside to make way for their king. The king of the desert swept his eyes across the battlefield and saw corpses all over the ground, especially the corpses of desert beasts. A trace of anger and grief flashed in his eyes. "How dare you massacre my people?" The desert king's voice was filled with murderous intent. Its body shook violently, and the magma lines on its shell lit up instantly. The hot energy surrounded it. Cohesion. The extraordinary stage is the true beginning of cultivation. It is a watershed stage. In front of the extraordinary stage, no matter how many extraordinary stages there are, they are just ants. Not good. Retreat quickly. Cai Chang immediately realized the danger and warned loudly. However, it was too late. The king of the desert suddenly opened his huge mouth, and a column of hot magma gushed out of its mouth, heading straight for Xiao Teng's army. Wherever the magma passed, the ground was instantly burned into scorched earth, and the air was filled with a scorching smell. Roar! The strange beasts under Xiao Teng screamed one after another. The strange beasts that were directly hit by the lava column turned black in an instant. The surrounding strange beasts were also burned by the high temperature and fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. This is the powerful beast in the desert. It affects the temperature of the entire desert. It is indeed not simple. Huang and Hu Yuming looked at the lava dragon turtle with heavy faces. Even though they were already very close to being extraordinary, as long as they hadn't crossed that hurdle, they could never be compared with the extraordinary. The gap between extraordinary and super extraordinary is several times larger than the previous realms. The gap between the next realm and us is so huge. Let's go find the boss. Cai Chang said to the 3 peregrine falcons. Okay. The peregrine falcons didn't say much and flew away in the chaos. On the battlefield with many strange beasts and humans, no one noticed 3 small birds that flew away like lightning. Ha 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 ha! Where did this invader come from? How dare you run wild in my territory? The lava dragon turtle swept across the battlefield, feeling very inflated. The new power gave it confidence, and it felt that no one could do anything to it except the human race, a powerful country. Chapter 108. Boss. We encountered a super powerful monster. Boss. Wake up. Ding. Absorbing spiritual energy, evolution points plus 4 million. In a river in the Qingfeng Mountains, a giant dragon with a body length of more than 600 meters and flashing lightning all over its body regained its clarity of sight. Soon, Xiao Teng understood the situation. It seems that a strange beast has been promoted to the extraordinary level. The gap from extraordinary to super extraordinary is huge. Xiao Teng had experienced it at the beginning. He had to survive in the extraordinary stage, but after he was promoted to super extraordinary, he easily wiped out the Chen family's army. In addition, the creatures who can now be promoted to the extraordinary realm have extraordinary talents, and among the top group, they can probably be counted on one hand throughout the world. Then it is understandable that Huang and the others cannot defeat them. I understand. I will take action. Xiao Teng swung his huge body and rushed up into the sky from the river with a whoosh, and the water level of the river dropped several meters at once. After reaching the awakening state, Xiao Teng's speed was already more than 10 times the speed of sound, and he arrived at the desert battlefield almost in the blink of an eye. The lava dragon turtle was still killing people wantonly on the battlefield. It was already so extraordinary that no one could stop it. It was having a great time and was completely immersed in the joy of advancement and killing. Ha ha ha! This is extraordinary power. Who in this world can stop me? However, the lava dragon turtle did not feel happy for long. Suddenly, the sky darkened, dark clouds gathered, and rumbling thunder sounded in his ears. The lava dragon turtle looked up at the sky and saw the huge figure in the distance. Its pupils suddenly shrank and fear instantly overwhelmed its heart. What is that? The majestic power of the dragon was everywhere, and all the beasts felt an irresistible sense of oppression, as if a king had arrived and brought pressure from the life level. Xiao Teng swept across with an expressionless face, then opened his huge mouth and a majestic voice rang out in the desert. Kneel down. In an instant, all the strange beasts in the desert could no longer restrain themselves and knelt on the ground trembling. Facing a powerful person in the awakening realm, they all felt that Xiao Teng was terrifyingly strong and they themselves were as weak as ants. No. I won't kneel. The lava dragon turtle roared angrily, and cracks appeared on its back as it tried its best to resist the pressure of the dragon's might. As the king of the desert, it has to submit to others. Even humans are subject to it, and no human or animal has ever dared to talk to it like this. There is a fire burning inside it. I have already advanced to the extraordinary level. It may not be impossible for me to fight him. The lava dragon turtle resisted the pressure of the dragon's might while accumulating energy. The magma patterns on its body lit up and thick columns of magma shot out from its mouth, pointing directly at Xiao Teng. Facing the gushing lava column, Xiao Teng casually waved his claws to disperse it, and a warm feeling came from his claws. The high-temperature lava emitted by the lava dragon turtle after it gathered its last bit of strength was as comfortable to Xiao Teng as taking a hot bath. Anyone who dares to defy the dragon's might shall die. Heavenly punishment thunder. Xiao Teng swung his claws, and a thunderous sound exploded. Then, an extremely thick purple lightning fell from the sky, carrying the breath of death, and hit the shell of the lava dragon turtle. The lava dragon turtle's thick shell was easily pierced by the thunder tribulation. It didn't even have time to let out a scream and instantly turned into a charred corpse. Ding! Kill the extraordinary first-level lava dragon turtle, evolution points plus 1.26 million. King! The other desert beasts stared at this scene in amazement, their hearts were shocked beyond words and they simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. Their king was killed in seconds? Xiao Teng was not hurt at all, and was killed instantly. They stood there in a daze, seemingly not understanding what was happening before their eyes. Incredibly powerful. Soon, the desert priest reacted. His mood was like riding a roller coaster. Just now he was overjoyed that the king had awakened. As a result, the next second, the king he had been waiting for a long time was killed. It was still the kind of crushing kill that their king couldn't even hurt the dragon. He is really a subordinate of Shenlong. Shenlong has become so powerful. The desert priest didn't know what to say. He was shocked by the other party's strength and felt numb. Even big countries bow before the dragon. What can a leader of a small country do? This is probably what it feels like to be at the bottom of despair. I haven't used my main body for a long time. I feel good after stretching my muscles. Xiao Teng had been staying in Qingfeng Mountains to eat spirit stones and hadn't exercised for a long time. After killing the lava dragon turtle, he felt like he hadn't moved enough. This time it was Xiao Teng's real body that came, with his full strength. Not to mention extraordinary, even if he was at the same awakening level, he would be beaten by Xiao Teng. With the blessing of many talents, his strength has far surpassed that of creatures at the same level. The dragon's might alone is enough to suppress those at the extraordinary level from raising their heads. Using the heavenly punishment thunder to deal with the lava dragon turtle is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. In front of the desert beasts, Xiao Teng controlled his telekinesis to make the corpse of the lava dragon turtle float in front of him, and ate their king in front of them. Ding! Endless devouring is in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring the S-level talent Son of Molten Flame. Son of Molten Flame, S rank, you are the king of the flame domain. Flames obey your orders, and where you are will attract a large number of fire elements to gather. The power of all fire elemental talents is increased by 300%, and the consumption is reduced by 100%, making it easier to comprehend fire elemental talents. With S-level talent, no wonder he can grow so fast. He was lucky this time and swallowed an S-level talent, but it was in the fire element. Xiao Teng had very few fire element talents. Although this talent was powerful, it had to be used in conjunction with other fire element talents. Let's see if I can swallow it later. The reason why the lava dragon turtle can grow into a transcendent so quickly, besides possessing S-level talent, is mainly because there is no human suppression in this area, so the beast can grow at will and will not die suddenly in its weak stage. Xiao Teng turned his gaze to the desert beasts that were all kneeling on the ground. They shuddered involuntarily, feeling as if they were being stared at by the god of death. I can harvest another wave of evolution points. These strange beasts gathered together, saving Xiao Teng the time of looking for them. Boss, many of our brothers were killed. Ah Huang crawled in front of Xiao Teng with a little sadness. They were all killed by the lava dragon turtle, and it lost some of its giant pythons. Several other leaders also said that their companions had been killed. The desert beasts looked at the corpses all over the ground, and then looked at Ah Huang and the others complaining to Xiao Teng, and they almost vomited blood. Is this human language? They were killed more. The battlefield was littered with corpses, most of which were native desert beasts and humans, and the number of beasts killed by Xiao Teng was not even a fraction of them. After all, Xiao Teng's speed was too fast, and the lava dragon turtle died on the spot before it could kill many beasts. Xiao Teng nodded, ignoring the mood of the desert beasts, and raised his claws to wave them away. You guys did a good job, now let me show you how to perform. Chapter 109. The desert beasts stared at Xiao Teng's every move in horror. Their bodies had been suppressed by the dragon's might and they could not move, not even if they wanted to run away. Xiao Teng glanced at them casually and they were already trembling with fear. Xiao Teng's eyes swept across and it seemed that there were no exotic beasts worth taming. Besides, these desert beasts had long been unified and were all loyal to one king. After working together for so long, they had a sense of belonging to a certain extent. Their kings were killed and eaten by Xiao Teng, so even if they submitted to Xiao Teng, it might not be insincere. These men are enough for now. Xiao Teng glanced at the desert priest indifferently. He was obviously the leader. His eyes were dull and his face was full of despair. He was ready to die. Let's do it. Without saying much, Xiao Teng directly summoned his strongest harvesting talent. Death Fog Area. In an instant, the overwhelming black fog surged out from underground, submerging the desert beasts and the human army like a tide. Ding! Kill the extraordinary first level Thunderbird, evolution points plus 14663. Ding! Kill the third level mutant human, evolution points and 3147. Ding! Kill the extraordinary third level mutant human, evolution points plus 36970. System prompts sounded in my ears. After a few minutes, only skeletons were left on the ground. More than 60 million evolution points? Not bad, right? We only need 40 million to evolve. The dead fog area ended, and the entire desert became much emptier. Several human cities quietly turned into dead cities. Seeing that all the enemies were eliminated, Huang, Hu Yuming and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They sat on the ground and began to swallow the corpses on the ground. A lot of spiritual power and physical strength are consumed in battle, which need to be replenished. The corpse of the strange beast is the best choice. You can also absorb the spiritual energy in its body to improve your strength to a higher level. Especially the corpse of the lava dragon turtle, Xiao Teng only took a bite and threw it away. It is a great tonic for other exotic beasts. Xiao Teng glanced at the information displayed above their heads and spoke. You guys are going to evolve soon. Huang immediately replied to Xiao Teng, yes, boss. I only need to upgrade one more level to evolve. Level 1, that'll be quick. With the resources, it'll only take 2 or 3 days. Hu Yuming was also eating beside him and said, I am only 1 level away from evolving. I will be able to evolve soon. Cai Chong also said, I am only 1 level away. Huang, Cai Chong and Hu Yuming were the first subordinates recruited by Xiao Teng, and they were also the highest level. The other exotic beasts were not much different, and were only 2 or 3 levels away from being promoted to the extraordinary level. Although Shuelian was also one of the first few subordinates recruited, he brought a wolf pack with him. The wolf pack had the highest average level and was the most valiant and warlike alien beast army. Then you should focus on improving your strength and becoming advanced first during this period of time. When they evolve successfully, Xiao Teng will have several extraordinary beasts under his command. One extraordinary beast has the ability to destroy a city of a big country. If the exotic beasts under their command were added, those small countries might not even be able to resist the exotic beasts of the extraordinary realm. After all, a supernatural beast is the king of a region, and may have thousands or even tens of thousands of supernatural beasts under his command. Taking these resources from the desert is enough for them to break through to the extraordinary level. Soon after, the strange beasts under Xiao Teng began to divide up the territory and take over the spirit stone veins and various resources in the desert. As for the several human cities, they were given to King Kong's monkey tribe without any dispute. Their eyes sparkled as they excitedly rushed into human cities, and they were particularly interested in high-powered weapons. Some members of the monkey tribe were holding submachine guns and playing with them curiously. They accidentally shot at their companions nearby, but no one was hurt. As if the prank had succeeded, he let out an excited "Ga-ga" roar from his mouth. Found some good stuff. King Kong moved his huge body, squeezed into the human city, lifted the roof of a building, and found a pile of rocket launchers and grenades. Distributed immediately to the unequipped members of the monkey tribe. Watching the strange beasts under his command performing their respective duties, Xiao Teng also found an oasis to settle down, and then concentrated on controlling his clone, allowing the shadow clone to return to the original body. With Xiao Teng's current mental strength, he can already control 2 bodies to fight at the same time. When the clone and the original body fight together, that is Xiao Teng's peak combat power. After taking over the desert, the strange beasts under Xiao Teng quickly digested the local resources. Many spirit stone veins were mined and turned into strength. The shadow clone flew back to Dragon Kingdom from the East Daxia Sea in a swagger, and caused another stir when it entered the territory of Dragon Kingdom. Great Elder, the dragon is back again. An old man took a sip of tea and listened to the secretary's report without showing much expression. Come if you want, but don't make any moves. We are currently selecting suitable candidates to attend the international conference. Don't let Shenlong know. After all, the topic of that meeting was not favorable to Shenlong. The secretary responded immediately and then respectfully handed over a document. Yes. I will arrange it right away. In addition to the Dragon Country's #1 candidate, we have several other good candidates. Please take a look. Zhang Qiang, an officer of the Spiritual Qi Bureau, is an extraordinary 7th rank official. Zhi Ming, an advisor of the Spiritual Qi Bureau, is an extraordinary 6th rank official. Xu Xian, the chief captain of the Spiritual Qi Bureau, and Zhang Meizi are extraordinary 6th rank officials. When the Great Elder saw the list of candidates on the document, he smiled and touched his beard, looking very happy. Our dragon country is really full of talented people. Ever since Xiao Teng took away the resources from the national treasury, Longyuan's support for domestic talents has declined. The talent advancement speed of the Spiritual Energy Bureau is not as fast as before. The Great Elder is very happy that several extraordinary late-stage talents can stand out at this stage. After all, each country has sent its own strong people to this international conference. The sent psychics represent the face of the country to a certain extent, and they cannot lose face in the international arena. Chapter 110. Soon, Xiao Teng's shadow clone arrived at the desert. The journey was smooth and no human dared to stop him. The Long Kingdom did not take any action regarding Xiao Teng's appearance in the territory, nor could it make any threatening moves. Xiao Teng was not even afraid of nuclear bombs. As long as they don't seek death, Xiao Teng is too lazy to kill them and just treats them as black slaves helping him mine spirit stones. After all, with so many people from Dragon Country helping him find and mine spirit stones, he saved a lot of effort. All he had to do was wait to eat, saving him time and effort. Flying in the sky, Xiao Teng had a clear view of the territory of the Dragon Kingdom and a sense of accomplishment arose spontaneously. I built this kingdom by myself. At present, Xiao Teng has occupied a large piece of land in the north of Longyuan, and almost all of the northwest direction belongs to him. Flying in the air and taking a bird's eye view of the whole picture, he discovered that there was a shortcoming in his current territory. That is, there is no adjacent ocean and it is all inland. Find some time to take the piece near the sea and build our home there in the future. Longyuan has become Xiao Teng's ATM. Even if Xiao Teng goes to ask for this land, he will have to tell the 3 elders in advance and ask for personnel to be transferred, and they will have to agree. Xiao Teng's body grew too fast. At more than 600 meters, even the widest river would feel a bit crowded. With this thought in mind, Xiao Teng's clone quickly returned to his original body. After transferring the colorful giant egg hidden in the scales to the main body, Xiao Teng controlled the shadow clone to transform into a pool of shadow and return to Xiao Teng's feet. When the shadow clone exists, it will constantly consume Xiao Teng's mental energy, and he needs to take a proper rest. Afterwards, Xiao Teng handed over a few extraordinary-looking giant colorful eggs to Kei Chang's bird tribe, asking them to take care of them together with Kei Chang's eggs. I also specifically reminded them that it was a marine life and not to kill it. Xiao Teng came personally to deliver the eggs and asked them to take care of them. The bird tribesmen under Cai Chang were terrified and quickly agreed. "Boss, we will definitely take good care of you." At the same time, they were also shocked by these giant eggs that were emitting colorful light, and could feel the tremendous vitality of the strange beasts inside. Although they felt that it would be beneficial to themselves if they ate it, no beast had the courage to do so, as it was delivered by Xiao Teng himself. A few days later, Huang, Hu Yuming and Cai Chang all felt that they were about to break through and evolve again, so they agreed on a place and gathered together to protect each other. When advancing to a higher level, it is a dangerous moment for creatures. They will either fall into a long sleep or encounter a thunderstorm. It will be safer if there is a companion watching by the side. After hearing about it, Xiao Teng also came to join in the fun. He was very curious about how his beasts would evolve under the radiation of the true dragon bloodline. "Hello, boss." ×3. Seeing Xiao Teng, Huang, Hu Yuming, Cai Shang greeted Xiao Teng. "I'll come over and take a look, you guys continue." Xiao Teng flew into the air and stared at the 3 of them intently. "Brother Huang, you go first. We will protect you." Hu Yuming felt the fluctuation of spiritual power from Huang, which was very strong and he could hardly suppress it. "Okay." Huang responded, and then prepared to release the spiritual power in his body to deal with the thunder tribulation. After becoming extraordinary, if they want to evolve, they either have to endure the tribulation or fall into a dormant state. The faster they endure the tribulation, the higher the risk factor. After they have endured the tempering of the thunder tribulation, their physical fitness will be stronger after they evolve. There is no such benefit in evolving through a dormant state. This is information engraved in their blood. Determined to follow the eldest brother's example, Huang, Hu Yuming, and Cai Chong all chose to survive the tribulation and evolve. Wait a minute. Xiao Teng suddenly thought of something and called Huang. What's wrong, boss? Huang stopped suddenly. The spiritual power in his body was neither rising nor falling, and he felt very uncomfortable. Xiao Teng cut the tip of his claws and squeezed out a drop of dragon blood. After you absorb this drop of dragon blood, it should be able to increase the concentration of your blood. Huang looked at the dragon blood on Xiao Teng's claws and could sense that absorbing it would be of great benefit to himself. This was dragon blood, and it was very attractive. Is this, for me? He was stunned for a moment, then reacted quickly and thanked him quickly. Thank you, boss. Huang was deeply moved from the bottom of his heart. Giving him dragon blood at the critical moment of evolution was like timely help, which greatly increased its success rate of evolving into a more advanced species. Catch the dragon's blood with your tongue and swallow it quickly. In an instant, the body became hot, and a domineering energy was transforming the whole body. The dragon blood in the body was strengthened a lot, and it would be revealed when it evolved later. After rebirth, he cut off his past worldly affairs and had been together for so long that he had developed feelings for Huang and the others. They were Xiao Teng's new family, companions with whom he could walk into the future together. Xiao Teng waved his paw. No need to thank me, we are all family. Then, Xiao Teng gave Hu Yuming another drop. Hu Yuming took it, and his body shook. Warmth flowed through his body, echoing with the accumulated true dragon radiation, causing the concentration of true dragon blood in his body to increase significantly. Hu Yuming was shocked by the changes in his body and immediately thanked him. Thank you for the dragon blood. You're welcome. Xiao Teng turned his head. Cai Chong was still paying attention to their reactions. After feeling Xiao Teng's gaze, she immediately came back to her senses. Xiao Teng said, your fire phoenix bloodline is no worse than the real dragon bloodline, so I won't give you dragon blood. The main function of dragon blood is to increase the blood concentration in the body. At this time, Kai Chang already has the blood of the fire phoenix. The two kinds of blood in the body will cause the blood in the body to mix. Especially since the true dragon bloodline is extremely domineering, and it was given by Xiao Teng. If it was given to Cai Chong, there might be a conflict between them, and it is hard to say whether it would help it or harm it. No problem, boss. I appreciate your kindness. Cai Chong expressed her understanding, saying that she was already very lucky compared to Huang and Hu Yuming who had no blood talent. After absorbing the dragon blood, Huang took a deep breath and completely released the spiritual power in his body, forming a spiritual power tornado with himself as the center. At the same time, there were bursts of thunder and flashes of lightning in the sky, and a thunder disaster could strike at any time. Boom! 3 thunder strikes fell one after another. Hu Yuming, Cai Chong, and Xiao Teng all looked at Huang who was enduring the thunder strikes with serious faces. Xiao Teng just watched without taking any action or helping to resist the thunder tribulation or weaken its power. Xiao Teng had experienced the thunder tribulation and knew that it was a combination of opportunity and danger. The thunder tribulation could temper the body, and if one could withstand it, there was no need to take action. Of course, if the situation is not right and there is danger to life, Xiao Teng will still lend a hand. Huang has an indestructible body and he survived the thunder calamity without any accidents. It can only be said that he is worthy of having an S-level defensive talent, and the effect is very strong. He let out a comfortable roar, and the lightning disappeared, allowing people outside to see his appearance. At this time, Huang had evolved successfully, and his whole body had changed drastically. Overall, it still looks like a giant python, without claws. It is 100 meters in size and huge. Its body is no longer made of rock, but has become layers of scales, with an overall gradient color of yellow and black. The scales are hard and have mysterious patterns, which are extremely similar to the scales on Xiao Teng's body, except that they have more distinct granular spikes that can injure the enemy. The head has changed a lot. It is no longer the head of an eastern dragon with dragon whiskers, but the head of a western dragon, like a lizard, only more angular and much more handsome than before. Earth Dragon, extraordinary first level, talents, indestructible body, S level, telepathy, F level, earth spikes, C level, earth wall, C level, recoil, A level, gigantic, A level, son of the earth, S level. Giant, level A. During gigantic growth, you can expand your body to 5 times its original size and increase your strength 5 times. Son of the earth, S level. You have been recognized by Mother Earth. The power of the earth element is increased by 300%. When you touch the ground, you absorb the energy of the earth, and the cost of all talents is reduced by 100%. It is easier to comprehend the earth element talent. Chapter 111. The race is Earth Dragon. Although it has the word dragon, it is not a real dragon and the blood in its body is not pure. Even among dragons, there are strengths and weaknesses. Earth dragons cannot fly and crawl like giant pythons. They are not considered real dragons, but just pseudo-dragons. But the bloodline is much better than the original giant python, and it is somehow related to the dragon bloodline. After the evolution was successful, Huang couldn't wait to use his new talent, Giant Transformation. The talent was activated, and the body continued to expand until it was 5 times its original size, reaching 500 meters, almost the same as Xiao Teng. At the same time, his strength also increased 5 times. This talent reminded Xiao Teng of a magical power in the legend, which can transform the body into a giant, standing tall with the sky and the earth, and the mountains and rivers are dust under its feet. Xiao Teng guessed that perhaps the final form of this talent is Fa Tian Xiang Di, which has great potential. Hu Yuming and Cai Shang were on the ground looking up at the enlarged Huang and were amazed. Brother Huang, how do you feel? Great, I feel like I have endless power. As long as his body is in contact with the ground, Huang feels a steady stream of energy pouring into his body. This is a manifestation of the talent of the Son of the Earth. It is a passive skill that can restore physical strength and reduce skill consumption. Xiao Teng also praised, it's pretty awesome. It's really powerful, at least a little more powerful than the lava dragon turtle I just killed. The lava dragon turtle is a sleeping evolution, and its attributes are not as good as Huang's. After being promoted to the extraordinary level, Huang's combat power has made a qualitative leap, and he has also awakened an S-level talent and an A-level talent. His strength has been greatly improved, and many human thermal weapons are difficult to take effect. Look at me next, I'm going to evolve too. After watching Huang's evolution, Hu Yuming is also full of expectations for his next evolution. Hu Yuming looked up at the thunder and lightning in the sky without fear, released the spiritual power in his body to help resist the thunder disaster, and shouted, "Come on!" Rolling thunder passed by, and the same 3 thunder tribulations fell. Hu Yuming gritted his teeth and endured. Its defense was not as strong as Huang's. It suffered a lot from Duji and the hair on its body was burnt. Fortunately, Xiao Teng treated it in time and allowed it to recover. However, he was able to withstand 3 thunder tribulations completely by relying on his own strength. His body was tempered and became tougher, and his mental strength was also improved. The benefits of thunder tribulation are obvious to all. The lightning disappeared, and the nameless tiger reappeared in everyone's sight, and a brand new giant tiger appeared. The body is more than 30 meters long, and the face is ferocious. The 2 apexes of the head are bent back, and the 2 canine teeth are lengthened and exposed. There are dragon scales connecting the eyebrows and eyes. The whole body is cyan and white. The body does not look like the simple stripes of a tiger. It has become very complicated. Only the word on the top of the head is retained. There are also dragon scales at the junction between the back and the neck, protecting important parts. The most eye-catching thing is that a pair of feather wings appear out of thin air at the shoulder blades. The wingspan is more than 100 meters, covering the sky and the sun, and is very huge. I have wings, I can fly. Hu Yuming flapped his wings excitedly, flew into the sky, and let out a deafening roar. The wind was strong, as if the air was vibrating, showing his kingly demeanor. Dragon Scale Flying Tiger, Extraordinary Level 1, Talent, 10-fold Speed Increase, B Level, Wind Blade, B Level, Telepathy, F Level, Storm Sun, S Level, Wind Roar, B Level, 10-fold Strength Increase, A Level, Teleportation, A Level. Like a tiger with added wings, Xiao Teng thought of an idiom. It's not bad, the mobility has become stronger. Gaining the ability to fly, which many exotic beasts dream of, is the biggest improvement in this evolution. It can fly, is fast, and has the talent of teleportation. For many alien beasts, it is a dimensionality reduction strike. Although the defense is a bit fragile, it cannot hit Hu Yuming at all. Hu Yuming also has long-range attacks, which can be played very well. He has been using the wind blade to attack enemies from a distance in the sky. Enemies who cannot fly have nothing to do with it. Moreover, dragon scales have grown on his body, and his defense is a little stronger than before. His overall strength has increased a lot, and he can withstand many hot weapons of humans. Watching Hu Yuming racing in the sky, the speed was obviously several times faster than the speed of sound. The afterimage was so fast that it was impossible to see Hu Yuming's movements clearly. Brother Tiger is so strong. He can fly. Hu Yuming's voice came from the sky, no. When it comes to fighting, Brother Huang, you are better than me. That's still not as good as you. I'm so jealous. The two beasts exchanged words with each other. Huang and Hu Mingming started blowing business with each other, and they were in high spirits. It was the time when the spring breeze was triumphant. Kei Shang looked a little speechless, staring at the two beasts who were forgetful, and reminded them. You two, don't bother complimenting each other. Thanks to the boss for donating his dragon blood, otherwise your bloodline wouldn't reach this level. Right. After being reminded by Cai Shang, Hu Yuming stopped wandering. He quickly came down from the sky and knelt down in front of Xiao Teng. Thank you, boss. Boss, you are simply my reborn parent. I, Hu Yuming, will be loyal to you from now on, with all my heart. Huang glanced at Hu Yuming and said quickly, me too. Where did you learn so many idioms? Xiao Teng asked, when did Hu Yuming become a cultural tiger? I learned it from King Kong. 6. Xiao Teng remembered that King Kong's intelligence was indeed in sharp contrast to his bulk. He had read a lot of human books and was a cultural ape. Cai Shang, please evolve quickly, we will watch for you. Hu Yuming quickly urged. Good. Without further ado, after a high-pitched bird song, Cai Shang's spiritual power was released. Her momentum was not inferior to that of Huang and Hu Yuming, and a huge tornado of spiritual power spread to help resist the thunder catastrophe. After successfully surviving the thunderstorm, Cai Shang successfully evolved. The appearance is not much different from before, except that the body size has become larger, the wingspan is more than 100 meters, the tail feathers have become longer than the body, and it is getting closer and closer to the legendary phoenix. The wings and neck are burning with eternal flames, and a pair of claws are extremely sharp and can easily cut flesh. Wherever he goes, rolling flames hit him. Although his body is covered in flames, after evolving, he has a stronger ability to control flames and will not cause forest fires casually. When Cai Shang releases the fire element in her body with all her strength, the earth can be baked dry. Skyflame Firebird, Extraordinary Level 1, Talents, Fire Phoenix Bloodline, S Level, Firestorm, B Level, Telepathy, F Level, Fire Control, B Level, Burn Everything, A Level, Son of Molten Flame, S Level, 10 times Strength Amplification, B Level. During this evolution, Cai Chong could feel that the concentration of the Fire Phoenix blood in her body had increased a lot. When she awakened next time, she would activate the blood in her body and evolve into the mythical creature, the Fire Phoenix. She stood on the ground with her wings folded, and every move she made was very graceful. It was obvious that Cai Chang's strength had improved a lot this time. Feeling the surging power in her body, Cai Chang said with emotion. No wonder there was such a huge gap between the previous Desert King and us. I feel like I can beat 10 of my previous selves now. All 3 of his subordinates evolved successfully, and with the addition of 3 more extraordinary generals, Xiao Teng was in a good mood. In this world, besides himself, Huang, Hu Yuming and Cai Chong are the first-tier combat forces. There are very few creatures in this world that can reach the extraordinary level, no more than 10, and there are 3 of them among his subordinates. It also means that they have the capital to fight against human thermal weapons. With continuous evolution, the advantages of human thermal weapons are gradually weakening. In the near future, it will be the era of the alien beasts. As of now, there is only Xiao Teng, a giant beast that can crush humans. The other beasts are still some distance away from being immune to thermal weapons. The world is still dominated by humans. After the evolution, Huang, Hu Yuming, and Cai Chong became stronger. They looked very cool in appearance and their body sizes were almost twice that of the extraordinary beasts. Standing in front of them gave off a sense of oppression, which aroused the envy of the other strange beasts under Xiao Teng, and also motivated them to work hard to devour flesh and spirit stones and to catch up with them. The upgrade in their rank also made Huang, Hu Yuming, and Cai Chong dissatisfied with their current territory and the number of exotic beasts under their command. However, they did not draw their swords to attack the monsters that were also under the boss's command, but instead thought about expanding outward and absorbing many of their fellow tribesmen in the desert to join them. After all, not all desert beasts have joined the Desert King's army. Many beasts are usually prey and hate the Desert King very much. They were easily persuaded to join, and the army under Xiao Teng grew rapidly. Some compatriots were killed in the previous battle, but this loss was quickly made up. Even if Xiao Teng was not in charge, with the current strength, it would be more than enough to take over a small country. The world is big, and we only occupy a small area. While practicing hard, the strange beasts chatted together. King Kong absorbed a lot of knowledge from the human world and stood in front of the strange beasts to educate them. Many common senses of the human world are lacking for the strange beasts. After all, they only lived in their own habitats before and had never even left the Qingfeng Mountains. It is totally unimaginable that there is so much land and ocean in this world, and even the human race has more than just the dragon country. On the other side of the ocean, there is a big country that can be compared with the dragon country, the eagle country. The military force is also extremely terrifying, no less than that of the dragon kingdom, and this country has no bottom line and no moral constraints. I see. The world is so big. Xiao He murmured to himself, suddenly realizing, and felt that he had learned a lot. It was the last one to join Xiao Teng's team. It didn't understand many things and had great respect for the knowledgeable brother King Kong. Huang swallowed a lot of spirit stones, but felt that his strength had not changed. If I want to level up now, the spiritual energy I need is extremely terrifying. Me too, I really don't know how the boss can level up so quickly. The boss realm is higher than ours, and the speed of his level up is faster than ours. Hu Yuming nodded, and also felt that its current level up speed was not as fast as before. And when I think about how the boss was moving at a rocket speed at their stage, it seemed like there was no bottleneck. They can only obtain so many resources with the help of the boss. If they were not the boss, they would not be able to defeat humans and would still be suppressed by humans. They might not even be able to get out of the Qingfeng Mountains and would have been sacrificed under human artillery fire long ago. The older I get, the more terrifying my boss becomes. We thought the gap between them and the big boss could be narrowed, but unexpectedly it got bigger and bigger. How else can he be the boss? I believe that under the leadership of the boss, it is only a matter of time before we rule the world. While eating the spirit stones, Cai Chong looked at the world map that King Kong used as a science prop. Central Continent, Western Continent, Black Continent, Northern Continent, Southern Continent, Polar Regions, Australia. Hello, sir. Outside a building, two extraordinary beings on duty looked at the four people hurrying by and saluted quickly. Zhang Qiang and the other three responded and continued walking towards the deputy director's office. After returning from Xiao Teng, thanks to the large amount of spirit stone resources, the levels of Zhang Qiang and his friends were rapidly improved, and they received attention and key training from the Spiritual Energy Bureau. In the era of spiritual revival, the position of chief shall be held by the most capable one. He became a corps commander in one fell swoop, holding a lot of say in the Spiritual Energy Bureau, and had many soldiers with superpowers under his command. They also have knowledge of all the big and small things happening in Dragon Country, many of which are secrets that ordinary people cannot know, as they are all part of their daily lives. The four of them pushed the door open and entered, and what came into view was Deputy Director Yang sitting in his office chair. Now that you are here, please take a seat. Deputy Director Yang spoke in a gentle tone towards the national talents. Pull over some chairs for them to sit down. The intention of the higher UPS for this international conference is to have the four of you and Li Shengxing go. Li Shengxing is the number one person in Dragon Country. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Qiang and others looked at each other, with a strange look on their faces. This shows that the higher UPS recognize your abilities. International conferences need you to keep the order. Of course, it is impossible for only psychics to attend this international conference. There will also be people from the three major families. It just needs powerful psychics to demonstrate the country's strength to the international community. Of course, I know that everyone is very tired in their training. If you don't want to waste time, we can also change someone. We are honored. Without hesitation, Zhang Qiang and his companions agreed to the request. This was a good opportunity to obtain intelligence. Chapter 112. Not long after, a global conference was held in Eagle Country. Each country sent representatives and powerful psychics to participate. Of course, the opinions of the top 5 countries were mainly heard, and small countries had no decision-making power. After the Third Blood Rain, the number of countries in the world dropped sharply. Many small countries had lost contact under the impact of the beast tide, and either perished or were forced to join the ranks of the alien beasts. The big country is also unable to take care of itself. Cities bordering forests, hills, mountains, and rivers have all been attacked by strange beasts. People are gradually evacuating and being replaced by military garrisons. Places outside the city are no longer accessible to ordinary people. A blond man on the stage was talking and giving a speech. The world situation is not optimistic. All countries have been attacked by alien beasts, and countless people have died. Various powerful alien beasts have appeared, turning their habitats into forbidden areas for humans. There are also top-level alien beasts such as the Shenlong. This is a world crisis. Our countries can no longer fight alone. I declare the establishment of the Human Federation from today. When a country is in trouble, all sides will come to its aid. We humans on Blue Planet are one body. Pa pa pa. There was a sudden applause from the audience. The proposal to establish a human federation so that all humans on Blue Planet would be a whole was quickly passed unanimously by the 5 countries. If there is no external crisis before the revival of spiritual energy, such a proposal will probably never be realized. It is indeed difficult to expect people of all races to abandon their prejudices and understand cultural differences. At this time, in the Dragon Country representative area, Dragon Country's number one person, Li Shengxing, raised his hand to speak. It is indeed necessary for the Human Federation to be established, but you must not forget the real crisis. The dragon entrenched in our country is the alien beast that poses the greatest threat to us. Yes. Now that the Human Federation has been established, you shouldn't just stand by and watch, Eagle Country. The second elder on the side also spoke up. Xiao Teng's threat was too great, and it directly cut off all of Longguo's resources. If this continued, Longguo would become increasingly weaker. Of course, the main reason was that there were not enough spirit stones to go around, and even their own families often fought over them. Moreover, many people with special abilities seem to be dissatisfied with the rule of the aristocratic families and show signs of rebellion. Of course, the dragon is not only a threat to your dragon country, but also a threat to the humans of Blue Star. We in Eagle Country are researching biological weapons. We have achieved great results. Soon, we will deploy them in the territory of Shenlong. Let the strange beasts fight against the strange beasts. Speaking of this, the blonde man on the stage also looked proud. Biological weapons are man-made exotic animals based on gene fusion technology. This technology has been the focus of research in various countries since the revival of spiritual energy, and now it has finally matured and can be put into use. Having said that, the blonde man pressed a few buttons, and a picture of a creature similar to an ancient dinosaur appeared on the large screen behind him. It is over 200 meters long, completely black, with a spine on its back that emits blue light and contains enormous energy. There is also text next to it that says it can spit out powerful nuclear breath that can cause the body of a living thing to disintegrate, with incredible destructive power. Even if it doesn't kill, it can directly affect the potential for future evolution and weaken the upper limit of growth. This monster is surrounded by many Western flying dragons and various fusion monsters. There are so many of them, and each one is more than 20 meters long. A monster that can grow infinitely as long as it absorbs nuclear energy. We decided to name it Godzilla. With our uninterrupted supply of nuclear energy, the monster's strength has reached an extremely terrifying level, surpassing all the superpowers in the world. Since its birth, we have implanted a gene in it that prevents it from harming humans. It will obey our orders and there is no need to worry about it going berserk. Biological weapons. Godzilla. Hearing these remarks, Zhang Qiang and others were shocked. Looking at the monster on the screen, Zhang Qiang and his companions all felt a huge threat. There was no doubt that such a monster was not something they could deal with. Influencing evolutionary potential, ha ha ha. This ability is really useful. The nuclear energy breath that can lock the upper limit of biological growth is obviously aimed at Xiao Teng. They want to weaken Xiao Teng's growth upper limit. As expected, your Eagle Country is better at biological experiments. Their Dragon Country recruited exotic beasts to fight for them, while the Eagle Country chose to directly research and create monsters to fight for them. The second elder looked at the legendary monster and also had great expectations for it. Anyway, it has come to this, so it is not impossible to allow the monsters from Eagle Country to enter the country. Then it is decided. The second elder made the final decision and stared at the monster on the screen. The situation was already like this, so he could only try his best to save the situation. This matter must be classified as top secret, and no one present here can tell anyone. If it gets to the ears of the Dragon God, our Dragon Country and even the Eagle Country will be in danger. At least we can't let the Dragon God know that it was us who did it. The second elder quickly realized the consequences of the matter being leaked. This matter must be disguised as a conflict between strange beasts, and the dragon must not be allowed to know that there are human leaders behind the scenes. After making the decision, the second elder spoke seriously to everyone. Yes. Zhang Qiang and Li Shengxing responded. In this meeting, the Eagle country simply demonstrated their secret weapon, and the subsequent details still need to be discussed and will not be discussed at the meeting. After the meeting, Zhang Qiang and his companions, together with the number 1 man from Dragon Country and representatives from the 3 major families, boarded the plane back home. On the surface, they looked serious and no longer discussed what was happening at the meeting, but each of them had their own thoughts. The second elder and other family members wanted to find a time as soon as possible to discuss this matter with the Eagle country's top leaders and formulate a detailed plan. They are going to harm the master. Report them to the master. This is what Zhang Qiang and others thought. Xiao Teng had already implanted in him the mark of joining the alien beast camp and not betraying Xiao Teng. At this time, when they heard that they were going to deal with Xiao Teng, they all thought about telling Xiao Teng about this matter. However, the content of this meeting has been classified as top secret, and only the participants in the meeting and the 3 elders know about it. If it gets out, it will soon be known that it was them who did it. Knowing this secret, it is not so easy for them to leave the base. Their movements will be restricted and they will be monitored at all times. But if they had not participated in this meeting, they would not even be able to obtain this information. Therefore, if you want to pass on the information, you must use some unconventional means. Chapter 113. Just as the special plane carrying the first man of Dragon Country and Zhang Qiang and 4 others arrived in Daxia, Zhang Qiang and the others suddenly looked at each other knowingly and nodded. A whistle appeared out of thin air in Zhang Mei's hand. He put his hands behind his back and poured his spiritual power into it. Immediately, low-frequency sound waves that were inaudible to humans were heard and could travel a long distance. This is the signal they used to communicate with the beasts under Xiao Teng. The rest of the people on the plane all looked calm, and no one knew about their little action. The next moment the whistle blew. Boom! A tornado hits. The flames swept across the entire plane in an instant, the fuselage broke into 2, and countless parts fell down. The second elder who faced the flames directly died on the spot. The driver hurriedly contacted the main station in a panic. We were attacked by a strange beast. We were attacked by a strange beast. However, before he could get a reply, the flames engulfed him in an instant. Grandfather Li Shengxing, the number 1 man in Dragon Country, became anxious when he saw the death of the second elder. He immediately mobilized his spiritual power. The sword box on his back hummed, and more than a dozen sharp swords flew out in an instant, floating behind him. Standing on the broken fuselage, Li Shengxing immediately saw what was attacking them. It is a huge bird-like monster covered in flames, very similar to the legendary phoenix. Compared to it, the huge airplane is like a toy in its claws. This kind of power, such a strong spiritual power fluctuation. Li Shengxing frowned. Apart from the divine dragon, this was the strongest beast he had ever encountered. But he still had to maintain his momentum and shouted loudly. How dare you? Where did this strange beast come from? Do you know who I am? Whoever you are. Kei Chang flapped her wings, and scorching flames came, the temperature rose rapidly, the fuselage quickly dissolved, and she could hardly breathe. Li Shengxing had a strong sense of crisis and did not dare to underestimate the enemy. He immediately mobilized more than a dozen flying swords to block in front of him. His talent is SS level Supreme Sword Intention. Any sword can be controlled flexibly like another limb. He has comprehended the way of sharpness, has amazing lethality, and can even fly with the sword. While resisting, Li Shengxing controlled the other 2 flying swords to slash towards Kei Chang. Kei Chang turned her wings to dodge, 2 white lights flashed, and several feathers fell. Cai Chang looked at the fallen feather with a serious expression. What a powerful edge! Kei Chang could feel that the opponent's spiritual power fluctuation was not as strong as its own, which also meant that the opponent's level was lower than its own. But the opponent's attack can still hurt it, which means that the opponent is definitely not simple and may have a SS level talent. Humph! Your flames are indeed powerful. Under normal circumstances, I cannot defeat you, but I am more than one person. You four come and help me. Li Shengxing was flying in the air with his sword. He was used to being high above everyone else, so he spoke to Zhang Qiang and the other three in a commanding tone. Zhang Qiang and the other three looked at each other and said, "Okay." Zhang Qiang went berserk, his body swelled to 3 meters tall, his muscles knotted like the roots of an old tree. The next moment, while Li Shengxing was completely unprepared, a huge and fierce fist smashed towards Li Shengxing. Completely unprepared for the friendly attack, Li Shengxing was knocked flying more than 10 meters away, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of disbelief. "You!" Before he could ask the question, he snapped his fingers. With a crisp sound, a flame came. This time it was Shu Xin's talent for controlling fire. "You!" Li Shengxing was even more shocked and looked at the two of them in confusion. He didn't understand why Zhang Qiang and Shu Xin, who were also human beings, attacked him. Li Shengxing dodged in a panic, but the next second, violent hot winds enveloped him where he landed, and he was caught in a tornado of fire. "What's the number now?" Cai Chong found the Dragon Country's #1 man's surprised expression very interesting. However, it would not be good to drag the battle on for too long, as it would easily expose the undercover identity. It's time to end it. The flames on Cai Chang's body burned more fiercely, and her whole body turned into a fireball, flying towards the #1 man of the Dragon Country who was trapped in the center of the storm. A white light flashed, and the head fell to the ground. Cai Chong grabbed the headless corpse that was falling freely, intending to bring it back. She turned to look at the four people and asked, "What do you four want to summon me for?" Zhang Qiang stepped forward, "We have information to report to the master. Please take us to see the master." "Okay. Hold on tight." A firestorm blew by, blowing the plane into pieces at an altitude of thousands of meters. The debris was scattered all over the place, thousands of kilometers apart, destroying all traces, and even the body was difficult to find. Cai Chong let them grab her claws and flew with them towards Xiao Teng's territory. "Are you saying that Eagle Country is preparing to launch biological weapons towards me?" In the desert, Xiao Teng Fi was flying in the sky, looking at the four undercover agents kneeling beneath him with great interest. "That's right. Gene fusion technology has matured. Eagle Country has cultivated many fusion creatures and plans to use them against you. The first one, they call it Godzilla. It can spit nuclear energy breath, very powerful." "Godzilla?" Xiao Teng exclaimed. "Isn't that the nuclear-eating monster from the movie? I didn't expect that Eagle Country could even produce such a monster. It's only been a short time since the spiritual energy was revived. With such a speed, it is hard not to suspect that Eagle Country had actually been conducting relevant experiments before the revival of spiritual energy. After all, the underground laboratory that Xiao Teng discovered in Qingcheng before was full of semi-finished fusion beasts, and none of them survived. It seemed that there was still some distance to success. At the same time, the Eagle Country was already able to create living fusion beasts. That's interesting. I'd love to see it." Xiao Teng found it quite interesting to think that the monster in the movie could appear in front of him, and he didn't feel panicked at all. Xiao Teng felt that those humans might have underestimated his strength. After all, Xiao Teng had never used his full strength before, and there was no creature that could make him use his full strength. Even when he last appeared in front of the big country, it was his clone who took action when Sakura Kingdom appeared, and the clone only had 40% of its ability. It would be ridiculous to regard his clone as his entire strength. "You think you can defeat me with this man-made monster? That's just wishful thinking. It's just an evolution. I hope it can give me a good fight." Xiao Teng was still a little looking forward to what kind of tricks humans could come up with for him. Being invincible in the world, it's been lonely for a long time. At this time, Cai Chong threw the headless corpse in her claws to the ground and said, "Boss, there is one more thing. Just now when we were fighting in the sky, we seemed to have killed a lot of big shots from the human side." Zhang Jiang also nodded. "Yes, that's right. The second elder and some of the top leaders of the three major families are dead. The body on the ground is the body of the number one person in Dragon Country. Not bad, he even knew to bring back the corpse. The talent of the number one person in Dragon Country is definitely top-notch in the world." Xiao Teng stared at the corpse on the ground and swallowed it in one gulp. Ding! Endless devouring is in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the SS level talent Supreme Sword Intent. Supreme Sword Intention, SS level understand the way of sharp edge and be able to cut through everything. I actually swallowed it, but why is the introduction of this talent so short? Xiao Teng was puzzled. The system was unable to describe the ability of this talent. It seemed that he would need to explore it step by himself in the future. The first SS level talent is related to sword intent. If Xiao Teng were a human, he would definitely be able to take off. But now he is a beast, and there is no telling to what extent this talent can be developed. Shaking his head, Xiao Teng decided to do the experiment later and send Zhang Jiang and the others away first. Since so many people have died in the three major families, even the number one person in Dragon Country, whom they have always been proud of, has died, there is no need for this family to exist. You can completely replace it with your own people. Thinking of his life as a cow and horse in his previous life, Xiao Teng spoke. It's time to get rid of this cancer of the Dragon Kingdom family. The Dragon Kingdom without aristocratic families is the real Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Teng cut the tip of his claws, squeezed out a few drops of dragon blood, and gave them to the four people. This is my blood. After taking it, it can increase the concentration of dragon blood in your body, which will be beneficial for your future breakthroughs. Here are a few drops of dragon blood. You can dilute it and use it to bribe people with special abilities, build your own forces, and destroy the family. The remaining dragon blood was put into a small bottle and Zhang Jiang took it. Pure dragon blood, one can feel the huge energy contained in this small bottle of dragon blood. If this treasure appears in the outside world, it will attract crazy rush and become a treasure that is in short supply. After swallowing the drop of dragon blood given by Xiao Teng, Zhang Jiang, and the other three felt as if they were reborn. The dragon blood was extremely overbearing and merged into their bodies, with thin dragon blood flowing in their bodies. Tiny scales grow on the body, but as long as they are hidden under the clothes, they are not obvious. After swallowing it, Xiao Teng saw an extra talent on their information panel. Dragon Blood Warrior, A level. As a follower of the true dragon clan, it has a thin dragon blood flowing in its body, and all physical abilities are increased by 50%. There is a chance of mutation during evolution, and it moves closer to the dragon clan. After swallowing the dragon blood, the four of them actually gained a new talent, increasing their overall abilities by 50%. This effect can be said to be very good. Thank you, Master. Having received such a great benefit, several people bowed their heads and expressed their gratitude quickly. Don't thank me yet, I have conditions. Eliminate the enemy faction of alien beasts, eradicate the cancer of the family, guide public opinion, and publicize my great and glorious image among the people. Can you do this? We promise to complete the mission, several people said in unison. The four people who are under mental control naturally have no thoughts of their own, and there is no such thing as refusal. After making the arrangements, Xiao Teng was not in a hurry to let them go back. Instead, he let them stay and break through to the extraordinary level first. After all, they were not far away. The resources here at Xiao Teng are much more than those in Longyuan. There are definitely enough for him to practice all day long, and soon he will be able to break through. Ignoring them, Xiao Teng found a deserted place and planned to test the new talent he had devoured. The introduction of SS level talent is very short. It just says that you have understood the way of sharpness and can cut all things. Supreme sword intent, I must not try this with a sword. Fortunately, Xiao Teng now has the power to control objects with his mind, and can directly control dead objects with his mind. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to find a sword suitable for him to wield. Moreover, a dragon stabs the enemy with a sword. The scene is really weird no matter how you think about it. And letting the sword float behind him is much more pleasing to the eye. Swords are also easy to find. There are many in the Kingdom of Sand, which has become a dead city and is occupied by ape tribes. Xiao Teng used his mind power to control thousands of swords flying in the air. With the blessing of talent, the edges of these iron swords shine with a sharp cold light, and it seems that nothing can resist their attacks. It does seem a little different. Looking at the reflective blade, Xiao Teng also let out a sigh. Go! With a wave of his claws, thousands of swords were launched one after another, continuously attacking the Gobi Mountains in front of them. The sonorous sound of the collision of gold and stone kept ringing in my ears, and within a moment, a lifelike dragon that was very similar to Xiao Teng was carved. After admiring the perfect statue for a while, I'm so handsome. An ordinary sword can cut through stones, which indeed reflects the power of this talent. However, Xiao Teng feels that this is an SS-level talent after all, and it will not be that simple. Simply cutting a stone still cannot fully reflect the power of this talent. Supreme sword intent, sword. By the way, why do I have to think that only swords are swords? In the way of sharpness, everything can be a sword, and every flower and grass is the intention of the sword. Xiao Teng showed his claws and waved forward casually. Boom! An invisible sword energy was released from the tip of the claw. It was extremely fierce. A deep ravine appeared on the ground, splitting the mountain into two parts. But this was not over yet, the sword energy continued to roll forward, pushing sideways until it shattered mountains dozens of kilometers away. A ravine hundreds of meters deep stretched for dozens of kilometers, almost accidentally injuring one of his own, so Xiao Teng quickly stopped it. Very strong. Looking at the masterpiece on the ground, Xiao Teng was a little surprised. If he hadn't stopped midway, this sword energy would have extended out, possibly hundreds of kilometers. As expected of an SS-level talent. Even alien beasts that cannot use swords can do this to this extent. If the humanoid race were to get this talent, it would probably be even more terrifying. It's a pity that Xiao Teng, who is in the body of a strange beast, cannot develop more tricks with this talent. That's not bad. Just the sword energy that he slashed out is worthy of his SS level. And this is only the first time Xiao Teng has used sword energy. With more practice in the future, the sword energy emitted from the tip of the claw will be more terrifying and can fly to a longer distance. When the time comes, maybe the distance of thousands of miles can be reached. In this way, even an ordinary claw attack becomes a big killing weapon. Thinking of the battle scenes in the future and the stunned look of the enemy, Xiao Teng couldn't help but bring a smile to his lips. Claw attack was originally a hand-to-hand combat skill, but now it has become an extremely lethal long-range attack. The enemy can't even attack him at close range, and will be torn into pieces. Chapter 114. And just when the blood-refined wolves were tracking prey in the desert oasis, a powerful sword energy with the momentum of the sun and the moon rushed over, the ground shook, strong winds hit, sand and stones flew everywhere, and a big crack appeared in the ground, like a wound. Ouch! Shuelian quickly stopped his steps, and the sword energy passed in front of his eyes, cutting off a few hairs, and then suddenly disappeared when it was about to collide. At the same time, a small canyon formed in front of them, which was 100 meters deep and tens of kilometers long. Gulp! Shuelian and the wolves behind him swallowed. Then he looked in the direction of the sword energy in surprise and saw Xiao Teng, who also had a surprised look on his face. Did the king do this? Looking at the deep ravine, the wolves behind suddenly asked. Only the king can do this. It must have been the king's doing. The king has become stronger again. Our king is invincible. Looking at this terrifying ravine, Shuelian said firmly that he had never lost faith in Xiao Teng from the beginning to the end and had always been a staunch follower. In the entire Blue Star, only Wang could do this. Congratulations, Wang, for becoming stronger. Deeply impressed by the sword energy, Shuelian led the wolf pack to Xiao Teng, and they all knelt on the ground, speaking in an extremely respectful tone. Xiao Teng was stunned for a moment, then sighed helplessly. He just took a look at the sword energy and almost got hurt by it accidentally, but he ran over to say hello. I don't know what to say about this kind of simple admiration. You're going to evolve soon, right? At this time, looking at the information above Shuelian's head, you can see that he will be able to break through and evolve soon. The average level of the remaining blood refining wolves has also reached the extraordinary 6th level. They are the elite troops under Xiao Teng. Their average level is much higher than that of Huang and his men. Yes, King. Got a positive answer. So, Xiao Teng threw a tube of blood to Shuelian, which contained Xiao Teng's dragon blood, and then gave the diluted dragon blood to the rest of the Shuelian wolves. What is this? Shuelian picked up the can of dragon blood. Have eaten. Without any hesitation, Shuelian bit the bottle and swallowed it in one gulp. After swallowing it, Shuelian felt the changes in his body and raised his head in shock. The blood-refining wolf is particularly sensitive to blood. It can sense the preciousness of the blood and actually sublimates its own bloodline. Can do this level. Is this, the king's blood? Xiao Teng nodded, and then said, whenever you are about to evolve, you can come to me to get dragon blood to improve your bloodline. For convenience, Xiao Teng had already collected his blood and put it in a container, so that he would not have to cut himself anytime and anywhere in the future. Taking out the blood had no effect on Xiao Teng. His body was now extremely large, and a few drops of blood meant nothing to him. Although it has no effect on Xiao Teng, this blood is a great tonic for other beasts. This is the blood of a true dragon in the awakening realm. Coupled with the domineering nature of the true dragon bloodline, this blood has the ability to transform the blood in the body. Thank you, King. Shuelian knelt down to Xiao Teng again, with his head on the ground, offering the highest respect. And just after swallowing the dragon's blood, Shuelian also had a premonition that the shackles in his body were broken, and he could move towards a higher realm. King, I'm going to advance. Feeling the restless spiritual power in the body, a blood-refining breakthrough is imminent. Go. I will protect you and protect your life from danger. After 3 near misses and lightning disasters tempered the body, the blood refinement also advanced to the extraordinary realm. A brand new giant wolf appeared in front of Xiao Teng. It is 25 meters long, with red hair all over its body, and a single horn on its head. The biggest change is that the fluffy wolf tail has turned into a long dragon tail, covered with red scales and with strong muscles. The tail also turned into a powerful weapon. When the tail passed by, it directly cracked the ground. Blood-refined Wolf King, Extraordinary First Level, Talent, Bloodlust, A Level, Wild Awakening, S Level, Blood Tracking, B Level, Blood Explosion, A Level, Dragon Blood Warrior, A Level, Wolf King's Power, A Level. Wild Awakening, S Level. As the king of the tribe, through howling, you can inspire your fellow tribesmen around you, increasing all their attributes by 300% and making them immune to fear. The power of the Wolf King, Level A. As the Wolf King, you have your own intimidation. Creatures that are intimidated by you will have all attributes temporarily reduced by 20%. Invalid for high-level creatures and high-level bloodline creatures. From Wolf King to Wolf King, it's pretty good. And after advancing, Calling the Wild has been replaced by the more advanced Awakening of the Wild. It used to be a 100% increase for the people around him, but now it's 300%, which is similar to his enhanced aura, and both are S-level talents. This improvement is also very big. Xuelian moved his legs and feet with a curious look on his face, and his speed, strength, and physique were all dozens of times higher than before he evolved. Extraordinary, it is indeed a watershed stage. At the moment when the evolution was completed, all the fellow Xuelian wolves around him felt the vague intimidation from Xuelian, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Xuelian. Don't look at it in front of foreign enemies, the blood-refined wolf is always brave and brave. Within the blood-refined wolf pack, there is always competition. Only the strongest blood-refined wolf can be the wolf king. This time it was the first to evolve, and Xuelian also consolidated its position in the ethnic group. Among the blood-refined wolves, only the wolf king can evolve into the blood-refined wolf king, while the rest of the blood-refined wolves will evolve into blood-refined dragon wolves after being refined with thin dragon blood. After all, there is only one position for the wolf king. The blood refiner has advanced to the next level, and the other subordinates should follow suit soon. Xiao Teng once again took out a few tubes of blood and handed them to Xuelian and explained. Take this dragon's blood to Beiji, King Kong and the others. Tell them that they must swallow the dragon's blood before they evolve. This will increase the blood concentration in their bodies. Yes, King. I will let my wolf cubs complete the task. After answering, Xuelian also quickly asked his Xuelian Lang to send Xiao Teng's dragon blood to Beiji, King Kong and their territory. At the same time as they got the dragon's blood, Beiji, King Kong, Split Stone, were surprised at first, and after reacting, they all knelt down to where Xiao Teng was with expressions of respect. Roar. In the past few days, the roars of wild beasts can be heard from time to time in the depths of the desert, and the sky is often covered by dark clouds. Lightning and thunder are brewing in it, and then it strikes down one after another. After the thunderstorm, several powerful auras emanated from it, causing other beasts to look at it in horror. Deep in the desert, several powerful men with extraordinary realms were born. Chapter 115. It was not until a few days later that the thunder tribulation in the sky finally subsided, which also showed that all the top 10 generals under Xiao Teng were promoted to extraordinary. Looking at the world, the combat power of the 10 extraordinary beasts, plants, is something that no force can do, or even imagine. Rumble. The hooves trampled on the ground, and the ground whined, causing a huge shock. In the distance, a giant beast as big as a mountain, shining with metallic luster all over her body charged towards an oasis. Wherever you go, dust is flying, and 2 pairs of white sharp teeth bent upwards. A pair of wild boar teeth alone is nearly 10 meters in size. The dragon tribe blood appeared in the body, and the wild boar was dragging a thick dragon tail on the back, swaying behind him, which could burst out with extremely strong lethality. In addition to itself, a thick green vine is wrapped around it. The tip of the vine, a green faucet formed by vines, sticks out, and can open your mouth and breathe. Iron Armored Dragon Pig, Extraordinary First Level, Talent, Super Collision, C Level, Metal Frenzy, S Level, Comprehensive Strengthening, S Level, Spiritual Strengthening, A Level. Longyuan Dragon Vine, Extraordinary Level, Talent, Tianqui Ling Fruit, S Level, Breath Scaling, A Level, Poisonous Body, B Level, Telepathy, F Level, Poisonous Miasma, A Level, Acid Breath, Class A. Acidyl Breath, Class A. It can spray out extremely corrosive acid liquid and melt it as soon as it touches it. Toxic Miasma, Level A. It can turn a 10 km range into a toxic miasma area. All creatures entering this area will be damaged by toxins. Beiji brought Xiao Teng and she hummed. Old pig, I'm late. Brother Zhu, you are finally here. Seeing the panting Beiji arrive, the pangolin Split Stone on the side also started to complain. We've been waiting for you for a long time. He advanced to the extraordinary and obtained the bloodline of the dragon clan again. At this time, the image of the cracked stone also changed a lot. Originally, the pangolin had a tiny head that became larger, covered with dragon scales on its head, and it also became more like a dragon head. In addition to the lack of dragon horns, the head body became much more harmonious than the whole. The two pairs of front paws have also been much longer, covered with dragon scales that look like they are fried. If you look closely, there is a layer of oily substance on the dragon scales. The scales are very thick and there is a red light inside. Breaking scale dragon beast, extraordinary level, talent, escape, sea level, extremely speedy digging, sea level, breaking claw, A level, breaking dragon armor, A level, 10 times the strength increase, B level, 10 times the physical mass increase, C level, level B. Explosion dragon armor, level A. The scale armor contains huge energy. When attacked, it will explode and hurt the enemy. It's okay, and you're not in a hurry. Our realm can be considered the top in the world. I think the rest of the creatures will take at least 1 month to reach our realm. Xiao He licked his paws and said from the side. After being promoted to extraordinary, Xiao He's appearance has not changed much, and his body shape has not changed much. He is still 2 meters tall, and he looks very petite among the giant beasts. However, since they have reached their level, their body shape often does not represent actual combat power. After the promotion, Xiao He became more and more adept at applying dark elements. His whole body was wrapped in thick dark elements, and his body became illusory, not like a physical body, but more like a creature composed of dark elements. The Fox of the Void, A level 1, talent, Void, A level, Son of the Void, S level, 10 times the speed increase, B level, Dark element affinity, C level, Shadow kill, B level, concentration, B level, Class A, Shadow ball, Class A. Son of the Void darkness, S level. You are the master of dark elements. You can move freely in the void. The talent effect of all dark elements is increased by 300%, and the consumption is reduced by 100%. Evolving into the Fox of Darkness, Xiao He can escape into the void for a longer time, and can also launch an attack in the void to affect the real world. Without special means, he cannot attack Xiao He in the void. It's equivalent to entering an invincible state. Of course, it is not always invincible. It also requires consuming spiritual power. It is also very expensive to stay in the void. It is true. As far as I understand, there are no more than 5 extraordinary creatures in this world besides us. This is the data I know from humans. I have to say that there are still many things that we deserve to learn from in the human race. For example, the mobile phones they invented are very fun. Well, they are very useful. King Kong held a bright screen tablet in his hand, staring at it intently, and said. After extraordinary, King Kong's appearance also changed, but it was not big. His height expanded to more than 30 meters, and the muscles on his body became more obvious, with 6-pack abs. There are 2 pairs of horns on the head bent backward, a bit like cow horns, arms, dragon scales on the back of the hand, hidden under the hair is not obvious. Giant dragon ape, extraordinary first level comprehensive strengthening, S level, crazy, A level, divine power, A level, psychic laser, A level, dragon blood warrior, A level, million-ton boxing, A level. Divine power, level A power like a god, your power is increased 15 times based on basic attributes. Spiritual laser, A level, turns spiritual power into laser and spews out of the air, with a very long range. Xiao Teng glanced over and remembered the information above their heads one by one. Some beasts looked like after the first time they had evolved. Xiao Teng couldn't help but take a look. Sure enough, after fusing the dragon blood, the changes were quite big, and they all had some dragon clan characteristics. Except for Xiao He. Xiao He doesn't look like a flesh and blood creature, he looks like a creature composed of dark elements, with black particles floating on his body. I say again that the true dragon bloodline is indeed extremely domineering, just a few drops of blood are enough to change their evolution directions. Today, I summoned all my strange beasts. In addition to being curious about seeing what they looked like after their evolution, I also wanted to mobilize them and improve the cohesion of the legion. Seeing that all the strange beasts had arrived, Xiao Teng, who was in the middle, also spoke. Since you all have advanced to extraordinary things, I believe you have also felt the power of the surge in your body. From now on, you have the capital to fight against humanity. As we all know, this world has always been dominated by humans. They have ruled this world for millions of years, extinct countless creatures, and the genes preyed by human ancestors remain in our bodies. But until the spiritual energy revives, all this will change. The grand stage belonging to human beings will eventually come. The era of our strange beasts is coming. The era of strange beasts is coming. Hearing this, the strange beast present was shocked, and his blood surged into his heart, and he was extremely excited. Scenes of the past that were suppressed by humans in the Qingfeng Mountains/Great Basin appeared before our eyes. I was bullied by humans for so long before, but now a strange beast has stood up and said, "The era of human beings is over. Now is the era of strange beasts." How excited is to finally be proud. At this moment, in their minds, their respect for Xiao Teng reached its peak. Roar! After saying this, the strange beasts were in high spirits and couldn't help but roar, and the idea of expanding their territory was immediately born. Is the boss's idea to conquer the whole world? Cai Shang asked. The whole world? Thinking of the world map that King Kong gave them popular science before, Xiao He also yearned for it, and it seemed pretty good. The boss is so strong, it is also necessary to rule the whole world. Shuelian said without hesitation. Haha! I can't wait. June, I want to burn the war to the whole world. Beiji roared excitedly. Conquer the whole world. This is indeed Xiao Teng's next idea, to make the strange beasts and humans in the world surrender under their own claws, and the strong rule the weak. This is a natural thing. After all, this world is very big, and the places Xiao Teng has been to currently only account for a small part of the world, just a continent. For example, Zizhu, Heizhu, Australia, Bizhu, Nanzhou, and Poles, these places go to swim around when they have time. The countermeasure that humans think of now is to establish a human federation, which stipulates that when a country is in a major crisis, other countries must not watch it and must send troops to support it. Some senior officials even want to ban the concept of a country and use zones to divide humans from various regions to better strengthen the concept of human federation. These were all what Xiao Teng heard from Zhang Qiang and the other two. Only when encountering a huge external crisis can humanity unite. Thinking of this, Xiao Teng couldn't help but shake his head. The cohesion of the human federation may not be as cohesive as its own legion of alien beasts. At the same time, a blond man from the Eagle Kingdom across the ocean heard the words of a man opposite him who looked like a middle-aged man but was actually an old man. The eyes showed a perfect look of sadness. I feel very sad about the crash of the second elder and the first person in the Dragon Kingdom. I really didn't expect that I would be attacked by a strange beast in the middle of the journey. It seems that the crisis of alien beasts in the Dragon Kingdom is much more serious than that in our country. Speaking of this, the blond man was also secretly shocked. There were really many powerful beasts in the Dragon Kingdom. That was the first person in the Dragon Kingdom, and there were 4 psychics who were slightly inferior but also strong. Logically speaking, this was the safest place in the Dragon Kingdom. And the special planes they were riding on were destroyed by strange beasts. What's even more outrageous is that the corpse was destroyed, and even the body could not be found. No one died, and everyone on the plane lost contact. Is this done by Shen Long? The elder shook his head. No, if the dragon takes action, it will be more than just a plane. And we have an agreement with the dragon, and we have not had any conflicts with the dragon recently. The spirit stones are also provided to him well. I won't take action easily. Let's not talk about this for now. Admiral Michelle, let's talk about your fusion beast called Godzilla. Okay, that's right, this is the theme of our conversation, and we can't take the lead. When it comes to fusion beast, the blonde man's tone obviously became much more confident. You are really confident about this fusion beast. You have never confronted the dragon head-on, and you don't know how powerful the dragon is. The elder looked at the confidence on the other side and felt that it was necessary to remind the other party. No, you don't know that Godzilla is powerful, a monster that feeds on nuclear energy, can also launch nuclear energy breathing. Even if it is a powerful alien beast, as long as it does not evolve into a strange talent, it will be more or less nuclear energy impact. After all, nuclear energy is a direct strike against the genetic level, a permanent strike. Even if you can't kill the dragon, it can slow down his growth rate. And we use alien beasts to deal with alien beasts. As long as we make the dragon think that this is a conflict between alien beasts, we don't have to be afraid of revenge after the dragon. Since General Michel said so, the Great Elder was convinced. It sounded like a perfect plan, both to target the dragon and not to bear the consequences of causing the dragon's anger. Then it's decided that we will cooperate with the plan of this action and let Godzilla go north. Haha. Don't worry, these fusion beasts have written genes that do not harm humans in advance. They will not attack your own people. You just need to let the people along the way evacuate in advance. Hope so. On the coastline of the Eagle Kingdom, a giant beast worth more than 200 meters was sent to the depths of the East Daxia Sea by several huge transport ships, and there were countless smaller fusion beasts heading with them. Such as the Western Flying Dragon, Griffin, Lion Scorpion, and these fusion beasts based on the monsters in the Western fantasy legend were created one by one, disguised as an army of strange beasts under Godzilla and traveled across the East Daxia Sea to the Dragon Kingdom. With a rumbling sound, the transport ship threw Godzilla, who was still in a sleepy state, into the depths of the sea, slowly sank into the bottom of the sea. Roar! After a few hours, a deafening roar sounded in the depths of the East Daxia Sea, like the awakening of a king. A monster with a body length of more than 200 meters opened its eyes, and its eyes were filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent. There was no higher level of wisdom born, but by instinct and the already implanted program, he opened his huge mouth and a stout nuclear breath spewed out of his mouth. Kill all creatures along the way. Nuclear pollution, which has a fatal blow to organisms, has also spread here. The East Daxia Sea was filled with the wailing sounds of various creatures in an instant, everywhere. The various fusion beasts surrounding Godzilla have also set their sights on the creatures that appear in front of them. As long as the strange beasts appear in sight are their targets. After killing many creatures, Godzilla moved his steps and finally walked to the shallower sea area, exposing his head and looking around. Under the guidance of instinctively, a pair of scarlet eyes looked towards the direction of the Dragon Kingdom, where it had a mortal enemy that it had been engraved into its genes and needed to be killed. Roar! Looking at the land in the distance, Godzilla let out a roar, venting the inexplicable riot in his body, and then continued to move his steps and lead the army of fusion beasts towards the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 116. The creatures in the East Daxia Sea were slaughtered by nuclear energy, and their instincts allowed the army of fusion beasts to kill all creatures exposed to their eyes. There are even many members of the East Daxia Sea Alliance who were injured and killed. They were already dominant in the East Daxia Sea, occupying all their prey and spirit stone resources. Now, a group of uninvited guests suddenly came, killing their food on their territory and injuring their people. The members of the East Daxia Sea Alliance felt extremely angry, and the injured members quickly fled back and brought rescue soldiers. And just as Godzilla wanted to move forward with his pace, a powerful column of water ejected from the side. Godzilla turned his head, then quickly raised his arms to resist the attack of the water column, blocking all the attacks. At this moment, a sound rang in its brain. "Brother, where did you come from? This is the territory of our East Daxia Sea Alliance. Please go back. Godzilla. He tilted his head, and did not understand the specific meaning, but knew that this was the meaning of driving away. Roar. Godzilla let out a roar without being outdone and looked in the direction of the water pillar. It was a giant whale with a body length of more than 300 meters, with a long spiral-patterned horn above its huge head. Behind the unicorn whale, a group of members of the East Daxia Sea Alliance stood in front of Godzilla. Don't you understand human words? Without corresponding words, it is obvious that the other party does not have the talent of telepathy, which means that there is no wisdom and no communication. Stop talking nonsense with it, it seems like a mental retarded. Wait first, it has a strong aura. A member of the East Daxia Sea Alliance looked at Godzilla with fear. The opponent had just been hit by a powerful water column, but he did not look injured and blocked the water column perfectly. It's really strong, but it hit our territory and injured our brothers. We can't let it continue to destroy the East Daxia Sea. Yes. Revenge the dead brothers. With a roar, the members of the East Daxia Sea Alliance surrounded Gossip, with huge octopus, seahorse, killer whales, blue whales, sea turtles and other sea beasts, all reaching the extraordinary late stage. The food in the ocean is very rich, and without human suppression, the average level of these sea beasts is several levels higher than that of the strange beasts on land. Moreover, his body is extremely large, and he is always 30 or 40 meters long, and his combat power is also stronger. The water column attacks, condenses water into ice, thunderballs, and various talented skills bombard Godzilla. Roar! Godzilla howled, and the attacks were beaten several steps back under hundreds of different ways. Okay. Brothers. Just do that, force it back. Seeing that the attack was effective, the beasts of the East Daxia Sea Alliance cheered and were inspired to prepare for the second round of attack. Hey! What's going on? Why doesn't Godzilla leave in the East Daxia Sea? At the same time, in a surveillance hall in Eagle Country, several staff members looked at the red dots that had been stagnant on the screen and asked questions. Go to the water and take a look, it seems that something is happening. Godzilla seemed to be stopped. The staff immediately controlled the accompanying drone and plunged into the sea. Seeing this scene, more than 100 huge monsters were confronting Godzilla. Under their repeated attacks, Godzilla was beaten backwards. How is this possible? The strange beasts in the sea are so terrifying. Godzilla was actually defeated by them. I should have sent nuclear strikes into the sea for a long time. Now they have grown to this level. Maybe even if nuclear weapons are not able to destroy them all. They seem to be the group of strange beasts that climbed onto the land of the Sakura country. They are very powerful. Staring at the body that was nearly hundreds of meters, the staff of the Eagle country also felt their scalp numb. Admiral Michel, Godzilla seems to be blocked in the East Daxia Sea. Do we want to use missiles to strike? The staff looked at the blonde man beside him. He is the 5-star general of the Eagle Kingdom, responsible for this fusion beast operation. Admiral Michel was holding a cup of coffee, taking a sip slowly, and then speaking. No, Godzilla's nuclear energy monster is not as weak as you think. Let's wait and see our nuclear energy monsters blow these ungrateful sea beasts into pieces. Have you seen that our Godzilla hasn't taken action? Michel looked at the big screen easily, and it took countless people's efforts. Godzilla could definitely not be intercepted so easily as the peak existence of the fusion beast. This group of deep-sea natives are just killing themselves. Besieged by sea beasts from the East Daxia Sea Alliance. Godzilla shook his head. Although there was no wisdom, the original emotions of anger also existed in its heart. At this time, Godzilla, who was repelled several steps in a row, was extremely angry and couldn't help but want to release the tyranny in his heart. With a round of attacks, Godzilla opened his mouth wide, his dorsal fin glowed, and a terrifying energy was accumulating energy in his mouth, ready to go. What a strong energy fluctuation! Not good. Brothers, withdraw quickly. A sea beast noticed a sense of danger and quickly spoke to remind his companions. However, it was too late. The next moment. Boom! A burst of nuclear energy breath with extremely strong destructive power ejaculated from Godzilla's mouth and penetrated the sea area within several kilometers. Time seemed to stop at this moment, the sea water became blurred, and the sea beast hit by the front made a horrifying scream. Facing the genetic blow, the body quickly dissolved, and then completely dissipated after a moment. The surviving sea beasts all looked at it in horror. It's so strong. The nuclear energy breath directly evaporated the creature that was hit. After the nuclear energy breath lasted for a few seconds, the surrounding sea beasts also realized something was wrong. No. The sea water around this seems to be affected by this breath. The sea beasts around them all felt uncomfortable, as if they were countless needles. This nuclear breath can actually pollute sea water. Haha. I'll just say it. This group of deep-sea natives can't resist Godzilla. Admiral Michel sat relaxed on the chair, as if he had expected it, very casual. At this time, in the surveillance hall, the staff members who saw Godzilla attack were also relieved. Admiral, we are worried for nothing. Godzilla is indeed the peak existence of the fusion beast, and it is simply a walking nuclear weapon. Chapter 117. That's of course. This is the crystallization of decades of hard work and the hard work of countless researchers. We originally wanted to use this kind of killer as a secret weapon to participate in international wars. Alas, we didn't expect that the spiritual energy would be revived. It's really unpredictable. At this time, several researchers wearing white research suits in the surveillance hall also came over to check their research results. You are here. It's a great honor for several geniuses to be born in the Eagle Kingdom. I can't wait to see how Godzilla killed the dragon. Admiral Michel laughed and looked forward to the scene where Godzilla and Shenlong met. With this collision with the ocean monsters, General Michel also has more confidence in Godzilla and expands his self-confidence. On the East Daxia Sea Alliance, after seeing Godzilla's nuclear energy breathing, everyone in the East Daxia Sea Alliance dared not underestimate the nuclear energy monster in front of them. A sea beast in the East Daxia Sea Alliance roared. Brothers! Retreat first! The future is long, so let's go to the boss to avenge us. Yes! We have the boss. The boss will be convinced by the country that steals our eggs. He will definitely be able to kill this strange beast. No longer have the idea of intercepting it, the beasts in the East Daxia Sea Alliance have all wanted to retreat. After all, if you keep the Green Mountains and don't worry about the lack of firewood, the hero will not suffer any loss before you, and you will shake the beast to kill it in the future. The sea beasts in the East Daxia Sea Alliance all retreated one after another, wanting to withdraw from Godzilla's sight step by step. And at this moment, a majestic voice came from the sea. What are you going to retreat? Don't you want to see me avenge my brothers with my own hands? Then, with a thunderous sound, huge waves splashed on the sea, accompanied by a dragon's power. Xiao Teng stood in front of the East Daxia Sea Alliance with his back facing them. Boss! The beasts in the East Daxia Sea Alliance were all moved and tears were about to fall. Unexpectedly, the boss appeared at this time. Boss, it's time for you to come. Many of our brothers were killed by this strange beast. The strange beasts that survived the East Daxia Sea Alliance all complained to Xiao Teng. Well, don't worry, if you dare to scatter in my territory, I will never let it go. Monitoring Hall. Everyone was shocked by this unexpected scene. Admiral Michel even squirted out the coffee in his mouth in one mouthful. He wiped his mouth and said incredible. Fake, why did the Shenlong suddenly run to the East Daxia Sea? How did he know that Godzilla is in the East Daxia Sea? Is Donghai his territory? Admiral, Shenlong didn't go to the East Daxia Sea before, but the East Daxia Sea might have been at that time. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we also want Godzilla to meet the dragon. Now we are just planning ahead. I originally wanted Godzilla to enter the territory of Shenlong in the Dragon Kingdom, but I didn't expect that Shenlong's territory was so far, even the East Daxia Sea. It was just that I planned early and the results would not change. Admiral Michel put down the coffee in his hand and stared at the screen, not wanting to miss any frame. The rest of the people in the surveillance hall stared at the screen without blinking. He could not wait to see how Godzilla pressed the strongest beast on Blue Star under his feet. Come on! Godzilla, don't embarrass us! A shameful thing, you deserve to be called Godzilla. Xiao Teng looked down at Godzilla in front of him, feeling that he was far from what he saw in the movie, and the aura on the other party was not strong either. But it looks quite cool, exactly like the big monster in the movie. Xiao Teng couldn't help but take a closer look. Fused Beast, Extraordinary 8th Level Nuclear Breath, S-Class, Nuclear Spray Transformation, B-Class, Nuclear Powered Heart, A-Class, Comprehensive Strengthening, S-Class. Nuclear Energy Breath, S-Level Converge nuclear energy into the mouth and launches extremely powerful nuclear energy breath. The Extraordinary 8th Level. This level is indeed far superior to other creatures in the world, but for Xiao Teng, it is still very weak. Even if he is not even at the awakening realm, he still wants to defeat him with this artificial monster. This is being looked down upon. I also have these two talents in nuclear stylization transformation and nuclear powered heart. When he was in the South Daxia Sea before, he devoured nuclear radiation mutant creatures, and Xiao Teng devoured these two talents related to nuclear radiation. Nuclear radiation conversion, level B. You are no longer damaged by nuclear radiation, you can absorb nuclear radiation and convert it into nuclear energy. Nuclear powered heart, level A. Consumption of nuclear energy in the body, enhancing all your abilities by 200% based on basic attributes. When this nuclear contaminated sea area, Xiao Teng's body was constantly absorbing nuclear radiation from the sea water, and using the nuclear-powered heart to consume it and strengthen itself. In other words, these nuclear energy not only did not cause damage to Xiao Teng, but also made Xiao Teng stronger. The moment Xiao Teng appeared, the violence in Godzilla's body reached its peak, clamoring for the need to kill the creature in front of him. This is the mission of its creation, even if it feels that the opposite side seems to be stronger than it. Roar! Godzilla let out a roar, then opened his mouth wide, trying to continue to accumulate nuclear energy and fire nuclear energy towards Xiao Teng. It's quite fierce, shut up. And just then, Xiao Teng held his claws gently. Deep sea grip. In an instant, the sea water stopped surging. Godzilla, the gravity and water pressure in the sea area where he is located are immediately enhanced by 100 times. Apply pressure on all living things in the sea. At that moment, the huge mouth of Godzilla was forced to close under the pressure of sea water. The nuclear energy was still gathering in the mouth and not being launched. It was about to explode and it was very uncomfortable. The whole head looks much bigger. And its huge body felt the pressure from all directions, and was oppressed and could not move or even walk. Godzilla could only shake the chest and make a muffled sound, and a pair of bloodthirsty and cruel eyes stared at Xiao Teng. Too weak. MJU4 NDA2 New Jersey A3 MTE1 Odd Cot 3 OJU equals. Xiao Teng shook his head, a little disappointed. He couldn't even resist this kind of water pressure, and he thought he could show his strength. The fusion beast created by the Eagle people is not very good. Go to die. Let you see what real breath is. Without holding back, Xiao Teng opened his huge mouth, and the thunder element gathered, and a laser beam was emitted from the mouth, aiming at his head. Directly blow up Godzilla's head. Godzilla, the huge body that lost its head, fell backwards, completely losing the breath of life. Ding! Kill the fusion beast with extraordinary 8th level, evolution point +89633708. Xiao Teng used his mind to control a bite of minced meat and swallowed it in one bite. Unfortunately, I didn't swallow my talent. However, Xiao Teng was not disappointed. There were many army of fusion beasts nearby, all of which could be transformed into evolution points. Chapter 118. Wang Defa? Godzilla died like this. Seeing this scene, everyone in the surveillance hall was shocked, with their mouths wide open, and they couldn't believe the scene in front of them. The strongest fusion beast they gave great hope actually died like this. Admiral Michel. Godzilla was killed by the dragon. Don't eat sour radish. You don't need to repeat it. I've seen it all. Admiral Michel gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, this Godzilla is too embarrassing." It's a pity that he had made a fuss with the great elder of Long Kingdom before. As a result, I really died without even holding on for a moment. Even if he didn't even release the nuclear energy breath, he was suffocated to death. This death is so frustrating. If this video is transmitted to Long Kingdom, wouldn't he seem to be a clown? At this moment, Admiral Michel blushed and turned red and felt like he had a big sinus. And at this moment, by chance, a special phone call from Long Kingdom came over. "Admiral Michel, the dragon seems to be heading towards the East Daxia Sea. Are they meeting now? What's the result? Did your Godzilla win?" Death 3 consecutive questions. Admiral Michel received this call. I wanted to curse myself on the spot. What do you think? Do you want to say that Godzilla was instantly beaten by the dragon? Too embarrassing. I feel embarrassed to say that it needs to be brewed for a while, and Admiral Michel was fed silently. The elder didn't wait for a reply for a long time, and immediately guessed that the result might not be too good, and asked tactfully. "Then how serious the Shenlong was injured?" "Don't ask. Our Eagle Kingdom withdrew from this plan. You guys are willing to be blessed." Angry and ashamed, Michel hung up the phone. Seeing the call ended, the staff beside him asked carefully. "Admiral Michel, what should we do now? What else can I do? The fusion beast operation failed. Fortunately, the dragon didn't know that it was us who did it, so if it failed, it would fail." When General Michel saw Godzilla being so bad in front of the dragon, he felt that he had no temper. The only thing that is thankful is that humans were not exposed to this operation, which seems to be a complete conflict between alien beasts. It has nothing to do with them humans. Just treat it as a farce. This indirect collision with Xiao Teng also made General Michel realize Xiao Teng's strength. It is indeed the number one in the ranking of strange beasts. Even Godzilla was killed instantly. Xiao Teng was not the one they could provoke. Moreover, from Xiao Teng's appearance this time, it can be seen that he has grown a lot longer and his body size has almost doubled. This growth rate. It also made General Michel get goosebumps all over her body. With such a high level, you can still grow so quickly. Blue Star's strongest beast is well deserved. I don't know how he grew so fast. This speed is incredible. By the way, the rise of the dragon has always been a mystery. From the time he discovered him, to the time he dominated Blue Star, all this happened too quickly. No matter how hard the future generations practice, he can always surpass the creatures on the Blue Star and widen a huge gap with the second place. The Eagle Kingdom is really impatient to live. Before I went to provoke you, you came up by yourself. I also wanted to be the mastermind behind the scenes. I really think I am a stupid pig." Xiao Teng shook his head at Godzilla's body, afraid that the Eagle Kingdom would not know until now that Xiao Teng had completely penetrated their plans. However, now, don't worry, and swallow the big meal delivered to your door. After all, it's a little evolutionary, so don't waste it. A trace of murderous intent flashed across Xiao Teng's eyes. He looked at the army of fusion beasts surrounding Godzilla's corpse. He had not killed for a few days and felt a little itchy. At this time, they are fighting against the surrounding East Daxia Sea Alliance members. The bodies of these fusion beasts are also implanted with bloodthirsty killing characteristics, especially for strange beasts, who will hunt even if they are full. It is a specially trained killer of strange beasts. Just try this new talent. Facing a dense fusion beast, Xiao Teng waved his claws, and an invisible sword energy was instantly released from the claws and slashed forward. The seawater in front of him was directly divided into two, and a vacuum area without seawater appeared. A neat line suddenly appeared on the fusion beast along the way, and blood overflowed from it, motionless. The next moment, the whole beast split into two from the middle. What a terrifying attack! The boss has become stronger again. It's only been a few days. I've just advanced to the first level, and the boss has actually realized a new talent. Did you meet the boss on the first day? Isn't the boss always like this? The members of the East Daxia Sea Alliance who were watching on the side all expressed their feelings. They knew that the boss was very strong, but they didn't expect that while they were strong, they would grow so quickly. In just a few days, the boss left their sight for a while and became much bigger again, and he also realized such a strong talent. You all retreat and let me do it. Don't steal my head. After one blow, Xiao Teng was not satisfied and began to drive away the members of the East Daxia Sea Alliance fighting with the fusion beast. The members of the East Daxia Sea Alliance looked at each other, and they all followed Xiao Teng's words tacitly and retreated. When the members of the East Daxia Sea Alliance retreated, these fusion beasts naturally changed to a closer target and flocked towards Xiao Teng. Court death! Swish! Swish! Xiao Teng waved his claws forward, and two more powerful sword energy rushed towards the dense fusion beasts. The fusion beasts along the way were evenly split from the middle, cut in half, and fell from both directions. Then came the third and fourth sword energy, dozens of sword energy attacked quickly. The fusion beast was neatly cut in half before it got close to it, and it could not even be close to Xiao Teng's body. After a while, there were dense corpses along the way, and the sea water was dyed bright red, and the smell of blood spread throughout the sea. Roar! It took a long time since I had such a pleasant killing. Xiao Teng couldn't help but let out a dragon sound in a comfortable way, directly shocking the remaining fusion beasts. Stimulated by the bloody scene, the consciousness of escape at this moment even suppressed the instinct of killing. The terrified look appeared in the eyes of the fusion beast for the first time. Chapter 119. This feeling of being so good at getting to the flesh is so good. Xiao Teng's eyes were red in his eyes. He used his domain talent for a second, and it was quite refreshing to use this sword energy to slash occasionally. There is a feeling of unparalleled mowing grass, and I can't stop at all. I still want to run. Roar! Xiao Teng let out a majestic dragon roar, and the pressure was overwhelming, directly causing the cold sweat from these fused beast towns to tremble continuously. At this time, their eyes when they looked at Xiao Teng were no longer full of murderous intent at the beginning, but their fear was really afraid of being killed. No matter how many fusion beasts go up, they are like going to die. In the face of absolute strength, the number is meaningless. After testing the new talent, Xiao Teng no longer used sword energy and directly released the field of mad thunder in the sea. Horrible! The thunder element spreads along the sea water, directly expanding the range to 10 times the original one. Cover all the fusion beasts, not one of them is spared. The dense system prompt sound suddenly sounded in my ears, and it was about to numb Xiao Teng. Ding! Kill the fusion beast, two-legged flying dragon, extraordinary 9th level, evolution point plus 9633. Ding! Kill the fusion beast, griffin, extraordinary 8th level, evolution point plus 8636. Ding! Kill the fusion beast, benthic demon fish, extraordinary 9th level, evolution point plus 9114. Ding! Kill the fusion beast, lean scorpion, extraordinary 7th level, evolution point plus 7052. Ding! Kill the fusion beast, unicorn, extraordinary 6th level, evolution point plus 6904. There should be a lot of evolution points this time. When the system prompted to stop, Xiao Teng couldn't wait to open the system panel and check the evolution points. A wave of 50 million evolution points. It's really good. It's just enough to get enough of the evolution points needed for the next upgrade. System, just upgrade. With a command, Xiao Teng used up the evolution point without hesitation and directly upgraded to the next level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ascending to the 10th level of awakening, the next level of Tongtian level, and requires an evolution point of 1 billion. After the level was upgraded, Xiao Teng's body size instantly increased by 50 meters again, and his body further grew longer, like a giant creature. It's just a pity that eating the original species is a python. If he were a killer whale, Xiao Teng's level would probably grow to several thousand meters. After the upgrade, the overall image still has not changed much. It is estimated that only the next evolution will change. Tongtian level? Soon, you can evolve by upgrading to another level. The next level is the first level of Tongtian. So, you can evolve again soon. The next evolution is estimated to change the body. I don't know what it will become. I'm looking forward to it. However, there are too many evolution points in these billions. Seeing the evolution point of the sky-high price, Xiao Teng couldn't help but complain. It seems that I can't go to other places anymore. I've been tempted by several places, and there should be more evolution points given by other places. Thinking of him having several states to play with, Xiao Teng was not that worried. There are still many creatures in this world that can be killed. Don't worry about food shortages in a short period of time. Next is the devouring talent. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Xiao Teng couldn't help but lit up his eyes. He could swallow his talents again, controlling his mind power to let him float in front of him. Throw the body into your mouth like eating peanuts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for swallowing the resistance of S-level talent elements. Element resistance, S-level all element attacks reduce you by 50%. Elemental resistance is another resistance talent, good, I like this. It's a passive talent. If you have more active talent, you'll still be a little useless. Elemental attacks directly call elements between heaven and earth, and some also come with some additional effects. Everyone knows how powerful it is. This talent is really a concept god. In the future, all elemental attacks will be reduced to 50% of them. If the damage can be broken, it will not be able to even prevent it. And coupled with his other resistance talents, mental resistance, toxin resistance, explosion resistance. Thinking about the fact that I would directly fold my body to resist passively, and from now on, I would be invincible and invincible in the world, it would feel very pleasant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring to the A-level talent storage space. Storage space, level A. You can store dead objects into a special space. The higher the level, the larger the storage space. The space is bound to the host and the items in the space will fall after they die. Hearing this voice, Xiao Teng's eyes lit up. This talent is good. When he swallowed this talent, Xiao Teng immediately felt a spiritual connection, a different space of about several hundred square meters of kilometers was bound to him. As long as you think, Xiao Teng can store things in at any time or take them out at any time. It means that Xiao Teng has an extra space to take and place at any time. In the future, he will put important items in it. As long as he does not die, no one will find them. He used to hide things in his own scales and get stuck. So, immediately, Xiao Teng took out a lot of filled dragon blood from his scales and threw it into the storage space. However, not all of them were put in. Xiao Teng also kept some of them and distributed them to the sea beasts of the East Daxia Sea Alliance. If he did not have bloodline talents, he could use dragon blood to improve his bloodline. Thank you, boss. Boss, we will follow you forever. After getting the dragon blood and feeling the powerful attraction, the sea beasts in the East Daxia Sea Alliance realized that this was definitely a good thing. They immediately swallowed it and thanked Xiao Teng one after another. If you want to thank me, you can quickly improve your strength and help me fight in the world. By the way, that, I've met me before and came out for me. Boss, call me. A huge whale immediately rushed over from behind the sea beast with joy and came to Xiao Teng. Xiao Teng is most familiar with these sea beasts. He is also very strong. As the 10th general under his command, Xiao Teng has focused on cultivating it. By the way, I haven't given you a name yet. For the sake of the convenience of addressing, I will call you Dabai. Dabai. The one-horned giant whale was stunned. What? Do you have any objections? No. The unicorn whale immediately shook its head. That's good. Xiao Teng pointed to the unicorn whale, and then said to everyone in the East Daxia Sea Alliance. For the sake of convenience of management, Dabai will be the person in charge of the East Daxia Sea Alliance in the future. Do you have no objection? No, we have no objection. In front of Xiao Teng, everyone in the East Daxia Sea Alliance expressed their opinions. Dabai was suddenly put on the position of the leader, and suddenly felt an invisible pressure. After all, everyone in the East Daxia Sea Alliance was not much worse, and they were all the strongest members of the East Daxia Sea at the time. So they are all in equal relationships, and no leader exists. Haha. Then I will definitely act as a microphone in the future and lead everyone to follow the boss's footsteps. Dabai beat him up, and he was very smart and did not expand. He relied on his position as the leader to bully the people of the East Daxia Sea Alliance. Chapter 120. Afterwards, Xiao Teng rewarded all the fused beast corpses on the ground to over 100 sea beasts from the East Sea Alliance. They shouldn't go to waste. These corpses didn't provide him with many evolution points and were better off being given to his subordinates. Even though fused beasts were artificially created exotic beasts, they required a large amount of resources from the Eagle Kingdom for cultivation, fed with many spirit stones. Most of them were in the extraordinary realm, rich in spiritual energy. Only a wealthy and powerful nation like the Eagle Kingdom had enough resources to cultivate a large army of fused beasts. Other countries didn't even have enough resources to cultivate their own ability users. Therefore, devouring these fused beast corpses could also provide a large amount of spiritual energy when consumed, helping the sea beasts of the East Sea Alliance to advance in rank. After Xiao Teng gave the order, the beasts of the East Sea Alliance immediately rushed forward, drooling and crazily devouring, enjoying the thrill of being elevated by the boss. Xiao Teng picked up the remaining corpse of Godzilla and called out the lone unicorn whale. Dabai, come here. Upon hearing the name Dabai, the unicorn whale was momentarily stunned, not yet accustomed to this new name. But soon it reacted, stopped eating the corpse, and ran happily to Xiao Teng. Boss, here I am. Xiao Teng threw the corpse of Godzilla into its claws and said, I see you're about to evolve soon. I'm giving you this body, evolving sooner will give you the strength to lead the group. Really? Thank you, boss. You're so good, boss. Dabai looked at the huge body of Godzilla in front of it, feeling overjoyed. This was the corpse of a transcendent 8th rank, the spiritual energy within was incomparable to creatures in the extraordinary realm. Maybe after this meal, it could evolve directly. Boss, this is like opening a small stove just for it. After hearing this, Dabai was also immediately moved to tears. This boss was really treating it well. It's true, he's giving real benefits. Well, after you finish eating, I have a new mission for you. Boss, what mission? If it's a task from you, even if it means going through fire and water, I will definitely complete it. While eating, Dabai solemnly vowed. Being given the corpse of a transcendent 8th rank had already made it loyal to Xiao Teng. Not to mention, previously Xiao Teng appeared suddenly and timely killed Godzilla, saving the East Sea Alliance's life. Very well, finish eating, and then I'll take you there. Okay. After Xiao Teng finished speaking, Dabai became even more fervent in gnawing on the Godzilla carcass under its mouth, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy contained within it, while its aura also slowly rose. Before long, Godzilla's body had been gnawed down to just a skeleton, and the rest of the members of the East Sea Alliance had also eaten their fill. Sensing the restless spiritual power within its body, Dabai carefully raised its head and asked Xiao Teng, "Leader, may I break through first before carrying out the mission?" "Sure. It's evolving so quickly. It's the first one in our alliance to evolve. Now it truly deserves to be the leader." "Well, that's how it is. It established a closer relationship with the leader first, so it gets the benefits first." "Sigh, so envious. How come I didn't have this luck back then?" "Let it go. It's nice enough to follow the leader and enjoy some meat without risking our lives. The leader still treats us well." Hearing that Dabai was about to evolve, the two sea beasts in the back were discussing while eating, extremely jealous. Although the other sea beasts didn't voice it, they harbored the same thoughts, regretting not having made a good impression on Xiao Teng. Dabai surfaced, looking up at the sky. The sky was covered in dark clouds, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Soon, 3 thunder tribulations descended from the sky and struck Dabai, who was floating on the sea. Nevertheless, Dabai had tough skin and great strength, so passing through the thunder tribulations was no problem for it. After the 3 thunder tribulations passed quickly and the lightning disappeared, Dabai successfully evolved, undergoing significant changes. Roar! Emerging from the thunder tribulations, Dabai let out a deep roar that sounded like a mix of a dragon's roar and a bull's bellow. With a length of 200 meters, an oval-shaped body resembling a giant whale, but with a dragon head, a single horn, long dragon whiskers on its chin, fish tail, dragon scales and fins, a pair of wings on its back for flying, Dabai completely broke free from the constraints of water. Unicorn Dragon Whale, Transcendent Tier 1, Talents, Water Dragon Twister, B Tier, Water Jet, B Tier, Water Element Affinity, C Tier, Supercharge, C Tier, Super Regeneration, A Tier, Fire Breath, B Tier, Fire Element Affinity, C Tier, Ultimate Enhancement, S Tier, Telepathic Sense, F Tier. Wow, a dual water and fire attribute. Looking at the information above Dabai's head, Xiao Teng couldn't help but sigh. Successfully awakening another element after merging with its dragon blood, Dabai was now a dual water and fire attribute creature, capable of both water spouts and fire breath. It still looked handsome like this, truly living up to its dragon lineage. Creatures with dragon blood seldom looked unattractive, like masterpieces of beauty experts. Chapter 121. Boss, I've evolved. Feeling the surge in his body, Dabai flapped his wings and stirred the water flow, and he was very happy. I feel very good. At the moment of evolution, the aura of a powerful man of the extraordinary realm was released, which made the other East Daxia Sea Alliance sea beasts sigh. The next realm is so strong. Why do I feel that there is a big gap between me and Dabai now? Well, maybe we can suppress it by all of us. It seems that I will evolve earlier. Don't you think Dabai has become very handsome? I can't help it. I announced Dabai is my next pursuit. Dabai is soaring to the sky now, step by step. It seems that the leader's throne will be firmly seated in the future. Our East Daxia Sea Alliance has been around for so long, and there has been an existence with strength that can surpass all sea beasts. Although there is no equal relationship, there will be no internal struggle in the East Daxia Sea Alliance to compete for the position of leader in the future. Because Dabai's strength has stabilized their heads, from this moment on, he has firmly taken the position of the leader. Boss, I'm ready. What is our mission? Xiao Teng smiled mysteriously, then took it to the water, looked to the other side of the ocean, and said, Want to know where the giant beast you just ate came from? Dabai looked in Xiao Teng's direction. At the end of his sight were 2 continents connected together. You could see many high-rise buildings, brightly lit, and the residence of countless human beings. Boss, do you want to say that the giant beast came from the land over there? That's right, not only that, they are also made by humans from that country, specially used to hunt and kill strange beasts. This is actually done by humans again. Boss, you even know this. It's so awesome. It could not tell at all that the powerful giant beast just now was made by humans. It thought it was a strange beast coming from other places to grab territory. Human technology is not something you can imagine, but it's not your fault. You have been born with wisdom for too short, and it's normal not to know that things in this world are. Follow me to fight. This time, our target is them. Yes. Dabai replied silently. Xiao Teng flew towards the Eagle Kingdom. How could the billion-dollar evolution point he had upgraded was not as good as the Eagle Kingdom? As the world's largest country, it is naturally necessary to come up with matching spirit stones. Seeing the boss's action, Dabai also led the East Daxia Sea Alliance to follow Xiao Teng closely. More than 100 strongest sea beasts in the East Daxia Sea were dispatched, and a tsunami could be set off when swimming together. Today, the Eagle Kingdom is destined to be peaceful. And at the same time, the presidential palace. A blonde white old man frowned and had a serious face. He was sitting on a chair processing documents. He sighed from time to time, feeling an incredible headache. After the revival of spiritual energy, news of strange beasts attacking in various states continued to be heard. Many places in the Eagle Country have vast land and sparsely populated areas, and there are many tropical rainforests, and countless dangerous creatures have become paradises where strange beasts are rampant. Many small towns were destroyed under the claws of strange beasts, and many civilians died. Only the rich can be protected by the army, while the poor can only rely on themselves to fight against the strange beasts. This result naturally resulted in countless casualties. After all, the army of the Eagle Kingdom serves the powerful and powerful. Only with money can you enjoy the protection of the army. The poor without money are just borers. At the same time, some slum areas hit by beast tides simply wiped out missiles and eliminated them with strange beasts. This method is inhumane but very efficient, sacrificing the lives of a small number of people in exchange for more people to survive. At this time, a guard at the door hurriedly pushed the door open and walked in, and he didn't even have time to draft the documents, so he hurriedly said, "Mr. President, emergency. We detected an extremely powerful beast approaching our country quickly." The blonde old man raised his head and asked in confusion, "What a powerful beast, it makes you panic like this." "Very strong. The strongest ever. Even our spiritual detection device is out of stock. For your safety, the President, please evacuate us immediately. Also, you need to use your authority to launch spiritual missiles. This kind of thing doesn't sound like a joke." After hearing this, the blonde old man's eyes became serious and he didn't talk nonsense. He took out a button, entered the password, and pressed it heavily. At the same time, moving towards the direction of the Eagle Kingdom, Xiao Teng suddenly felt a locked aura, but it was not strong. Soon, through the strength of this breath, Xiao Teng knew what it was. "Come and give me an evolution point again. I'm so sensible. I know I'm coming and I'll send you a big meal to greet you." It was obviously the breath of spiritual missiles. Xiao Teng had been shot in the Qingfeng Mountains before. He was able to hurt him at that time, but now he is completely immune to attacks of this intensity, and he will not be able to hurt him no matter how many of them come. Therefore, these spiritual missiles are destined to be used to give Xiao Teng an evolution point. There is a free evolution point, how can I let it go? Facing the bombarded spiritual missile, Xiao Teng directly crashed into it. Boom! There was a loud bang in the sky, and the clouds were dispersed. Xiao Teng was in the center of the explosion, not injured at all. Instead, he felt the concentration of spiritual energy around him became extremely rich in an instant. The body is also like a sponge, quickly absorbing the spiritual power around it. Ding! Absorb spiritual energy, evolution point plus 508. Ding! Absorb spiritual energy, evolution point plus 693. Ding! Absorb spiritual energy, evolution point 741. Ha ha ha! Come again! Come again! I haven't been in this kind of environment with rich spiritual power for a long time. The system kept ringing, and the evolution point was beating constantly. Xiao Teng was very excited, wrapped in a sea of spiritual energy, feeling as comfortable as taking a bubble bath. Admiral Michel, how about it? Have you wiped out that strange beast? While following the guards to move towards the underground air raid shelter, the President picked up the phone and called the Aura Monitoring Bureau. President, wait, we are rearranging the spiritual power detection device. The Spiritual Energy Monitoring Bureau was busy and sweating profusely. Because just a few seconds ago, all their spiritual power detection devices exploded in an instant. A rumbling explosion was made, and then black smoke came out, with obvious spiritual power exceeding the standard and overloading. Soon, the new spiritual power detection device was brought up, and General Michel pressed the power on button as soon as he got it. However, the next moment, bang! It exploded again. All the staff of the Spiritual Power Monitoring Bureau looked at each other, and then a chill surged from the soles of their feet. Admiral Michel suddenly felt something was wrong and shouted quickly. Shit! Not dead! That strange beast is not dead yet. One is not enough. President, please launch more spiritual missiles. Okay. Admiral Michel, please feel free to report the situation. The President of the Eagle Kingdom also felt his scalp numb at this time. What kind of beast is it? It needs to use so many spiritual missiles. The ordinary alien beast cannot survive if it is a spiritual missile, and it will be dead and will never survive. Shaking his head and without hesitation, the President of the Eagle Kingdom fired dozens of spiritual missiles over without hesitation. In order to eliminate Xiao Teng, the Eagle Kingdom also invested a lot of money. Spiritual missiles are not nuclear weapons. They require the use of a large number of spirit stones to create such spiritual missiles that are more powerful than nuclear weapons. After many improvements, the power of the spiritual missile has exceeded that of nuclear weapons, and it is a more terrifying killing weapon than nuclear weapons. Damn it! And it's great to absorb. Looking at the dense spiritual missiles in the distance, Xiao Teng's pupils shrank, and then he couldn't stop being happy. There are almost 100 of them. The Eagle Kingdom is indeed rich and powerful. I will definitely blackmail you later. In order to be in the central area with the most intense spiritual energy, Xiao Teng Fei remained motionless in the air, allowing countless spiritual missiles to hit him. There was a deafening roar, and mushroom clouds emerged from the sky. A spiritual meal. The evolutionary points numbers were beating wildly. The President of the Eagle Kingdom would never have thought that the spiritual missiles that had been used to create more than a dozen spirit stone veins were now all turned into evolution points and were constantly absorbed by Xiao Teng, further improving Xiao Teng's strength. Chapter 122. Ding! Absorb spiritual energy, evolution point plus 15666. Until the spiritual energy slowly thins and the evolution point rises and slows down, Xiao Teng can't wait to check the evolution point. One wave of 150 million is worthy of being a spiritual missile. It's really powerful. After so long after the spiritual energy has been revived, they should have mined a lot of spiritual stones. Xiao Teng had a premonition that he had obtained more spirit stones than Dragon Kingdom this time, because it was probably a while since the Dragon Kingdom presented the spirit stones. During this period, other countries must have been continuously mining spirit stones. Rich stone reserves. After the spiritual energy dissipated, Xiao Teng's figure slowly appeared. Seeing Xiao Teng intact, the sea beasts in the East Daxia Sea Alliance breathed a sigh of relief. It was fine if the boss was fine, and it seemed that he had not suffered any damage, and he didn't even get any skin. They just felt a destructive energy coming towards Xiao Teng. Xiao Teng didn't dodge and was frightened, and hurried into the deep sea to hide. Even at the bottom of the sea, you could hear the loud bang, as if you were destroyed, but they admired the most that the boss was safe and sound under such an attack. I am worthy of being the boss. After absorbing the spiritual energy, Xiao Teng flew towards the Eagle Kingdom again and flew directly above the coastal city of the Eagle Kingdom, covering the sky and the sun, and being looked up by everyone. His huge body instantly attracted everyone's attention. People on the street stopped and looked up, their faces filled with shock and fear. When the dragon power was activated, all the eagle people suddenly felt a kind of suppression in their bloodlines, their too trembling and their eyes were scared, and they all knew that a strong man was coming nearby. Omega! It's a divine dragon. The strongest strange beast is coming to our country. Fake, get out of here. Get out of our city. The people of the eagle were suppressed by the dragon's power and could no longer move, but some were still stubborn and cursing. Dragon, please don't kill me. Of course, there are also those who beg for mercy, asking Xiao Teng not to kill them. Without saying much nonsense, he didn't even bother to give them a look. Xiao Teng directly summoned the Mad Thunder Realm. The sky became dark, with lightning and thunder roaring. Before the eagle people could react, the shocking thunder fell and wiped it out. Large charred pits appeared on the ground, with no signs of life. Then he opened his huge mouth, accumulated energy, spit out flames, and flew forward while burning all the creatures along the way to ashes. The sea beasts of the East Daxia Sea Alliance followed closely behind, landing on land, setting off a tsunami, flooding coastal areas, and damaging coastal cities, knocking down houses, destroying buildings, and killing. Roar! They landed on the land one after another, causing huge waves and flooded the coastal areas. Boom! Wherever the waves went, houses were washed away and buildings were destroyed. Help! Someone was caught in the water and struggled desperately. Run! Run! Someone tried to escape, but was soon caught up by the sea beast and torn to pieces. Ah! Screams came one after another, and the entire coastal area of Eagle Kingdom fell into chaos and panic. Ho ha! This is indeed a beautiful errand. With a big boss, Dabai led the beasts of the East Daxia Sea Alliance, unscrupulous. I used to do this kind of attack on humans to be helpless, and it was because the egg was stolen that it was forced to attack the land. Now that we are taking the initiative to attack, we have no worries yet, and we have to take care of our lives. So we should be as refreshing as we can do it. Moreover, at this time, Dabai, who has evolved once, is no longer his previous strength. He is extremely powerful, except for being concentrated on nuclear weapons and large-scale missiles, he will almost never die. Boom! An aircraft carrier sailed onto the sea and countless artillery fires were fired out of it. Court death! Dabai flew towards him quickly, attacked with heavy fire, and spit out 2 breaths of water and fire, directly destroying him, destroying the ship, killing people, and sinking to the bottom of the sea. Brothers! Come on! It's time for our counterattack! Dabai let out a roar and fought with the army that drove over again. Such a big noise naturally reached the ears of the Spiritual Power Monitoring Bureau and the President. The Spiritual Power Monitoring Bureau immediately sent a large number of troops to stop them, equipped with the latest spiritual weapons, spiritual mechas, and weapons made of parts of powerful beasts. Military helicopters took off from the base and rushed to the place where Xiao Teng and the East Daxia Sea Alliance were located. Also, all aircraft carriers were dispatched and rode on their faces. They must have sent all their troops. How is this possible? Those are dozens of spiritual missiles. This is incredible. The smoke dissipated, but the terrifying wave of spiritual power still existed. In the Spiritual Power Monitoring Bureau, the 5-star General Michelle was looking at the scene coming from the screen with her eyes blank, her hands hanging down beside her weakly. It can be described as purgatory on earth. It is probably the case that the 18 levels of hell are just like this. The sea of fire spreads, the giant beasts cover up people's screams, and the feeling of powerlessness surges in my heart. Dozens of spiritual missiles could not destroy him. At this moment, General Michelle finally understood why the Dragon Kingdom let the dragon take away the spirit stones of the treasuries so easily. I also understand why Dragon Kingdom has been worried about the fusion beast plan. This is simply a powerful existence that transcends human technology and is a transcendence at the level of life. Even if all mankind unites, it cannot defeat such an existence. At this time, General Michelle just felt deeply powerless. The Federation of Humanity, the fusion of the beast plan, all these conspiracies and tricks became jokes in the face of absolute power. Humans are finished. Michelle sighed. The era of mankind has come to an end, and the dragon has become the real overlord of Blue Star. Even if all countries unite, they cannot defeat such a powerful existence. The moment Xiao Teng was able to come out of the bombing of the spiritual missile without any damage, this became a certain fact. There are quite a lot of evolution points. However, there are still many borers that seem to be hiding, and just killing some ordinary people seems to be not painful to the top leaders. Xiao Teng narrowed his eyes and gathered thunder elements. More than a dozen spears flashing with lightning appeared behind him. Go! All the dozen long spears flew towards some important places, and the military bases, important buildings, were bombed. When Michelle was still sighing, he suddenly saw a blue object outside the window approaching quickly. Admiral Michelle! There is a thunder element energy approaching quickly. The staff beside him shouted in horror. Admiral Michelle jumped up from the chair, and before he could shout, the blue light flew in front of him, and a huge roar sounded in his ears, and then he could not hear anything. Hey? Admiral Michelle! Please reply. How is your situation? That powerful beast is still alive. It's true that the dragon is here. President Eagle Kingdom had already hid in the underground air raid shelter under the escort of everyone. He was still listening to General Michelle's report on the situation, but suddenly there was a loud noise, and then the contact was lost. Sheet! Sheet! President of the Eagle Country cursed at the communication equipment. At this moment, even he felt the fear coming up like a tide. President! Many locations across the country have been bombed on a large scale, including the headquarters of the Spiritual Power Monitoring Bureau. General Michelle has been sacrificed. The powerful alien beast has been confirmed to be a divine dragon. At the same time, the Sea Beast Alliance in the East Daxia Sea is also landed together. That's before the tide of sea beasts that attacked the Sakura Kingdom. Soon, another senior official who survived another department reported to the president. Not only the dragon, but also the sea beast. The president of the Eagle suddenly felt dizzy and his heart was beating wildly. The president of the Eagle Kingdom gritted his teeth and said, "Send all the supernatural beings to fight the dragon to the death." At the command of the president of the Eagle Kingdom, all the psychics were sent to fight Xiao Teng to the end and defend the country. At the same time, there are many superpowers in a military uniform and advanced spiritual weapons in the Eagle Kingdom who awaken high-level talented superpowers. They were specially recruited into the army and were responsible for fighting against strange beasts. They were training. The target of their training was a dying giant lizard, cut and scarred. Suddenly, an emergency radio rang. Countless psychics who were training stopped their movements. A large-scale beast tide is happening in the central city. Please go to the battle immediately. The superpowers were ready to go and ready to set off. And just then, a voice sounded. Everyone wait first. It seems that it is not an ordinary beast tide. A supernatural person secretly picked up his phone and found that he was able to find a situation outside. It's the dragon. Our opponent is the dragon. The supernatural genius screamed. Suddenly, Other psychics heard the words coming from the radio and were fragrant. The powerful people of the Eagle country will let us go when they encounter danger, and they will hide in a safe place themselves. Fake, I'm here to make me work hard even if I come here, but God is useless. Why didn't he show up and talk to Shenlong? Does he just want our people to die? Does he know how powerful Shenlong is? Don't eat sour radish. This is obviously not an ordinary beast tide. Do you want us to die in vain? Maybe they just want to do this. They also know that if we knew that our opponent was a dragon, we would definitely not go. Many psychics heard that the senior management was obviously a task of dying, and said they would not go on strike and directly rob the car and escaped. No one is stupid. If an ordinary beast tide can fight, fighting with Xiao Teng would have no hope of life, and it would be just a waste of death. The above-mentioned bullshit orders are obviously a way to abandon the car and protect the handsome guy, and they delay their time and transfer them to other countries. Since that's the case, why do you have to work hard? It's better to save your life at this time. However, even so, some psychics who love the country go to fight and take the initiative to go to Xiao Teng's area. Even if they know that it is a swaying tree, they will have to fight to the death. Some people didn't know that Xiao Teng was fighting, and they only thought it was an ordinary beast tide. They didn't realize they couldn't turn back until they got on the plane. A large number of army of superpowers were rushing towards Xiao Teng's place. At this time, Xiao Teng was also flying low above the Eagle Kingdom, looking for places where spirit stones might be hidden. If he found them, he would destroy them and eat them directly. During the flight, Xiao Teng encountered many helicopters who came to stop him, all of whom were desperate and jumped off from them. Many supernatural people wearing aircraft were jumping off. Dragon! Death! I will never let you continue to destroy it. You evil monster, if you do this kind of massacre and kill countless creatures, you will definitely not have a good end. An psychic officer roared with a long spiritual sword and rushed towards Xiao Tengzi. Hearing his words, Xiao Teng suddenly stopped and spoke. Is it evil? I'm just giving you what you did to the strange beast before. To you humans, I am evil, but to my strange beasts, I am a good person who can't be better. Think about what you humans did to strange beasts before. This. The psychic man didn't expect Xiao Teng to refute him, and his face turned red. Because they have indeed done the work of using missiles to wash the floor and bomb the strange beasts before, and even specifically capture the living strange beasts as targets for practice. Thinking of this, when the position changes, what humans do seems to be no different from that of strange beasts. Seeing that the supernatural person was not speaking, Xiao Teng continued. There are only strong people in this world who rule the weak. When you are strong, everything you say is right and evil, just because you humans have lost the dominant position of Blue Star. The strange beasts that you killed have no chance to speak. Justice and evil are defined by the winner. This, it does make some sense. The supernatural genius was speechless, not knowing what to say, but suddenly felt that he was defeated thoroughly, no matter whether it was force or verbal. Humph, ant. Xiao Teng snorted coldly, too lazy to speak again, and directly sent him to die with a breath. His eyes were coldly scanning the city below, and his heart was filled with disdain. The leader of the Eagle Kingdom, haven't you come out yet? Don't be afraid of death. Xiao Teng's majestic voice sounded in everyone's mind. Why are you able to send Fusion Beast to oppose me? Why don't you bear the consequences? He continued to provoke, his tone full of contempt. Then I'll kill you until you are willing to show up. If you don't take the evolution point, you won't take it in vain. Even if you don't have spirit stones, you can still get the evolution point by killing creatures. Xiao Teng continued to spit out flames, and at the same time opened the dead fog field, releasing it all the way. System prompts kept ringing in my ears. Although these ordinary people gave very few evolution points, there were many quantities, and the quality could be compensated for by quantity. And when Xiao Teng was damaging the ground, the president of the Eagle Kingdom was also in a riot. When I learned that Xiao Teng was looking for president of the Eagle Kingdom, a large group of senior executives of the Eagle Kingdom changed their attitudes and all came to force president of the Eagle Kingdom to meet Xiao Teng. The president of the Eagle Kingdom naturally did not want to, but judging from the atmosphere on the scene, if he did not appear again, his own people would betrayal.